This is Audible.
Bitter Prince, Stolen Empire Book 1, written by Eva Winners, performed by Brooke Daniels and Gideon Frost.
Prologue. Raina, 6 years old. Once upon a time, there sat a beautiful castle along the shore of the Gulf of Trieste. It was a magical place indeed, with views of the sea to the east and sprawling hills to the west. A savage king and his 2 sons lived amidst the darkness, slowly wilting right alongside everything in it. No amount of magic could save them. Filling the gardens were poppies, wild jasmine, gardenias, and violets. The soft breeze traveled the air, and with it so many scents. The sea, flowers, and fragrance of the citrus fruits all misted the air and attracted the butterflies, now fluttering around us. My sister and I gaped at the serenity of it all, her hand in mine. Dozens of people laughed, ate, and danced. A melodious old Italian song, like the ones Papa loved, filled the air, and people chattered in Italian and English. "It's so beautiful," I said as I signed to Mama, Papa, and Phoenix. Lights flickered over my big sister's face, and for the first time in a long time, an odd and happy expression passed across it. "It's a magical home," Mama chimed in, signing as well, but the expression on her face was grim, and her eyes reflected unhappiness. Papa's hand roamed up and down her back in a soothing motion.
Romero, sei arrivato.
A deep, stern voice had Mama pulling both Phoenix and me closer. I didn't understand Italian. Papa mainly conversed with Mama in English, so there was never a need.
I'm glad you could make it, along with your girls and your lovely wife,
said the man, switching to our native language, his blue eyes zeroing in on my sister and me.
Angelo, nice to see you.
Papa greeted him.
Girls, this is Mr. Leone. He's our host.
My sister and I leaned farther into our Mama's skirt, while Papa's hand wrapped around her waist.
This is my wife, Grace.
Mr. Leone's eyes shifted to our mother, and a flicker of something I didn't understand crossed over them, something I didn't like. He took Mama's free hand and brought it to his lips.
So nice to meet you, Mrs. Romero.
I didn't like it. I wanted to yank my mother's hand from his grip and tell him she was mine, but I knew Papa would be displeased if I didn't show good manners.
You're even more breathtaking in person than on the screen.
Mama used to be an actress, but she gave it up for Papa and for Phoenix and me. She was beautiful, and when she smiled, everyone became mesmerized. Her soft blonde locks fell down her shoulders, bouncing when she moved. She wore a red dress, Papa's favorite color, to show him how much she loved him. He loved her very much too, but Mama wasn't happy. I'd heard him tell her once that he would give her the moon and the stars so she'd be happy again. Mama's lips thinned as she watched Mr. Leone, in the same way they did when she didn't like something. Like when the doctor told Mama that Phoenix lost her hearing. She never cried. She never yelled. But Papa cried that day. I didn't understand any of it. Papa took Mama's hand.
Let's dance, amore mio,
he said, his eyes landing on my sister and me.
Want to go play?
We both nodded.
Go and have fun. Don't get in trouble.
And don't get dirty, Mama yelled after us as we scurried away. We walked through the gardens and grabbed 2 cannoli, only to shove them into our mouths and take 2 more. We giggled and ran off before someone could yell at us. Lots of Italian words were spoken. There were many curious glances thrown our way, but we kept mostly to ourselves. When we were tired of playing outside, we moved to the grand castle, roaming the empty rooms and avoiding other people. They were all laughing and talking like they'd known each other forever. They even talked to Papa in Italian, knowing Mama didn't understand a single word. We were foreigners here, but maybe not for long. Papa wanted to move us back to Italy, so we were spending this summer vacationing here. Mama said it was a test, but I was unsure what we were testing. "Hello!" I called out, my voice echoing across the long corridor. No answer. I shared a glance with my sister, then turned back to the long hallway with shiny marble floors. An idea struck me, and when I met my big sister's eyes, her mischievous gaze told me she had the same thought. Mama said Phoenix and I had identical eyes. They were the color of a deep blue sea, like the bottoms of a lagoon. Should we do it? I signed. Her eyes lowered to my feet. Mine lowered to hers. We were matching dresses with frilly, lacy socks. This might be the best use for them yet. She nodded, and we kicked off the shoes that Mama had carefully selected for us earlier that day. I raised my hand. 3, 2, 1. We shot into a sprint, gliding over the marble floor of the mansion. We giggled, falling over each other and rolling over the cold, slick surface. We'll be in trouble if we get caught, Phoenix signed. We won't get caught, I assured her. I'll protect you. We did it again and again, gliding like we were on ice. We bumped, ran, bumped again. It almost felt like flying. Until... crash. We froze. Pieces of a large vase that looked like it belonged to Milan lay scattered on the floor. Our breaths sounded louder in the aftermath. My heart was beating wildly, my pulse buzzing in my ears. Papa's warning flashed in my mind. You must behave at this party, girls. Stay out of trouble.
What the hell happened here?
A deep Italian voice startled me, and I whimpered, causing Phoenix to do the same. The lion's eyes turned cold and cruel, staring us down. He took a step forward, his form darkening over us like a rain cloud. I took my sister's hand in mine and pushed her behind me. She was taller than me, but I was stronger. I'd bite him so she could run to get our papa.
Which one of you did this?
He hissed. Panic rose inside me. We should run. We should scream. Yet my voice was stuck in my throat, a 6-year-old girl against the evil king.
It was me. No, father, it was me.
The voices of 2 boys answered in unison. I followed the sound and found them standing in the corner. 2 small shadows, unmoving. Their eyes were locked on the man. One boy looked like his father. Same coloring, same dark brown, almost black hair, same harshness. But the other? He was unlike any boy I had ever seen. His face had sharp angles. His skin was golden. His hair was darker than midnight, and blue hues shone in its strands. His hooded eyes reflected the entire galaxy, a universe of its own, with stars buried deep within them. When his gaze found mine, time came to a stop. It stood still, leaving us alone in the world. It felt like looking up at the black velvet of the night, letting your dreams swallow you. There was no sun in his eyes. There was no moon. But there were stars. Stars that would one day shine. Only for me.
1. Eamon, 12 years old.
Dante and I sat at the dining table, our eyes trained on our plates.
Mine burned, but I knew if Father caught me crying, he'd whip me. My back itched at the thought as I felt my shirt shift across my scars. But it was worth it to spare the little girl with crystal blue eyes and golden curls. For some reason, I couldn't bear to see the fear in her eyes. Everyone was afraid of Father, but the thought of tears streaming down her plum cheeks had my chest tightening, just like it had when Father hurt my mother. Smash! Another loud crash, and it didn't take a genius to know there'd be a lot of broken furniture. Mama and Father always argued. He called her a spoiled whore. She screamed for him to avenge her. I didn't understand much of what was said, but it was hard to understand why he always yelled at her. Mama said that a good man never raised his hand or his voice at women or children. And yet she loved him. Another blood-curdling scream tore through the castle. I pushed my chair back and stood. We weren't permitted to interfere, but I couldn't let him hurt my mama. If I got the beating intended for her, so be it.
Eamon, you shouldn't.
Dante trailed off, as he looked at my face. Then he sighed and pushed his chair back too. Fine, we do it together. I shook my head. No, you'll have to take care of Mama. His jaw clenched, and I knew he didn't like my answer. But this would be one of those times that I'd enforce the I'm older rule, even if only by a few weeks. I walked through the foyer, covered in broken glass and red droplets. Blood. My heart twisted as I walked up the stairs, following the trail of destruction and the sound of angry voices. My feet carried me toward Father's bedroom door, which stood ajar.
How could you let him step foot in here, our home?
Mama's voice cracked.
Knowing how he treated me, used me.
This had nothing to do with you. Father's booming voice shook the windows. At least it felt that way. Stop being melodramatic and jealous. It is unbecoming.
You monster. I gave you everything.
Mama reverted to speaking Japanese, her sobs breaking her words.
I'm still giving you everything, and you...
Don't finish that, Father said with a threatening growl. A loud creak sounded, immediately followed by soft sobs that made my gut twist. I hadn't eaten dinner yet, but lunch threatened to come back up my throat. I pushed the door open, stepped into the doorframe, and froze. Father had Mama on the bed, his knee on her throat. Her hands were tied to the bed rail, her body bruised and bloody. Her clothes were ripped and hanging off her like rags. She whimpered, and that was what finally shook me from my stupor. Rage shot through me, angry and red, and I bolted through the room and tackled my father. He tumbled off the bed with a loud thud, and I fell right behind him. For a cruel old bastard, he moved with surprising agility. He got his bearings and backhanded me. I should have felt it, but I didn't. All I could feel was adrenaline and rage rushing through my veins. I kept punching, hitting, and biting, anything to match the pain he bestowed on us all. He rolled me onto my back, my skull hitting the cold hardwood. Stars danced in my vision, but I shook my head. Cesar, get your fucking ass over here, he shouted. No, I hissed, jerking against him. I swung forward and headbutted him, his nose spurting blood instantly. Cover my mother first. I hated that I was smaller than him, and I made a promise that one day I'd be stronger, strong enough to overpower him, strong enough to end him. Somehow Mama had gotten herself free and jumped on his back.
Let him go, Angelo, or I swear to God I'll leave. I'll take Eamon and go back home. Consequences be damned.
Father stilled and pushed her off. You're lucky I need her connections, he spat in disgust before yanking me to my feet. My vision tunneled as I jerked his hand away. He just shook his head, muttering under his breath. Father hated feeling powerless. I didn't understand what he needed from her, but it had to be important. A knock sounded on the door, and I bent down to reach for a discarded robe, wrapping it around my Mama's small frame. Get lost, Cesar, Father barked. You're late, as always. Then he moved out of the room, leaving me alone with my mother. Silence filled the space, ominous and heavy.
You shouldn't anger him, Eamon,
she scolded me softly.
You're important. I'm not.
I shook my head. You're important to Dante and me. She touched my cheek.
But I'm your mother, not Dante's.
Her voice grew raspy, and her hand on my cheek trembled.
I love you both, but you're my little prince, and you are owed a crown.
My eyes widened. I am, I whispered. The sorrow in her gaze gutted me.
You are older than both your brother and your cousin, yet they will take what should be yours. what's rightfully yours and what you deserve.
She fell to the floor while I clung to her hand, pressing it against my cheek. Mama?
I'm fine. Just tired,
she mumbled, her eyes fluttering shut. Using all my strength, I tried to lift her. When I couldn't, I reached for the pillows and fluffy blankets, pulling them off the bed, covering her small body.
My little prince,
she murmured.
He stole from you.
I didn't understand the feelings that slithered through my veins at her words. It would take me years to finally realize it was bitterness.
2. Raina, 6 years old. Dust to dust, ashes to ashes. Those were the only words the priest said in English. The rest of the service was in Italian, meaning most of the visitors visiting from the States couldn't understand, including me. All I felt was tightness in my chest, my heavy breathing, burning in my eyes. It was an unfamiliar feeling. It was suffocating. I rubbed my chest to ease the ache, to get more oxygen into my lungs. My vision blurred. Tears or panic, I didn't know, but then Phoenix squeezed my hand, bringing my attention to the surroundings. Air seeped into my lungs. My vision slowly cleared, and the first thing that came into focus was our papa. He stood, shattered, watching the casket lower into the family gravesite. Grandma cried, her soft sobs filling the air, while my sister and I stood, eyes wide, clutching each other's hands. My chest hurt, but I thought that was normal because Phoenix said her chest was aching too. We stayed back as people said their condolences and left. They would go back to their lives, while ours would change forever. Grandma's husband would soon be her ex-husband, so it was just the 4 of us left. It's time to say goodbye, Grandma croaked, her voice trembling. I had never seen Grandma cry, and something about it had my eyes burning. I don't want to say goodbye. A hiccup escaped me, and I wiped my nose with the back of my hand. I want Mama to stay with us. I never liked goodbyes. Even when Papa and Mama left us with a sitter, usually Grandma, to go out to dinner, it would upset me, and I'd fight sleepiness until they returned. Except there was no avoiding it this time. Mama wasn't coming back. Not this time. I heard Papa say that this was a final goodbye, and then he broke down. He said he didn't know how to live without her. Right now, he was staring at the casket, unable to look away. He hadn't moved since the service started. Something in his eyes scared me. Maybe it was grief, or maybe it was something else. I didn't know. Let's go, Phoenix signed. I didn't move, so she tugged on my arms. No, I mouthed stubbornly. I was too tired to move my hands and sign, but Phoenix could read my lips. Papa's not leaving, so neither are we. Grandma watched our exchange, her face ghostly pale. She looked tired, traveling for the past 2 days to make it to the funeral on time. She turned to face our father, her eyebrows furrowing in disapproval. I'm taking the girls home, Tommaso, she snapped. He never looked away from the casket.
I'll be there soon.
She glared at him and I shrank, my shoulders slumping. Grandma could be scary when she wanted to be. No, not that home, she hissed. I'm taking them with me. That had Papa looking up from the casket. A few heartbeats passed before understanding settled in his eyes.
I don't think so, Diana.
Grandma glared at him, cold and terrifying, and suddenly I didn't want to go with her. I'd rather stay with Papa. I wasn't asking, Tommaso. The girls will be safe with me.
I'll keep them safe.
His face turned red, maybe even purple, and he let out a string of curses I didn't understand. I made a promise to my daughter when she married you. Her voice boomed in the empty cemetery, disturbing all the souls, dead and alive. I will keep that promise,
You're not taking my children from me,
he roared. Grandma stepped forward, and I'd never seen her look so big and strong. Grace called me and told me what she found. Papa's face turned white. He opened his mouth, then closed it. He tried again, and still no words came out. I don't know much about your world, Tommaso, Grandma continued, but I know if anyone else learned about it, Phoenix and Reina would be in danger. Phoenix's arm came around me, hugging me tightly, and I could feel her trembling as much as I was. I stared wide-eyed at their exchange while my heart hammered, cracking my ribs, and I knew something dark was starting to take form. I just didn't know when or where it would come back to hurt us.
3. Eamon, 14 years old. I dropped to my knees, the punch making me lose my balance. Mama dropped the pink kimono she was stitching with a sharp intake of breath. My brother sat next to her, holding his breath and watching each move. It was my weekly Gojoru and Shotokan karate classes with Master Azato, my grandfather's old master. He might be advanced in age, but he was stronger than many men half his age, stronger than my father. So I listened to his instructions and practiced hard. Not only because I wanted to be stronger than my father, but so I could be unbeatable and make my grandfather proud. He'd only entered my life in the past year, but he told Mama he wanted me to take over the Yakuza. Mama said it would make me stronger than father, stronger than the Omerta, stronger than most of the underworld. I worked hard and pushed myself even harder. I pushed to my feet just in time to block another hit. Gasping, I gritted my teeth and used a Mikazuki Geri, bending my knee and pointing it to the left of Master Azato. He grunted when I snapped my leg out, stopping it only a hair's breadth from the side of his face. When he stepped back from me, he was smiling. "Good job, Eamon," he commended me in Japanese. "Did I hit too hard today, Master?" I replied in the same language. My Japanese lessons were yet another requirement by my grandfather. Mama was required to speak Italian in Father's house, but when we were alone, she'd speak Japanese to me. It came in handy. He shook his head. "Don't ever hold your punches for anyone." We bowed, signaling the end of the session. I made my way to my mother and lightly tapped Dante on the shoulder. "Your turn." His eyes lit up. Father forbade him from taking lessons, calling them mumbo-jumbo, but what he didn't know wouldn't hurt him. He got to his feet and kicked off his shoes, almost running to the middle of the mat. "I'm ready, Master Azato." I lowered myself on the seat next to my mother and turned my head. My chest twisted. She was getting good at hiding the bruises, but I had gotten better at spotting the shades of her concealer. "Mama, why don't we run?" I asked, my voice coming out hoarse as I switched to Japanese. It was safer this way, because Father had never learned a word. Neither had Dante, but I knew he'd never tell him even if he could hear us. He loved our mother and wanted her to be safe. She was the only mother he knew, the only one who ever showed us love and affection. Father never talked about Dante's birth mother. Mama usually paled whenever the late Mrs. Leone was brought up, the wife who died during birth under mysterious circumstances. I didn't know whether it was Mama's shame in knowing that she was the mistress while Father's wife fought to survive. Anger rolled through me at the messed up triangle. Love was a hassle I didn't need in life. Mama shook her head and touched my shoulder with sad eyes.
"And go where, my little prince?"
"Back home, to Japan, to the Philippines," I rasped, trying and failing to ball my emotions up inside of me. "Anywhere but here." Mama was looking smaller by the day, wasting away to nothing.
I can't,
she whispered. I swallowed. Why? She smiled in a way no one else ever smiled at me, and took my hand in hers. Her brown eyes were kind, but broken.
Because I was abandoned.
My brows furrowed. By father? She shook her head, weary and sad.
No. By another man. Your father saved me.
I still didn't understand. Father was destroying us all. His cruelty knew no bounds. He's hurting us, I whispered. Can't you see that? She touched my cheek.
But going home will hurt us more. My brother will want to secure the Yakuza for his son. To do that, he'd need to eliminate you.
My eyes widened. She'd been calling me her crownless prince for as long as I could remember, but she'd never told me why.
Trust me, Eamon, I'm doing this for you. When you're older, we'll take it all.
4. Eamon, 20 years old. I never thought we'd be in California without Father, Dante muttered. I agreed, but it worked to our benefit. Enrico Marchetti had had enough of the Leone-Romero feud disrupting the Omerta, so he found middle ground. Dante and I would oversee all business dealings between the Leone and Romero families. Win-win. It was unusual, but this trip was also an opportunity to scout new locations for the expansion of my properties and businesses. Little by little, I had been acquiring docks, hotels, and casinos all over the world, while at the same time managing Father's shit for the Omerta. Dante did the same. We didn't want to have to depend on that cruel bastard while we waited for him to kick the bucket. We pulled onto the Pacific Coast Highway and headed toward Malibu to meet with Tommaso Romero. For some reason, Romero's daughters lived with their grandmother while he remained in Italy. We didn't care about the specifics. We just knew Romero was in California, which made things very convenient for us. I still remembered the day we met them. 2 girls with electric blue eyes that reminded you of summertime and warm, sunlit currents. It was the younger girl who'd caught my attention, and even though I hadn't seen her since, those eyes stuck with me. The April sun beat down on the hood of my black Mustang. There must have been a drought, because most of the landscape leading up to the ritzy estates looked dry and desolate. This must be the place. Not too shabby, I said to Dante 20 minutes later, as we pulled up to the mansion that screamed wealth and Hollywood glamour. It was surrounded by a lavish iron fence, lined with well-established greenery. I guess drought rules don't apply to the filthy rich. You couldn't see much of the pristine white mansion from here, but the view over the Pacific Ocean was unmistakable. It was a prime location. A soft grunt caught my attention, and I turned my head to the left. A pair of panties with little hearts and cinnamon sticks was the first thing I noticed. Amused, Dante and I studied the struggling girl hanging off the white-painted iron fence as we slipped our hands into our pockets. The hem of her skirt caught on one of the spikes, leaving her to struggle as her pink ballet flats dangled off her feet.
Motherfucking fences with pitchforks and stupid dresses,
the soft voice grumbled. She hissed as she tried to maneuver herself over. Then came the sound of material ripping.
Please let this be the one time you actually hear me,
she cried, her pout evident from her tone as she flailed her arms. It was only then that I noticed another girl, kneeling down and digging through a bag, her back turned to us. Her dark hair glimmered with shades of auburn, coal, and mahogany. They had to be the Romero sisters. My intel showed Raina was 14 years old and her sister Phoenix was 16.
You know,
Marilyn Monroe could pull off her skirt blowing in the wind with grace. She even made it look like it was the most natural thing.
The girl continued, muttering to herself.
But then again, she didn't have to worry about getting caught by her father, her ass hanging out for the whole world to see. I can handle Grandma catching me in this state, but Papa will blow a gasket.
She blew a frustrated breath.
Fuck.
Then, as if that wasn't enough, she added another
fuck.
A lightness filled my chest for the first time in a long time. It was one of the more entertaining things I'd seen in a while. I flicked a glance my brother's way, and when it was clear he wasn't going to help the girl, I closed the distance. The one who'd been digging through her bag mere moments ago turned around and let out a soundless squeal. Her blue eyes widened in fear, glancing behind me to my brother and then back to me. The girl's dress was pulled up over her head, blocking her sight, but her arms felt around, grasping at thin air.
Phoenix, are you okay? What's happening?
She wasn't exactly expecting an answer, though, was she? Her older sister, who was currently staring at me like I was the devil incarnate, was deaf. The day the underworld found out that Tommaso Romero's oldest daughter had Pendred syndrome, a genetic disorder that caused early hearing loss, Phoenix Romero had been labeled by her handicap. Kind of like how I was labeled by my heritage on my mother's side.
Screw it. I'm ripping this dress off.
Raina hissed.
Whoever you are, you touch her and you're dead. And look away, would you?
I shook my head. This puny little cinnamon heart girl was threatening me. It was amusing as hell. I'm not hurting her, Raina, I assured. Her body went still. I'm going to help you get off the spikes, okay? A heartbeat of silence.
How do you know my name?
She asked, her voice cautious. We've met before. Her shoulders dropped from her ears a fraction.
Well then, help me down and stop gawking at my panties.
Who says I'm even looking at your panties? Truthfully, I couldn't help it, since they were currently at my eye level. I tried to be discreet, but short of turning my back to her, it was unavoidable.
All boys care about are panties,
she remarked, and even though I couldn't see her face, I knew she was rolling her eyes. Moody, that one, Dante remarked from where he stood by the gate, hands still in his pockets.
There are two of you?
She snapped.
Good God, how many people are actually staring at my ass right now?
Just me, I said, hiding my amusement. Not to worry. I blocked my brother's view, Cinnamon Girl, although the entire block can hear your foul language. She blew a raspberry and mumbled something that sounded like,
I should have worn my black panties.
Then she cleared her throat and added loudly,
And don't you worry about my foul language, buddy. My business, not yours.
A chuckle vibrated in my chest. Even Dante couldn't hold his in. Stepping onto the 3-foot-tall stone wall, I reached up to the top of the rail and unhooked her dress from where it was snagged. The soft pink material fell down her body, and I was blinded by the familiar golden blonde curls that fell down her back, bright as ever under the afternoon sun. Acting on impulse, I took one between my fingers, noticing it was even softer than it appeared. I wrapped it around my finger, the yellow strands shimmering like gold. Raina hopped off, yanking her hair out of my grip.
Ouch!
She brought her hand up and rubbed her scalp.
Why are you touching my hair?
Her gaze met mine, and it felt like an ocean crashing into me. When I was a little boy, my father had decided the time to swim was now or never. One day, when we were sailing on his boat, he dropped me into the Gulf of Trieste. I fought against the waves and current, but eventually I saw the beauty around me. The sun pushed its rays into the depths of the blue sea, and I felt as though I could drown in its beauty. The life beneath the surface pulled me into its warm embrace, and I'd felt safe, loved by it. More than my father. More than the whole world, except maybe for my mother and brother. That day, the thought of leaving my brother and mother alone to our father's mercy had me flapping my hands to reach the surface. Yet now, as I stared into the blues of her gaze, I recalled that feeling again, and I feared I'd willingly drown for this girl.
Hello?
She waved her hand in front of my face, and I took a step backward. No need to be unpleasant, I snapped, needing to regain control of my senses after that strange flashback. I couldn't explain what had just happened, but I wasn't about to let a little girl throw me off the task that lay ahead. Why don't you thank me and then be on your way? Or should I tell your father how you treat guests at your home? It felt harsh to speak to her this way, but I needed to put some distance between us. Her eyes narrowed in distaste, but they were still so fucking beautiful, it hurt to look at her. She glanced at her sister and signed something. Phoenix signed in return, to which Raina answered, making me wonder what exactly was being said. She grinned, revealing a mouthful of braces. Phoenix and Raina turned their attention to me, and it was only then I noticed the startling similarities in their features. One had dark hair, and the other was blonde, but other than that, they could pass for twins. Their resemblance to their mother, the late Hollywood actress that had taken the world by storm, was uncanny. I supposed it was a good thing, for them, that they didn't take after their father. Raina shifted on her feet, glancing behind me to my brother.
Who are you two?
She demanded to know.
Aside from jackasses, obviously.
So much for my gallant attempt to free her from the fence. This girl was definitely trouble. She signed as she spoke for her sister's benefit. Phoenix snickered, but quickly tamped it down. Dante's eyebrow shot up. No woman dared to speak to us that way. They all knew our last name and the danger that came along with it. But this girl was still a kid. Okay, maybe not a kid, but she couldn't have been older than 15. I'm Eamon, I answered. My brother gritted his teeth. Dante. Raina and Phoenix rolled their eyes in perfect sync.
Last name?
Raina questioned, her eyes darting back to the mansion that peeked out from behind the fence and surrounding trees. Her ballet flats tapped impatiently against the pavement. She still signed for her sister's benefit.
Come on, I don't have all day.
This girl was something. Leone, Dante answered, but I was unable to look away from the ray of sunshine staring at me. Recognition flickered in her eyes. She took a step back, her eyes zeroed in on me.
I know you,
she murmured, almost as if she were talking to herself. Did the girl remember the boys who'd taken the fall for the broken vase? She wrapped her hands around her waist, almost as if that same fear from all those years ago shot through her. But then she removed her hands and signed something to her sister. I assumed she was translating the whole conversation, and continued signing as she uttered the next words.
I remember you. You and your brother saved us from your father,
she said softly. Then, to my surprise, she took a step forward and hugged me, lifting her face up to mine. She smiled, her braces on full display, while I stood awkwardly. Something about her innocent embrace cracked through the broken shell of my soul and threatened to expose the bitterness that had lingered for years now. I wasn't a little prince anymore. I was the bitter prince. Ironically enough, it was her father who gave me the nickname. Phoenix put her hand on her sister's shoulder and pulled her away from me. She signed something, and Raina nodded.
We have to go,
Raina murmured, her expression darting between my brother and me. Your father won't be happy about you two sneaking out, Dante warned. Raina smiled mischievously.
Only if he catches us.
I watched my cinnamon girl leave, but not before she glanced over her shoulder, her deep ocean eyes meeting mine. 5. Eamon, 20 years old. At the end of the long driveway, lined with palm trees and blinking red cameras, Romero was waiting for us. It was strange that he didn't know his daughters had snuck out of the house with how secure the property was. Alert shot through me, but I ignored it, for now. "They're Leone brothers," he said in greeting. "It's just you two?" He frowned, his eyes darting behind us. He and father hadn't spoken face to face in almost a decade, and they weren't about to start now. "Who else were you expecting?" I asked, shaking his hand. Romero's focus was on me, studying me as he shook Dante's hand next. "Nobody." We followed him up the drive and stepped into the entrance hall. I had my gun holstered under the light material of my suit jacket. Neither Dante nor I went anywhere without protection. We even wore them at home. The only time I took mine off was when I went to bed, and even then, it remained within arm's reach. He led us to the back of the open concept house, each corner filled with a plant or a statue. It felt like a set from an old Hollywood movie. "We'll have privacy in the office," Romero remarked. Once inside, Dante and I took a seat across the table from him, the ocean view stretching for miles through the floor-to-ceiling windows behind him. Photos of red carpet events, movie premieres, and celebrities surrounded us. It was clear from the decor and the feminine furniture that the office didn't belong to Romero. A photo caught my attention. It was Raina, carrying a surfboard, wearing a pink bikini, and grinning widely. It had to have been a recent photo, and the girl looked so fucking happy. There was something peaceful about the grin on her face. Maybe it was her eyes crinkled from the sun, or her tangled, beachy hair. Whatever it was, I could feel the hot sand beneath my feet just from looking at the image. Romero must have noticed me staring at the photograph, because he scoffed. "Raina has it in her head that she'll be a surfer. It seems to be this month's goal." "Is she any good?" Dante's tone told me he couldn't give two shits whether she was, but at least he was making conversation. Usually all he wanted was to talk business and get the hell out of here. It caught me off guard, actually. While I hated Romero for how he used my mother, my brother utterly despised him. It went beyond the revenge and protectiveness we felt toward our mother, but Dante refused to elaborate on it. For now, we were focused on finding the document my mother needed, which was supposedly stored in one of Romero's safes. When my mother left her family to be with Tommaso Romero, it took my grandfather a while to concede to my mother's choice. As a part of his concession, he and Romero came to an agreement that was later put in writing. He kept the original, and Romero got a copy. I wasn't sure why my mother needed it so badly now. It seemed moot, seeing as their union never happened. Yet she was now desperate to have a copy, and neither Dante nor I could ever deny our mother. I asked my mother once why Oji-san, my grandfather, wouldn't just give her the document. Her answer gutted me. He'd said she had shamed him with her choice. Grandpa came to terms with it eventually, but he didn't forgive her. She was also a woman, and a woman held very little value other than as a bargaining chip. And per his words, he would give it to me when he was ready, whenever that was. "She won a few surfing competitions," Romero grumbled. "It's safe to assume she won't be a world champion. She's doing it because I forbid it. The girl is stubborn. Anyhow, back to business. I need the Leone port open so I can send a shipment to Italy. What's wrong with your ports? Dante asked. Last time I checked, you owned some in Venice. April is a busy month in Venice, meaning ports will have extra security. And our intel tells us you have those port authorities on payroll, I remarked. So what's the problem? They won't turn a blind eye to flesh trading. My blood pressure skyrocketed at hearing his answer. Romero was the final member of the Omerta still involved in flesh trading, and I fucking hated it. Hated him. What kind of man, especially with daughters, could move women like they were nothing more than stock? Our father had done it too, and it was only when Dante and I earned him more money from drug smuggling that he finally gave it up. Maybe we could convince Romero to do the same. All he had to do was be smart about it and do it right. He'd be raking in profits within months. The answer is no. I gritted through my teeth. All the fucker had to do was look at the photos of his daughters lining the walls in his office to realize how wrong it was. It's not your call, he snapped. Actually, it is, Dante said, keeping his simmering rage at bay. Knowing him, he wanted to reach across the table and choke the living daylight out of him. Father left it to us to negotiate deals as we see fit. So it's the fee, Romero drawled with a greedy glimmer in his eyes. It's not the fee, I said, my tone flat. The Leone family is no longer involved in flesh trading, and we won't allow it to move through our ports, Dante added. My gaze flitted to him, where he gave a subtle eye roll, and then he stood up. Bathroom? It was our signal for him to go snooping around. It was far-fetched, but maybe Romero kept some documentation in his mother-in-law's residence, and nobody could break into a safe like my brother. He should be called the Safe Whisperer. Out the door, up the stairs, first door to the right, Romero supplied with a scowl, his fists clenched tight. Dante disappeared, his footsteps firm against the marble staircase. Romero grabbed a cigar out of its fancy case and offered one wordlessly. I shook my head. I'd always hated the smell of that shit. It reminded me of my own father. A clock ticked. Cigar smoke hung in the air, mixed with a distinctly female scent. Displeasure emanated from Romero as he leaned back in his seat, his eyes narrowed on me. The feeling was mutual. We sat in silence, something building in the air. It might have been labeled as uncomfortable, but I didn't give a shit. I'd withstood plenty of uncomfortable moments in the span of my life, especially under my father's roof. I learned to survive, and sometimes actually preferred silence to constant chatter. What will it take to change your mind? Romero's words cut the silence in the air like a knife. My gaze found him, just as it flickered above my head, and I caught a reflection in the glass behind him. Romero's eyes widened as I shoved myself out of my chair and whipped around. The man brought his knife down as I screamed, "Fuck!" and dodged to the side, bringing my arm into my chest. I'd felt the cool blade break through my jacket with sickening clarity, cutting my flesh open. Another guy appeared, his gun pointed at my head. Where was Dante? Bang! Romero's pained grunt traveled through the air. I scrambled to pull out my own gun, ramming into my attacker who was still slashing his knife wildly. Blood was now pouring down my arm, but I grabbed his throat with my left hand and aimed with my right. Bang! Bang! He fell to the ground. Then I aimed at Romero, who still sat frozen in his chair, his left arm bleeding. I trained my focus on him, while I wrapped my hand around the fucker on the floor's neck and squeezed with all my strength. "Who sent you?" I snarled, flicking a look at the guy sprawled underneath me. His eyes bulged, and I squeezed even harder, his eyeballs straining and turning bloodshot. I only gave him half my attention, keeping my gaze locked on Romero. I didn't trust him. Bones crushed under the force of my grip. A final jerk, and his body slumped. "What the fuck?" Dante's voice penetrated the murderous fog in my brain, and I finally released the breath I'd been holding. Dante aimed his gun at Romero and said, "You good, Eamon?" I nodded and slowly rose to my feet, my hands covered in blood as I kept my attention on Reina's father. There were 100 thoughts circling my mind as my pulse thrummed, sweat slicking my forehead. My earlier prickle of warning returned tenfold. I should have trusted my instincts. His daughters sneaked out of the house without being caught, despite countless surveillance cameras all over the property. He was alone. He failed to warn me that someone was approaching me from behind. None of it looked good, and all of it felt like a setup. But killing him without hard proof would cause a war. "I'm good," I told him, breathing harshly and taking in the mess around us. Ironically, my eyes landed on a broken vase, taking me back to a memory of the 2 little girls. "Did you see any other men?" There was a slightly crazed, almost feverish look in Dante's eyes. It was all the answer I needed. "Yeah, 2 men in the hallway. I shot them." I walked past him and muttered, "Keep your gun trained on him." I didn't trust Romero not to shoot me in the back. In the hallway, I found 2 dead bodies, blood pooling around them like the Red Sea. Just like the ones I'd killed in the office, they were Japanese. Could it be Yakuza? I kicked one of the bodies, rolling it over, and eyed the familiar tattoo on his wrist. My gaze flicked to the other slumped body. The same tattoo. The kanji symbol for love and affection. It was my grandmother's favorite symbol, so my grandfather made it into a tattoo. First as a promise to his wife, then as a way to brand all his followers. So either my grandfather wanted me dead, or... I couldn't let myself think of the alternative. Neither scenario boded well for me. Either my cousin was after my Yakuza crown as the next in line to inherit it, or my grandfather changed his mind and had deemed me unworthy. The whole underworld mentality made me want to be the best in everything, and the richest of them all, so that nobody could fuck with me. I turned away from the bodies. Romero could do his own fucking cleanup. When I returned to the office, I narrowed my eyes on Romero, who sat motionless, still grasping his bloody arm. "Your friends?" I questioned. "Never seen them before." "Then why are they here?" Dante said, disbelief clear in his tone. "How in the fuck should I know?" he spat. "Did you tell someone about this meeting?" "You called this meeting," I pointed out. "Father won't be happy with you when he learns of this, Romero," Dante said, glancing down at my bloody hands. We'd killed many over the years. It was almost too easy to shoot a man. But killing with your bare hands was a completely different feeling. It was personal. It left a stain not only on your body, but your soul. "Maybe we should end you too," he continued, with an unsettling grin. "No," I growled. We couldn't be sure that Romero was in on it, no matter what my 6th sense warned. and something about leaving his daughters without a parent didn't sit well with me. "What do you mean, no?" my brother hissed. "The fucker had the Yakuza in his house. Somehow I don't think they were here to kill him." "They shot me," Romero protested weakly. "Please," Dante snickered. "He grazed you." "I need a fucking drink," I growled, and headed in the direction of the minibar. I poured myself a glass of whiskey, studying the old man sitting behind the desk. "I want to know why you're working with the Yakuza." He paled, shaking his head jerkily. "I'm not." I slammed the crystal cup on the glass surface of the minibar, shattering it to pieces. "Stop fucking lying." I walked back to the table, stepping over the dead body and sinking into the chair. "Last warning, Romero. Start talking, or Dante will put a bullet between your eyes." We might have been a third of his age, but we were stronger. Soon, we'd be invincible, and nobody would fuck with us. "It'd be my pleasure," Dante said, his smile unhinged. Romero slumped his shoulders, finally admitting defeat. He looked me in the eyes when he said, "I stole their drug shipment. In repayment, it was either your life or my daughter." Daughter, not daughters. It seemed they wanted only one of the girls, and I'd put all my hard-earned money on guessing which one. Bottom line, it was clear which option Romero took. Well, he'd chosen wrong, because now I had him by the balls. 6. Eamon, 20 years old. It was a long fucking day. After the shit that went down, Dante and I needed to decompress. We sat at the bar of the Ritz-Carlton Hotel in downtown L.A. The skyline view stretched out, the stars non-existent with the lights emanating from the city around us. Behind us, guests gorged on steaks and bottles of aged wine. "Do you think he'll follow through?" Dante asked, speaking in Italian. We laid out terms in exchange for his life. He'd be our mole within the ongoing human trafficking operations. He was to continue with business as usual, and we'd slowly demolish it to nothing from the inside out. "Or do you think he'll try to backstab us?" I shrugged. "Time will tell." "Shouldn't we tell Father?" I shot him a dry look. "Do you want to tell him?" He ran his hand through his hair for what seemed like the 100th time. "You're the eldest." Any other time, he'd choose to forget that fact. "We won't tell him," I stated coldly. "He and Romero don't get along. This way, Romero will be indebted to us, and we'll have a hand in ending the flesh trade. It's a win-win." "Unless he stabs us in the back," he said, repeating his earlier concern. He had a point there. "We'll make him need us," I said. "He won't be able to move drugs without our help, and we'll use his existing connections to end the ones that are passing human trafficking through our territories." "It's a good plan," Dante agreed. "I just don't trust him." I didn't either, but we'd have to give it a try. If there was even a hint of deception, we'd end him. "Don't you wonder why he never bothered to produce a male heir? He never remarried after his wife died." My eyebrow cocked in surprise at Dante's question. No, I never wondered because I don't give a flying fuck about Tommaso Romero or why he never married again. Why would I? "Just seems odd to me," Dante remarked. "Every family in the Omerta except Tommaso has an heir apparent. The Omerta doesn't allow women at the table, and for the foreseeable future, it'll remain that way. So why would he risk losing it? His wife wasn't part of the underworld and was wealthy on her own. Maybe he doesn't need that seat anymore. Or maybe he loved his wife, I remarked sardonically. Some men do. He scoffed. Most marriages in our world rarely valued trust, never mind love. I doubt it. Look at our father, he pointed out. Anyhow, I think there's something more sinister behind this shit with him and the Yakuza, aside from the drugs he took. I thought so too, but I changed subjects. Did you find anything in the house? He shook his head. No, but it was to be expected since it's not his home. What rooms did you look in? Dante rolled his eyes. His bedroom, his kids' bedrooms. There was another library. Nothing. We were silent for a few heartbeats when he continued. Aren't you wondering why the Yakuza would want you dead? You're supposed to be the next in line to lead it, not be executed. I shrugged. I'll talk to Mom and see if we can get any information from her contacts. If the Yakuza wants me dead, there must be a reason. You mean besides the fact that you're supposed to take over when your grandfather dies? My uncle would have been next in line to take the crown, but he was murdered in his own home. Culprit unknown. Not that I gave a shit. I bet it's Itsuki. He just turned 18. Nothing stopped us from killing before we turned of age. Good point. After losing his only son, my grandfather had sought out my mother and forgiven her transgressions, namely choosing an Italian over the Yakuza. It was clear he just wanted to line up his succession, and my cousin was a brainless idiot. He was cruel, impulsive, and plain stupid.
7. Raina, 14 years old. It was 1 a.m. when Phoenix parked her Jeep across the street from Grandma's mansion. Carrie Underwood's lyrics still buzzed in my ears and adrenaline pumped through my veins. My eyes darted to my sister, who was smiling widely. Yeah, the concert was legendary. We made our way back to the house the same way we'd left, except, unlike this morning, I'd ensured my dress didn't catch on the spikes. It wasn't easy sneaking in under Papa's watchful eye, or should I say, his blinking red cameras. It was the only way he agreed to let us stay here during our school breaks. Otherwise, he'd have insisted we went to Italy. Goosebumps broke on my skin, remembering our last trip to Italy 8 years ago. Mama's vacant eyes and ghostly pale face. I blamed Papa for it. She was always wary of his world, yet he insisted on pulling her into it. Papa was the head of one of the 5 families of the Omerta. His criminal network, the Mafia, stretched from Italy through Europe all the way to South America. Papa didn't know Phoenix and I knew he was a criminal. Of course, I didn't know what being a criminal entailed, but I knew it wasn't good. However, it was good that he let my sister and me stay with our grandmother when we weren't at boarding school. Following the well-worn path, our feet soft against the grass, we circled around to the back where our bedrooms were. Grandma's bedroom suite was on the ground level, facing the ocean. Our rooms were on the 2nd floor, right above hers, with a balcony that wrapped around to the side of the house. It was how we managed to sneak in and out of the house most of the time, the crashing waves covering the sounds of our careful footsteps. Go first, I told my sister. You should, she protested. I shook my head. No, I'll stay and listen for anyone coming. With that, she started to climb up, gripping the rope we'd hidden behind the vines that crawled up the side of the estate. Just as she reached the top, she crawled over the balcony rail, then turned around, giving me a thumbs up. I started climbing and soon joined her on the balcony. See? I signed, grinning. Easy peasy. Truthfully, it was easier to sneak out of the boarding school than here when Papa was in town, but we had no control over Papa's comings and goings, so we were extra careful when we left, sticking more to the neighbors' property than ours. Taking my sister's hand in mine, we made our way into my room. The moment we stepped inside, the lights came on, revealing Papa sitting in the chair, his arm wrapped in a bandage and a dark expression on his face. Shit, I muttered as Phoenix's fingers tightened, gripping my hand painfully.
Are you drunk?
Papa hissed. He was so mad, I swore I could see steam coming from his ears. He rose to his full height, towering over the two of us. Phoenix was taller than me, but under our father's scrutiny, she shrank too. I shook my head, gulping audibly. His eyes darted to Phoenix and back to me. We didn't drink any alcohol, I vowed, my heart beating so hard I feared it'd crack my ribs. I missed the person he was before Mama died. I missed his smiles and hugs, but it was as if he died that same day she did, and someone who looked like Papa took his place. As much as I wanted to fight to bring him back to us, I needed to get through tonight first.
Are you lying to me, Reina?
The storm in his eyes told me he thought I was. A wave of nausea crashed over me, but I ignored it. I shook my head, forcing my face to remain expressionless. Papa always made me nervous when he was this furious, and he could easily misinterpret my skittishness for guilt. Without warning, he wrenched Phoenix away from me, raised his hand, and readied to slap me. I didn't move, watching as if in slow motion as his hand came closer and closer, but the slap never came. Phoenix took one step, and the slap meant for me connected hard across her face. Her head whipped backward as she whimpered. I felt Phoenix's pain as if it were my own. Protect your sister. Mama's words rang in my ears, urging me to take this punishment for her. As fury bubbled inside me and painted the scene red, I readied myself to fight back. I knew this was unlike him, and that he would surely feel the guilt crash down later, but I wouldn't stand by and watch it happen. So I took a step in his direction, hardened my features, and moved her behind me. Don't touch her! My angry scream could probably be heard throughout California, full of rage and coated in disappointment. He had never hit us before. Yes, he'd been getting increasingly agitated with us lately, but this was a step too far. It was my job to protect my sister, and I planned to. My ears rang and the taste of copper flooded my mouth from biting my lips so hard. He stood there, his face bright red and something in his eyes I couldn't quite read or interpret. He released a shuddering breath, the deep creases lining his eyes making my anger waver. He looked tired, exhausted. Phoenix held her cheek, and seeing his handprint on it made my anger flare back up. He wasn't the man I remembered. He wasn't the same Papa who was kind and soft toward his girls. He had changed. He'd hardened. I couldn't understand it. His hatred toward the world and everyone in it was consuming him with such intensity that it raised the hairs on my body. My eyes studied his arm. What happened? His eyes darted down and darkened, almost as if he'd forgotten about it.
Nothing.
His voice was cold, slicing through the air. Well, I hope this nothing. My eyes flitted to his blood-stained bandage before reconnecting with his gaze. Bleeds out and you drop dead. I had no idea where the words came from. Yes, I often got into trouble at school, fighting the kids who bullied Phoenix, but I never said anything so mean. I opened my mouth to say something else, but before another word was uttered, the slap came, silencing me. My ears rang as pain exploded on my cheek and warm liquid trickled down my chin. My fingers touched my split lip, crimson staining them. I stared at my hand while my lip throbbed, dripping more blood down my chin and onto my shirt. Father had never raised his hand to us. Fucking ever. Yet he'd just hit Phoenix and me in the same night. I braced myself for more pain when the door opened. What are you doing, Tommaso? Grandma stood in the doorway, her hands on her hips and a white cap on her head. Her eyes, blue like Phoenix's and mine, landed on my sister. She didn't miss the handprint on her cheek, and when she saw a matching one on mine, her eyes narrowed. What have you done? The taste of blood, sweet and coppery, made my stomach churn and burn the back of my eyes. Phoenix's soft cries filled the room, but I had to be strong for her. I feared if I let my tears fall, they wouldn't stop.
Punishing my daughters.
His voice shot through the dark room.
Go back to bed, Diana.
Papa said with an eerie calmness.
And starting tomorrow, Phoenix and Reyna are grounded for sneaking out and doing who knows what all night.
1 second she was at the doorway, and the next she was in front of Papa, blocking us from him.
Move out of the way, Diana.
He hissed.
They are my daughters.
She didn't answer, just stared fearlessly at him. One day I wanted to be brave like her. One day I'd stand up to the world like she did. Do you need a reminder? Grandma's voice was like a whip. The temperature in the room took a dive, and goosebumps rose on my arms despite the warm April temperatures. Do not forget your promise, Romero. Silence stretched, holding steady as tension bubbled. It pressed on my chest. Awkward, uncomfortable, almost explosive, but not quite. The quiet itched beneath my skin, thick and ominous, until Papa turned around on his heel, leaving us without another word, and slamming the door shut with a loud bang. I hate him. Phoenix was the first to break the silence, her hands signing rapidly. Grandma stared at the closed door, her chest rising and falling. She was more upset than ever. I hate him and I love him. Why is he like this? No answer. Tension wrapped its invisible hand around my throat, suffocating me. Grandma, what happened? I whispered, my voice shaking. And why was Papa's arm bandaged? Because he's a goddamn criminal, she responded, her expression shuddering at what she'd let slip. But the statement didn't come as a shock. We'd known ever since we were little that our father was different. Maybe it was because none of our friends' dads carried weapons, not unless they were police officers, which our dad most definitely was not. I told Grace he wasn't good enough for her, but she didn't listen. Never listened. And it cost her everything. Phoenix and I waited for her to elaborate, but judging by her thin lips and grim expression, she was done speaking. Has he killed anyone? Phoenix asked. Why wasn't she happy? Grandma shook her head. You two don't worry about that. Then she pinned us both with her sternest look and added, and you never repeat it to anyone. Understood? We both nodded hesitantly. What if Papa takes us away from here? I rasped. Do you think he'll forbid us from living with you? She shook her head. He won't. Her confidence fed my reassurance, although a sliver of doubt lingered. How can you be so sure? I asked, suspicion forming inside me. Grandma closed the distance and pulled us both into a tight hug. We stood there, her love wrapped around us. It wasn't Mama's love. It wasn't Papa's. But it was the next best thing. Just when I'd given up hope of receiving an answer, she pulled away and signed. Because I carry a secret that can never get out. It's why he agreed to your mother's last wishes and let you live with me. My sister and I shared a look, not understanding what kind of secret could be big enough to hold over him in this way. What secret? Phoenix asked. Grandma gave us a wolfish smile, the kind that a mother in the wild might offer to a predator approaching her babies. It wouldn't be a secret if I told you. Would it? She was right. But my curiosity piqued anyway. If I knew my sister, and I did, she felt the same way. But I will tell you this, girls. If something happens to me before you're all grown up, you will receive a letter from me. It will be your security. I wouldn't understand the meaning of those words for many, many years to come.
8. Eamon, 20 years old. The next day we were back in Italy. Our plane had just landed when an urgent message came through from my mother, asking me to meet her in my apartment in the heart of Trieste. It was her safe haven when Father went through his tantrums, and it worked out well since I rarely stayed in Trieste anymore, only when there was business to deal with. The moment we arrived, she hugged me, her dark eyes shimmering with unshed tears, She handed me a letter before hugging my brother. All the while, my Oji-san's most trusted man, Hiroshi, stood in the background. I stared at the message written in Japanese, the hiragana characters boldly marked on the white page. Words danced in front of my eyes. I even questioned my Japanese, reading and then rereading. The meaning was clear. My grandfather was dead. The koseki, the documentation of the Japanese law that had the report of his death, sent by my cousin, contained only sparse details. It didn't even list where and when the wake and funeral would be held. Fucking bastard. At least now I had confirmation that my cousin was responsible for the attempt on my life. Sofu was dead. My gut warned he was assassinated. But again, without any proof, it was a useless assumption. He wanted you to take over, Hiroshi claimed. He'd been with my grandfather for the last 20 years. It was a connection for life. But now that he was dead, he chose his alliance. My mother sat quietly, her hands clenched in her lap. This death would hit her hardest. It was hard to be close to someone you'd seen only a handful of times. But she'd grown up with her father and loved him, at least until she made the mistake of trusting a man who betrayed her. She fell in love with Tommaso Romero, her first mistake. Her second was trusting him. He used her for her connections, then left her. He never followed through on his promises to wed her. Mama found herself as my father's mistress. Angelo Leone was no better than Tommaso. He just wanted to use her and her womb to create an heir for his line. I'm guessing Itsuki didn't wait for the appropriate period to proclaim himself the head of the Yakuza, I stated matter-of-factly. The words my mother had whispered so many times while growing up played in my mind. A crownless prince. Bitterness was a bitch to overcome sometimes. I was building my empire here, but it didn't ease the sting of losing the claim of my birthright. I loved my brother, and taking his seat at the omerta table was not an option. Itsuki, on the other hand, I held no regard for. He wasn't family, at least not in my book, so I'd have no issue ending him. Except for the fact that it might bring trouble to everyone's door, not just my own. My eyes found Hiroshi. He was in his 50s, loyal. My grandfather trusted him implicitly, and he'd be an asset to me. And he could potentially be a good friend if I opened myself up to the idea. What's my cousin's offer? I asked. I'm guessing he has one. Smart boy, Hiroshi said, smiling. A sardonic breath left me, but I didn't dwell. I couldn't remember the last time someone called me a boy, including my own father. Probably right before I made my first kill. He wants you to work for him. I gritted my teeth. That would be a hard pass for me. He'll be looking for your weaknesses. You must have none. In the meantime, we'll exploit all of his, and when the time is right, we'll strike. He nodded. That's right. We'll strike. Because I'd be damned if I remained the crownless prince forever. 2 days later, a few minutes before 7, we sat in the dining room of Father's home. It was inevitable that we'd see him on this trip. We had much to discuss. Neither my brother nor I felt like chatting, but we knew avoiding him any longer would stir trouble. So, here we were. I studied my mother's face for any sign of bruising. There were none. There were benefits to growing up and becoming physically bigger and stronger than your father. I had made it clear long ago that if he laid a finger on her, I'd stop helping with the Leone business. Dante did the same. We might not always be here to restrain him, but we finally had something to hold over his head, and neither one of us would hesitate to use it. Father sat at the head of the table, his eyes locked on my mother. I fucking hated that she stayed with him. He had multiple mistresses on the side, which was something she preferred, but I couldn't understand why she never left him. She didn't love him. She might have fooled us when we were children, but she couldn't do it anymore. He had to be holding something over her head, and I intended to find out what it was. Then I'd set her free, so she could live the rest of her days in peace. "How was the meeting with Romero?" he asked, his gaze still on my mother, who stiffened slightly. I hadn't told her that Romero made a deal with the Yakuza to have me killed. It seemed a moot point, seeing as we'd blackmailed him into cooperation. A maid rushed in, carrying plates of food, no doubt something to appease Father's tastes, and set them down in front of us. "It was fine," Dante answered. "What is this shit?" he asked, eyeing the food on our plates. "A healthy dinner." It was curious that he didn't bring up the Yakuza business first. I would have thought he'd be worried about his drug routes now that my cousin had taken over. "He'll use the Leone ports for drug shipments in the spring and summer months and pay us a fee." My mother's attention was on the plate full of food in front of her, no doubt wondering how she was going to stomach it. Black pudding, bread, and a well-done steak. It was definitely a subtle "fuck you." And yet, she said nothing as she pushed it around on her plate. "Healthy dinner? What the actual fuck?" Dante muttered, staring at the plate that mirrored our mother's. "Did you get a new chef who has no taste buds?"
"It's the same cook,"
Mama answered flatly. I opened my mouth to tell Father that he might need to consider retiring him, but Dante was quicker. "He must want to give us all explosive diarrhea." "Consider it a cleanse," I muttered. A muscle in Father's cheek twitched, so I egged him on. "No wonder people lose their shit when they eat this crap," I added, the double meaning aimed at his temper. He slammed a fist against the table, causing all the silverware to rattle. Neither Dante nor I flinched, used to his outbursts, but my mother startled. Even after all these years, she was on edge around him. "You two done with the shit jokes?" he snarled. The old man hadn't aged well. His alcohol consumption and diet had taken a toll on him. The cancer helped too. His hair was still dark, only because he colored it, but there was no cure for his receding hairline and jaundiced skin. It didn't matter that his physical state had weakened. He was still capable of abuse and betrayal. It was the reason I didn't sleep under his roof anymore. The same was true for Dante. In general, neither of us ever got a whole night's sleep, no matter where we stayed. I used that time to go over surveillance and grow my empire. My insomnia started the day I saved a particular golden-haired girl. The same day Father took Dante and me to the dungeon for the first time and punished us. Since then, I'd slept with one eye open. He might be old and weak, but years of abuse at his hand had changed us in many ways. There was nothing I'd like more than to dispose of my father without anyone finding out, including my brother. But, unfortunately, that wasn't in the cards. At least not at the moment. "Did you see Romero's daughters?" he asked. Mother's eyes shot up from the plate for the first time since we sat down for dinner. Her gaze darted from me to Dante, then to Father. He regarded all three of us in a way I didn't like one bit, almost as if he knew something we didn't. "We didn't see his daughters," I lied.
Why do you care?
Mother asked him. It was my question exactly. Father never cared about anyone, especially not someone else's children. He shrugged, smugness clear on his face. I don't. I just think it's amusing how Romero was so desperate for sons and got punished with daughters. I stared at him with indifference, while my chest burned with anger and hate. I hear his youngest, Reina, is quite the troublemaker. I gave him a tight smile, hating the way he spoke her name. I didn't like him even knowing Reina Romero existed, never mind speaking of her. How so? Dante asked curiously, shoving his black pudding around on the plate with a repulsed sneer. Rumor has it that she's always fighting her sister's battles.
She loves her sister and protects her. Nothing unusual about that.
Mother's voice trembled, her fingers clutching the fork so hard her knuckles turned white. Father barked a laugh. Maybe. He leaned back, his eyes searching for something I couldn't understand. He looked for it in our mother, in Dante, and in me. Romero will be looking to wed his daughter when she comes of age. Her dragon grandmother won't be able to protect those girls forever. It was then and there that I decided I'd be the one to protect Reina Romero.
9. Reina, 14 years old. The boarding school lay in the vicinity of Lake Tahoe, 20 acres of a fancy prison, but it was better than being home. After years of attendance, we knew the property like the back of our hands. While my sister and our best friend Isla worked hard on their homework, I was in charge of getting snacks this time around. I knew the drill. We all did. The entire mission should take me 20 minutes. I'd slip through the crack in the fence, make it to the store to get our favorite ice cream, and sneak back undetected. My eyes flickered to the sky that was turning dark and gray, signaling an impending storm. I could smell the rain in the air. Unlike our home in Malibu, where temperatures were always pleasant, in this part of California, it got colder than I liked it. A few cars passed by, tempting me to hitchhike, but I knew the dangers of it, so I decided against it. I sped down the road, keeping my eyes on my surroundings, while my mind kept returning to Eamon Leone. I hadn't been able to shake him from my thoughts since the fence incident last week. Gosh, he was beautiful, handsome, and so nice. Phoenix wasn't impressed. I thought she was crazy. Eamon was the most swoon-worthy boy I had ever laid eyes on. I heard the squeal of tires and was brought back to the present. A dark Mercedes with tinted windows idled a few steps ahead, and my steps faltered. I held my breath, waiting for the car to resume driving, but it never did. Then everything happened in slow motion. The car door opened, and a man stepped out. A large sumo wrestler-looking guy with a man on either side of him. His entourage, I thought, while an alarm shot through me and invisible hands clawed at my throat. I couldn't breathe. I should run. Every fiber of my being screamed for me to get out of here, yet my feet refused to move as my heart thundered, cracking my ribcage with each beat.
Reina Romero.
The sidekicks watched me with wariness, while the main guy stared me down with a gleam in his eyes.
What a pleasant surprise.
My mouth went dry and I refused to answer. My instincts warned that danger followed these men wherever they went. Then run, my reason warned. I stayed glued to my spot.
Yes, this has to be Reina Romero,
he drawled, stopping a foot from me.
With hair like gold and eyes of clear blue seas.
He took a step forward. I took one back. What do you want? I hissed.
You.
That finally got me in motion. Dropping the bags in my hands, I took off running, asphalt crunching under my shoes. If I got to the front gate of the boarding school, I would be in trouble for sneaking out, but I'd be safe. I didn't stop, knowing my survival depended on how fast I ran. My muscles screamed. I had never been a runner. Cardio was my weakness. I could barely hear over the sound of my lungs working, but I could sense movement at my rear. Just when the entrance was within reach, a hand wrapped around my throat. I was pulled by a firm hold and flung back. My back hit the ground and pain exploded through me. I opened my mouth to scream, but a heavy body sat on my torso and a hand muffled any sound. Oh my God, I can't die like this.
Your old man owes me a debt.
A shadow fell on me.
Don't damage our product, Akio.
I blinked in confusion. The guy who tackled me, Akio, stood up while I remained on the ground, staring at 3 sets of eyes. One of the goons yanked me up with a savage grip, tearing my jacket. His palm wrapped around my neck and I wheezed, desperately trying to inhale oxygen. Unable to stop him by clawing at his arms, I kicked him in the balls, which earned me a slap across the cheek.
Get her in the car,
the hefty guy ordered. I thrashed, scratched, and screamed as he dragged me toward the car. Never get in the car. My mind whispered the widely known safety fact. Let me go, I snarled, fighting with every ounce of strength I had. Their response was grins and smirks. Help! I screamed at the top of my lungs while pushing my body forward, desperate to set myself free. Panic started to invade my lungs. My breathing became erratic. Each step closer to the car had me hyperventilating. Through the fog in my brain and my kicking, I heard an engine, but I was too far gone to hope for someone to save me. Instead, I focused on clawing at my attackers.
Let her go.
A familiar voice boomed behind me, a clear command shattering through the air.
First and final warning. Next time, I'll shoot.
All movements halted. Several heartbeats of silence, then words spoken in a language I didn't understand. The grip on me loosened until I was completely free and gravity pulled me down. A strong arm wrapped around my waist.
Hold on to me.
I turned to find the boy of my dreams grasping me. My gaze lifted to his blank face, the smile I saw a week ago hiding somewhere deep and out of reach. My hands came to his chest, my fingers clutching his dark leather jacket.
What are you doing here, cousin?
The hefty guy asked. Cousin? This asshole was Eamon's cousin? Eamon's expression was deadly, and if this had been our first meeting, I would have been scared of him. Luckily, I remembered the boy who saved me from his father.
Reina's a family friend.
Eamon's controlled words bounced off my skin, but it was worse with the 3 men who stared at us. It was only then that I realized Eamon was pointing a gun at them. My lips trembled, but I held still, trusting Eamon to know what he was doing.
Her father owes me.
Eamon's cousin stared at me, studying me like I was an animal for sale. I didn't like it.
Not anymore.
His cousin laughed dryly.
You don't get to call those shots. Unless you want me to end you right here and now, I'd suggest you forget about Reina and the debt.
The cousin tilted his head, studying Eamon intently. My fists clenched, wanting to punch the stranger in the face. I didn't like that look.
Maybe I will, on one condition.
I could feel Eamon's muscles tense, but his expression never changed.
Being, you work for me. 10. Eamon, 20 years old. My fucking cousin. I hated his guts, and I swore as I watched him drive away that I would murder him before my time on this earth was over. I gave him my word, my loyalty for Reina's life. I couldn't believe I settled Romero's debt at my own expense after we'd just hatched a plan in our favor. However, as I watched Reina's pale face, I didn't regret it. She was still gripping my jacket, her eyes locked in the direction of the disappearing car. Are you all right? She lifted her head and stared at me, a soft pink hue on her cheeks. I jolted when I saw her looking at me with hearts in her eyes. The kid was 14. I peeled her fingers from my jacket and put some space between us. The scent of cinnamon lingered in my nostrils, but I didn't let myself decide whether I liked it or not. "Raina, are you all right?" I repeated. She blinked, clearing her throat.
No, I'm not okay. I was almost abducted.
Then she rolled her eyes, as if to emphasize how dumb my question was. I took it as a sign she was okay.
That asshole is your cousin?
My lips twitched at her tone. She was adorable, although way too young. Maybe Romero had the right idea by keeping his daughters out of the underworld. Raina kept her innocence, but certainly had a backbone. When I pulled up, I'd seen her fight Itsuki and his men, tooth and nail. "He is, but he won't bother you anymore. I'll make sure of it." She nodded her head.
Thank you.
Hiroshi received intel from his source back in Japan that Itsuki was coming after Romero's daughter. I'd been traveling for the past 24 hours to get here on time. If I had been even 5 minutes late, I would have missed her altogether. My chest tightened at the thought. The kid didn't deserve any harm, despite who her father was. Dante and I would find the document our mother needed, bypassing the Romero girls at all costs. "What are you doing out here alone?" She shrugged, walking away from me.
It was my turn to sneak out for snacks.
I caught her when she tripped over her feet and winced. I cursed silently. The fuckers must have heard her. She resumed walking, both of us silent, until she came up to the spot where her snacks lay scattered over the pavement. When she reached for the bag of pretzels, her movements slow, I stopped her. "Let me." She watched as I shoved all the snacks into the bag. "Don't they feed you snacks in this boarding school?" She let out a breath.
Only healthy stuff.
The look on her face confirmed her opinion about that fact. "There's enough snacks here to feed 10, I pointed out, amused as I rose to my full height. I knew she wasn't done growing, but she still seemed so small compared to me. A child who needed protection.
Well, there are 3 of us in the room.
She remarked, reaching for the bag in my hand.
I could take it from here.
"No, I'll walk you back to your dorm." She gawked at me.
You can't walk me into my dorm. I snuck out. I'd prefer to sneak back in so I'm not grounded for the next month.
"I'll sneak in with you," I told her. It was clear she didn't like my suggestion. Too bad. I didn't travel over 6,000 miles not to see her through to safety.
Whatever, Eamon.
She must have seen on my face that I wouldn't change my mind.
But if you get caught, I don't know you and you don't know me.
"Oh, how you wound me," I teased her. She whipped her head around, her golden curls framing her face. She opened her mouth to say something, but then clamped it shut.
I guess since you saved me, being grounded for a month as repayment isn't all that bad.
"We won't get caught," I assured her, then nudged her forward. "Lead the way, Cinnamon Girl." The nickname suited her. I grabbed her by the elbow, and she winced again. "When you get back into your dorm, take a hot shower, though a bath would be better if possible." We walked side by side, her steps slow but steady. "Do you have any cuts?" She shook her head.
I don't think so. Just knocked the wind out of me when that idiot slammed me against the ground.
I gritted my teeth, the image making me see red. "They won't bother you anymore." She flicked me a hesitant look.
Because you'll be working for him?
I avoided answering, but she'd heard the whole conversation. "Because I won't let him." She let out a sigh.
I don't know much, Eamon, but I don't think that guy is good news.
We got to the gap in the fence, and I made a mental note to hire a repairman. Raina's snacks were not worth her life. Nobody would be going in and out this way anymore. "You're right, he's not. That saying, keep your friends close and your enemies closer, applies here. That's what I'm doing." She didn't say anything. Once we arrived in front of her dorm, I could hear music and laughter behind closed doors. Raina gulped, the delicate veins in her throat bobbing as she watched me.
"Thank you again."
Her whole face shone with innocence, and deep down, I knew I'd be the one to destroy it one day. I mourned it already.
11. Raina, 17 years old. Nothing ever came without hard work and sacrifice. Those were my grandma's words. Mama used to say the same thing. That little fact had been cemented into my heart and soul. It was what made me who I was today. A stressed mess. Nonetheless, it was how I managed to skip 2 grades to ensure I graduated right alongside my sister. It was persistence, hard work, and a constant stream of anxiety. It was on me to protect her and ensure all her dreams came true. The extra friendships made along the way with Isla, Athena, and Raven were a bonus and made it all the better. It had been 1.5 years since we'd moved to Paris to attend the Royal College of Arts and Music. Papa was against it from the beginning, but Grandma Diana came through, again, reminding him that Mama wanted a normal life for us. I appreciated the power she had over these decisions, over my dad, even though I still didn't understand them, and I wholeheartedly agreed. Going away to college was part of growing up, part of normalcy. Pushing through the door of the pedestrian entrance, I arrived at the parking garage of the modern building on the outskirts of Paris. I preferred the old Paris, but the yoga studio here was the one I loved most. The only downfall was that you had to enter the building through the dank and creepy garage. My earbuds in, Carrie Underwood's song Church Bells blasted my eardrums as I hummed along. It was true what they said. You could take the girl out of America, but you couldn't take America out of the girl. Heading through the dimly lit parking garage, I caught sight of a sleek car from the corner of my eye, tires squealing as it sped toward me. My feet stopped and I stared across the almost empty space, eyes straining. I was assured when I joined the studio that security was a priority, especially with how many young women attended the evening classes. CCTV cameras lining the property were my proof, yet for some reason, dread pooled in the pit of my stomach. I hid behind a nearby car as the flashy red Ferrari stopped in my direct line of view. Its tires left angry black marks behind it, and my heart thumped wilder than the music's beat, still shrieking in my ears. I released a shaky breath. Thinking myself safe from my crouched position, I knew there was no way they'd seen me since they entered the garage from the opposite entrance, but something kept me from bolting out the doors. It was 15 feet away, and though there was no way they could catch up to me in time, I stayed glued to my spot. The car didn't move, didn't park. It was almost as if he or she were waiting for something or someone. A second later, another car. A black Mercedes-Benz S-Class appeared out of nowhere and stopped beside the Ferrari. Nobody got out, and I watched in horror as the window of the Mercedes lowered and the barrel of a gun appeared. As if on cue, Carrie's song came to an end. Loud gunshots filled the air, echoing through the empty garage, the noise causing my head to whip back from the force of it. I watched in horror as the other car's window lowered and he returned fire, bullets flying. My hands flew up, covering my ears. It reminded me of the crescendo of a dramatic song, the pitch picking up speed. Then suddenly, silence. Eerie. Deafening. I waited. For what, I wasn't sure, but after the silence stretched, I made a move that would change the course of my life. I peered over the hood of the beat-up Fiat I was perched behind just as the red Ferrari's doors opened. My heart drummed in my throat as my nails dug into my palms. I'd expect this in New York, even in Los Angeles, but never in Paris, where gun laws were some of the strictest. 2 men exited the car, one in a dark 3-piece suit and the other in jeans and a simple white shirt rolled up above his wrists, exposing his golden skin. One of his hands was relaxed by his side, while his other held the gun, pointed at the black Mercedes. It was clear he was very comfortable with weapons. As they turned in unison, giving me a glimpse of their profiles, a soft gasp broke through my lips. I stifled it with my hand as surprise slammed through me. I know those boys. No, not boys anymore. They were men, tall, dark, and terrifying. Eamon and Dante Leone, the Lion brothers. They each held a gun as they opened the door to the Mercedes. 2 men fell out, sprawled over each other, unmoving, blood covering their now unrecognizable features. Bile rose in my throat, and I inhaled deeply to stop myself from retching. I had never seen a dead body before, aside from Mama's, but I didn't like to think about that. It tended to set off my panic attacks. Yet, like an idiot, I watched the scene unfold before me, like my grandma, when she watched movies from her good old Hollywood days. I shook my head, blinking my eyes until my vision cleared. My focus was needed on the danger that lay ahead of me. The brothers forced one chubby man who was bleeding but still alive out of the car and pressed a gun to his temple, forcing him to his knees. He didn't look European, and if I were to guess based on his features, he was of Asian descent. Just like the one that tried to abduct me. Just like Eamon's cousin. Stupidly, my eyes returned to Eamon, the boy I never forgot. I watched him for any signs that he was still the person I remembered, but something about the dark expression on his face told me the innocent boy was long gone. In his place was a tall, powerful, possibly ruthless man.
"Who do you work for?"
Eamon asked in perfect English, his voice calm, but the power behind it unmistakable. He was lethal, and the man on his knees knew it. Desperate, the chubby man looked to Dante, but the latter was equally hard. After all, they were brothers who'd grown up under their Lion King of a father. Realizing he was getting no help, Chubby Man snarled in a heavily accented voice.
"Fuck you, half-breed, traitor to your kind."
The words were confusing. I didn't know what he meant, but from the amused nod they shared, the brothers did.
"That's the wrong answer. Should we go after your family, then?"
Dante's voice was colder than the darkest depths of the ocean, raising goosebumps over my skin.
"You'd never step foot in Japan."
Chubby Man snarled, but it didn't seem to have any effect. Sweat broke out on his forehead, and he let out a string of what I could only imagine were curses in Japanese.
"Final chance,"
Eamon warned, his expression dark.
"The boss knows you're still watching her.
He never got to finish the sentence, because Eamon pulled the trigger. A single shot rang in my ears with the haunting revelation that the little boy who'd once held stars in his gaze had become nothing but darkness. My stomach churned and my hand slapped across my mouth to keep myself from throwing up my lunch as I watched the man's vacant eyes roll to the back of his head. Eamon's hand fell to his side, studying the corpse with a bored expression. No reaction. No regret. I had to get out of here.
12. Eamon, 23 years old. I felt her eyes on me. Yet it wasn't until I killed the man that I tilted my head to the side, toward her. I expected shrieking, pleas for help, screams. Instead, she remained frozen, hiding behind the parked sedan and staring at me with widened eyes that were as incredible as I remembered. Even from here, I could see the color of her irises was a dizzying shade of blue. I flicked a glance at my brother, who hadn't yet seen her. "Your turn to dispose of the bodies," I told him. He flipped me the bird as he made his way around, tossing them easily into the back seat of the shot-up Mercedes. "These Yakuza fuckers should really go on a diet," he grumbled as he heaved the last man in. I let out a sardonic breath. I'm sure they say that about Italians, too. "Let's not forget you're part Italian," Dante pointed out wryly. He was right, of course. It was the reason I spoke multiple languages. Italian was the first language, although my mother claims I uttered a few Japanese words around the same time. English and French came naturally after that. He shut the door of the Mercedes and circled around to the driver's side. Let me guess. This is where you decide to claim your Japanese heritage. How convenient. I didn't answer him. It was hard to deny my heritage. All one had to do was catch a glimpse of my sharp cheekbones and dark eyes. I hadn't been a welcomed addition to the thorns of Omerta. It was only due to Enrico Marchetti's progressive thinking and his desire to take advantage of my ties to the Yakuza that I was accepted. Those ties came from my mother's side, the Yakuza princess who had left everything she knew for something unfamiliar. With a final glance my way, Dante slid into the seat and started the car that would soon be history, right along with its dead owners. Once he was out of view, I made my move. She rose to her full height and squared her shoulders when she saw me approach. Her chin tilted up, and the movement caused her golden curls to shine even in the low light of the garage. Every time I saw her, she stole my breath. I didn't like this reaction, but I'd come to terms with it. It was inevitable, like the sun's rotation. It was a part of me, like the bitterness in my heart and the air in my lungs. So I stopped fighting it, and instead, I embraced it. I stopped 2 feet from her, towering over her 5'5" frame, and the scent of cinnamon instantly enveloped me, just as it had that very first day, 11 years ago. Hello, cinnamon girl. The depths of her blue gaze pulled me into their warmth despite her shaking. Fear was visible on her pale neck, fluttering like the wings of a butterfly. She was young, too young, and touching her would doom us both. Yet, like the moon dying for a glimpse of the sun, I brought my hand to her neck and traced the smooth line of her jaw, following the path until my fingers reached the point where her pulse drummed. She didn't reel or cower. She kept still.
Eamon? What are you doing?
My lips curved into a satisfied smile. Haven't forgotten me, huh? She let out an exasperated breath, her bottom lip still quivering slightly.
As if anyone could forget you.
She breathed. You'd be surprised.
Besides, I was 14 when I saw you last. Not 6.
She said, her voice regaining its strength. How could I forget?
Why did you kill those men?
Her eyes darted behind me to where 2 bodies had lain mere moments ago, and then returned to study me. They attacked us. Did she really not know she had been being followed for the past week? The look in her eyes told me she didn't. They went after something that didn't belong to them. Her delicate eyebrows scrunched, trying to decipher the meaning of it. Let her ponder on it.
You can't go around murdering people,
she rasped, leaning into my touch.
It's wrong.
Another sardonic breath escaped me. That's rich, coming from a member of the Romero family. Unless she didn't know what her father was involved in, or what he was still doing.
What do you mean?
I pushed her wild curls from her face. Never mind that. What are you doing here?
Yoga class.
Disapproval bubbled inside me. Alone? She rolled her eyes, pushing my hand away.
Yes, alone. I've been coming here for almost 2 years, and it's quite safe, thank you very much. It seems to be you who danger follows.
3 years ago, trouble followed you, I pointed out. She tilted her head.
Or maybe it was you. Since it was your cousin.
I ignored her last jab. It was in her best interest to think that. Why isn't your sister with you?
She doesn't like to do yoga. Besides, what's it to you?
"You're underage," I said, keeping my tone even. The old Romero really danced to his mother-in-law's tune, who insisted on her granddaughter's independence. The old dragon married some duke a few years back and now lived in the UK. I wondered if Tommaso had any say in his daughter's upbringing at all. Reina's eyes flashed with annoyance.
I'm almost 18.
Exactly. She blew a frustrated breath.
Why am I even arguing this bullshit with you? You just killed a man. My age really doesn't matter. You should worry about your own. Because you'll surely be spending a long time in a French prison.
Only if you tell someone what you saw tonight. I took a step toward her, closing the distance between us. I didn't need to glare or scowl to instill fear in those who challenged me. And you won't be doing that, will you? She knew if she talked, the chances of her survival, regardless of who her father was, were slim to none. So her next move surprised me. She slipped out of my grasp and darted for the elevator, leaving me in the dust. I quickly gathered my wits and went after her, yanking her back by her arm. She opened her mouth to scream, but my hand shot out to cover it, muffling any sound. "Reina, stop it," I warned. She bit into my palm, and I let out a string of curses in both Italian and Japanese. It wasn't until I spoke in my mother's tongue that she stilled. I felt her tongue against my palm, hot and wet, and something about it had my dick stirring. God damn it, she was underage. I needed to get my shit together.
I won't scream.
Her voice came out muffled.
Promise.
My eyebrow rose, and I slowly removed my hand from her soft lips.
You speak Japanese?
She seemed earnestly surprised. I do, I confirmed.
Who taught you?
My jaw tightened as venom crawled through my veins. My mother. My voice came out sharp, like the lash of a whip. Her crystal blue eyes widened, looking at me as if I had really hurt her. Since you already know that my father's Italian, it would only make sense for my mother to be Japanese, I added.
You don't have to be all snippy about it,
she murmured.
I was just curious. I don't know much about you.
The underworld was a gossip arena. Everyone talked about everything. And I knew the shit about my illegitimate birth and ties to the Yakuza were the talk of the Omerta. Reina's father, being a member of the organization, surely spoke about it too. Yet the way this odd interaction was playing out told me otherwise. Well, now you know. My hand still hovered over her mouth. She brought her own hand to mine, her fingers curling over it. Small, dainty fingers, clear of any nail polish. Anything else you'd like to question me about? She tilted her head, studying me, unabashedly, unafraid, despite her seeing me kill a man. And something told me it wasn't the first time she'd seen death. In fact, I'd staked my life on it. I'd watched her from afar ever since we crossed paths again 3 years ago. Something about her had intrigued me ever since I was a young boy. Reina's full lips curved into a soft smile.
That's it for now.
She stepped forward, her chest brushing against mine, watching me with an innocent expression. A wave of warmth ran down my spine as her scent hit me.
I think that's so cool. Exotic.
Exotic. I wondered if it was her roundabout way of referring to my illegitimate heritage, my father never marrying my mother, my mixed racial background, or if she was simply making an observation. My eyes traveled over her. She wore jean shorts that exposed her legs and that soft, flawless skin, hot pink shoes, and a pink t-shirt. I knew Reina Romero liked her luxury and had plenty of money to support her habit, not only from her papa, but also from her mother's side and her wealthy grandmother, both Hollywood legends. "You shouldn't be roaming the streets alone, Reina," I told her again.
"And you shouldn't kill people, Eamon,"
she scolded softly. Normally, it would piss me off if anyone told me what to do. But with her, I just shrugged, watching her cross her legs as she leaned against the wall. Her soft, curvy body didn't escape me, but she was still a girl. Underage, I reminded myself. And it didn't matter if she was of age, because she'd never be mine. Italian fathers wanted purebred Italians for their daughters, not illegitimate sons of mixed racial descent. The bitter prince, never a king.
"If you want, we can have dinner after my yoga class,"
she offered.
"And maybe you can tell me why you did it."
And that was how curiosity killed the cat.
13. Reina. A rush of life bubbled in my veins, and I squirmed, waiting for an answer. I couldn't believe I'd asked him out, but it was too late to retract the words. Not that I wanted to. I caught sight of the shadows fighting in his eyes as his masculine scent, lemon and green apples, wrapped around me and my nipples tightened. Confusion clouded my thoughts, and the warnings blared in my mind. I had literally just seen this man carry out an attack that left 2 others dead, yet all I could do was drown in his gaze that reminded me of the lost galaxies and stars. I couldn't look away, even if that's what he expected. So I waited for his answer to my question, while a whisper of adrenaline swam through my veins, as warm as the California sun. We stood toe-to-toe. His expensive-looking Italian leather shoes contrasted my pink Rothy's. My preppy pink t-shirt, though Valentino, against his dress shirt. Both of us wore jeans, but where his looked tailored and hugged him close, mine were distressed and cut off mid-thigh.
"Dinner with you?"
His English was perfect and very proper, British accent, not American when speaking English, with amusement touching his voice. His closeness and deep voice warmed my stomach, settling somewhere deep. "Yes, with me," I answered in a shallow breath as my eyes lowered to his lips. I wondered how he'd taste. Like gin and sin, maybe. I heard a car pull up, breaking through this man's overwhelming hold over my thoughts.
"I'll wait for you to finish yoga,"
he finally said, but before I could get too excited, he added,
"and take you home. You shouldn't be out, roaming the streets alone. Did you forget what happened when you snuck out of your boarding school?"
I refused to be riled up. I can, and will. I refuse to live in fear. Besides, I intend to grab dinner, so you can either sit and watch me or you can join me. With that, I sidestepped him and made my way inside the building, hoping that the doors to the studio weren't locked, seeing as I was almost 15 minutes late now. An hour of stretches, poses, and meditation later, and I was profusely sweating. All the while, I was aware of the familiar figure casually leaning against the doorframe, with his hands in his pockets. His whole presence distracted me, yet I didn't mind it. I needed the distraction. What with the attack I'd had a front row seat to, resulting in 2 dead bodies and a lot of unanswered questions. I found myself unable to resist darting my eyes to Eamon, catching the blue hues in his dark hair, wondering if he liked what he saw when I was in Downward Dog. Each time our gazes met, there'd be a hint of a smile and something thick and dark dancing through the air, pulling us closer together. I couldn't wait to talk to him again. It felt like the shortest hour of my life, but at the same time the longest. Once done, I strutted over to him, giving him a playful eye roll. "You couldn't resist dinner with me, could you?" He didn't seem impressed, studying me with cautious eyes. "Don't worry, Eamon. It won't be a date. We can even pay for our own meals if that makes you feel better." A sliver of displeasure passed through his eyes as he let his gaze trail down my body, then back up.
"Change out of that bodysuit, Reina.
Gosh, he was moody. No matter, though, I wouldn't be deterred by it. Leisurely, I sauntered into the changing room. But the moment the door shut behind me, I rushed to shower and change into clean clothes with a newfound eagerness. I threw on the pink off-the-shoulder top I'd packed in my duffel, knowing that early June nights could be chilly. When I came out, he was still in the same spot. "Ready?" I breathed out, my heart thundering in my chest. My breath was cut off when he reached his finger to trace the pendant sitting between my breasts.
Nice necklace.
I lowered my gaze to the platinum chain where a Japanese kanji pendant hung daintily. It meant love and affection, apparently. I hoped he didn't think I knew the language or anything about the culture, really. Why did I have it around my neck then? Because it was my mother's. Why did she have it? I had no idea. She gave it to me the day she died, and I couldn't bear to part with it. His fingers still lingered, almost brushing my skin. My pulse sped up at his touch. Heavy tension filled the space, condensing the space between us. It was my mother's. He didn't say anything. Instead, he took my bag and threw it over his shoulder, uncaring that it was pink and girly.
Shall we?
God, he was fascinating. His quiet confidence, his broodiness, and he moved with such precision, like his every move had an ulterior, higher motive. My heart beat faster with every step we took. I felt almost giddy. It felt as if we'd walked together 1,000 times before, our feet synchronized despite our size difference. As we walked out of the building, he led me to the garage and my steps faltered. We're not going in your shot-up car, right? Eamon's gaze sparked, stopping to glance back at me.
I had a new car brought in just for you.
Frustration rose in my throat, unsure if he was jesting or not. My tongue swept over my lips. We could walk, I suggested hopefully. The exit to the sidewalk is that way. He resumed walking, and I had to pick up the pace to catch up to him. He stopped by a black Maserati, and I let out a relieved breath. Anything was better than a car full of bullets. How did you swap out the cars? I asked. You've been in the studio the entire time. He opened the passenger side door and threw my bag in the back seat.
Coming?
I let out a frustrated breath at his non-answer and made my way to him, slipping inside. The warm, masculine scent instantly made my pulse flutter. When he joined me in the driver's seat and shut the door, the scent only became stronger, invading all my senses. It made my mind fuzzy and that sweet spot between my legs throb. My cheeks warmed, acutely aware of my attraction to him as I secured my seatbelt. Clueless as to what was going on with me, Eamon put the car in drive and pulled away. He didn't speak as we rode in his car. In my mind, we were having a million conversations, and the childish part of me wanted to impress him, so I kept going through topics that would make me look more mature in his eyes, not the underage girl that he'd called me. So I pulled up my phone and scrolled through everything Japanese, a mini crash course. I knew about kanji symbols from my mother's necklace, but that was about it. When we stopped at a red light, he glanced over.
What do you want to eat?
My lips curved up and I couldn't help a happy grin. Putting my phone away, I answered, "Whatever you're up for." He returned his attention to the road, and uncertainty once again made its way up my spine. I hated feeling this unsettled, exposed, insecure. You're going to eat too, right? He made a sharp right and entered a gated parking area.
I'm certainly not going to sit and watch you eat.
I bit the inside of my cheek to stop a giggle escaping. I commended myself on my smart comeback earlier because it clearly worked. He parked the car and jumped out, and before I could unbuckle my seatbelt, he was already around the car, opening my door. Thanks, I murmured, taking his outstretched hand. His fingers wrapped around mine, strong and warm and deep inside. I wished he'd hold my hand all the way to the restaurant. Stupid and silly? Yes, but I couldn't help my romantic notions. The moment we started walking, he released my hand and my heart sank, quickly and deeply. The disappointment was stronger than it should have been. No matter, I told myself. If he didn't like me, he wouldn't be taking me to a restaurant. We headed down a street with small shops, French music, and a half-dozen little cafes. I kept eagerly looking around for what restaurant he'd chosen. This street was a ways away from my apartment, so it wasn't often that I ventured into this part of Paris. He stopped at a Japanese restaurant that I would have otherwise missed. its discreet markings and entrance hidden from the street. He held the door for me, and I walked into the restaurant to find it crowded. Stunned, I followed him through the narrow dining room. Small tables were pressed closely together, and in the far corner of the room, there was a bar written in Japanese hiragana, katakana, and kanji, the Japanese alphabet. The mini crash course paid off, I thought smugly. I grabbed Eamon's forearm, my fingers wrapping around his solid muscle. He stopped, his eyes locking to where I touched him, then met my gaze as if to say, "What are you doing?" I didn't care. I'd never been one to hold back or bottle my emotions, and I wasn't about to start now. I didn't want to make him uncomfortable, but I struggled to keep my hands away from him, the connection between us tugging ever so gently. I pointed to the bar and said, "Can you read me the bar menu?" His dark brows furrowed.
Why?
I blew out a frustrated breath. "So I'll know Japanese names for cocktails," I grumbled. "Why else?"
You're underage.
He retorted dryly, shaking off my hand.
Therefore, you can't drink.
"We'll see," I muttered under my breath. Then I flicked him a curious look. "How old are you, anyhow?" He didn't even spare me a glance.
23.
That's a bit older. He let out a sardonic breath, and I tossed him a haughty look. "Not too old, though," I added quickly. "I'm practically 18.
Not yet, you aren't.
An elderly woman yelled out, spotting us, and our conversation came to a halt. Her eyes lit up, and she rushed over, uttering words to Eamon in Japanese that I didn't understand. It sounded like a string of connected syllables. She pulled Eamon, tall, intimidating Eamon, by his shirt, and, to my surprise, he let her pat his cheek affectionately. He smiled warmly, clearly knowing the woman and caring very much about her. "Eamon, long time," she said, switching to French. Taking a step back, I smiled at such a cute scene, but remained quiet, letting them have their moment. Maybe the boy who saved me, all those years ago, was still in there, hiding.
Nice to see you again, Oba.
I wanted to ask him what that word meant. If nothing else, maybe I could learn a few new words in the language during this pseudo-date. After all, Eamon was the only Japanese person I'd ever met. The woman's gaze turned to me, eyeing me curiously. I felt it touching my skin, and for some reason, I didn't think she approved. "And who's this?" she asked in French. Eamon pulled me forward, so we stood shoulder to shoulder.
Oba, this is my friend Reina. She's from California.
Well, at least he called me a friend and not a nuisance.
Reina, this is the woman who used to be my mother's nanny, but she's more like an aunt to me.
I smiled, extending my hand to the woman who was now beaming after Eamon's introduction. "Nice to meet you, Miss Oba." Eamon and Oba chuckled softly while my eyes darted between the two, wondering what was so funny.
Oba means aunt,
Eamon explained. I blushed, shifting uncomfortably on my feet. "Oh, I'm sorry." She took my hand, tilting her head. Her eyes bore into me, studying me, and I wondered what she saw. The disapproval in her eyes faded away, and she smiled. "You can call me Oba." My eyes flicked to Eamon, wondering if that would upset him. He shrugged, but before I could open my mouth, she spoke. "He doesn't decide who I'm Oba to. I'm Oba to him, and I'm Oba to you, because I say so." Then she bowed. Unsure what to do, I mimicked her movement. "Nice to meet you, She cut me off with a look, and I corrected. "Oba." She smiled, looking at Eamon once more. "She's a keeper." Eamon's expression didn't falter. I wished he would say something, but he remained quiet.
Do you have a table to spare for us?
He said instead, now speaking English, for my sake, I assumed, although I spoke French fluently. "For you always." She led us toward the back of the restaurant, stopping at a table with a view of the Seine and the glimmering lights of Paris. I gasped. "This is gorgeous. A little hidden gem." Oba smiled. "Now you know. And you come and see me." I nodded eagerly. "Absolutely. I love Japanese cuisine." We sat down at the small table as I flicked another glance at the sprawling view. A boat sparkling with festoon lights floated along the Seine, looking like it was drifting on a dark cloud. "Do you often eat Japanese food?" Oba asked me curiously. as she cleaned the table of excess silverware. I shook my head. My grandma would usually take us once a year. On the anniversary of my mother's death, but I didn't say that. Those were dark memories. They had no room here. I hope we see you more than once a year, Oba said. For sure. I have another 2.5 years of study, so you'll see me again. I'll bring my sister and friends next time. Satisfied with my answer, she patted Eamon's cheek. Shall I bring out your favorite?
Anything you have, Oba,
he answered.
Don't go out of your way for us.
The expression on Oba's face told me she planned to do exactly that. Once she was gone, Eamon's attention returned to me.
So why yoga?
I blinked at the abrupt change of subject. For a moment, I thought about lying, of trying to think of a response that would please him, but I just shrugged. My therapist recommended it. His eyebrow rose, but he didn't comment, his dark gaze studying me. If I wasn't careful, I could get lost in the galaxies behind it. Eamon might be good at keeping his thoughts tucked away, but I was even better at extracting them. I dug for them, until my curiosity was satisfied. Or for justice, at least when it came to my deaf sister. The kids at boarding school could sometimes be cruel, and I'd always made it my mission to protect Phoenix from it, at any cost. Meditation helps to keep my panic attacks at bay.
Do they happen often?
I shook my head. No, not anymore. Only when I struggled to sleep. Then, because I couldn't resist, I added, You seem surprised. The waiter came to take our drink order, so he didn't answer right away. Once he left us alone, Eamon spoke up.
I didn't think a sheltered princess like you would have any reason for panic attacks.
My back straightened, and tension shot through me. You don't know anything about me. You should keep your assumptions to yourself.
Is that so?
His voice was calm, unbothered.
You don't judge people?
I swallowed. I try not to, I whispered. We all came into this world screaming and covered in blood. All we can do is make sure we don't leave the same way. A muscle in his jaw worked, and his expression turned stony.
Where did you hear that?
I'm not sure. I lied. Look at me, Raina. My mother's voice whimpered. We all came into this world screaming and covered in blood. Promise me you and your sister won't leave the same way. I didn't understand those words back then. Still didn't to this day. It's too late for me, she'd said.
I have no problem leaving the same way,
Eamon said, giving me a strange look. I wondered if I'd pissed him off.
That is, with someone's blood on my hands.
We stared at each other.
That seems like an awfully soulful quote to be carrying around with you. Most 17-year-olds aren't out there thinking so morbidly.
My pulse hammered, hoping he would just drop it. I needed to steer this conversation in a new direction, and fast. Know a lot of 17-year-olds, do you? I fought to keep my tone steady. Besides, it doesn't concern you. Why don't you keep your secrets and I'll keep mine? I whispered, surprised at his inquisitiveness. It's not like you're an open book. He stilled as if surprised.
You're lying to me. You know exactly where you heard those words.
Did he hear them somewhere too? I wondered. Yeah? And where's that? I challenged, unwilling to cave in to his questioning so readily. Where did I hear them, oh mighty Eamon Leone? He let out a sardonic breath.
It's what the Omerta is built on.
I watched him, unwilling to say anything. I had heard my papa say those words, but I heard my mama say them first.
Right along with, see no evil, hear no evil, speak no evil,
he stated. I sneered. Kind of hypocritical, don't you think? I retorted dryly, given that in the Omerta, that's all men do.
And what do we do, exactly?
He challenged.
We are businessmen. Nothing more, nothing less.
Thankfully, I contained my snort. It wouldn't have been cute at all. Instead, I waved my hand, frustration bubbling in my throat. Whatever. I'm not going down that road. You keep your secrets, Eamon, I repeated softly. And I'll keep mine.
Fair enough.
Tension melted from me as I exhaled. Have you been in Paris long?
I come and go.
How long will you be around this time? He shrugged.
I have to close out some business deals. Then I'll see.
Eamon pointed at my menu.
Do you need help?
I lowered my eyes and realized It was all in Japanese. Yeah, but I thought your Oba said she was getting you your favorites.
She's your Oba now, too,
he pointed out, amusement coloring his voice.
Not everyone likes sashimi. Better order some other things in case.
I'll eat whatever you're having, I said. Whenever we eat Japanese with Grandma, we have tuna rolls. I love them, but I'm ready for something new. The waiter came back with our drinks and a variety of items I didn't recognize. He placed the dishes between us. My mouth watered, and suddenly my stomach growled. I smiled sheepishly. I'm hungry.
I can hear that,
Eamon said, amused. I reached for my chopsticks, grabbing one and holding it like a knife, prepared to stab the first sushi roll when Eamon's fingers wrapped around my wrist.
What are you doing?
Eating? His eyes lowered to the chopsticks and back up to my face.
Not like that.
I'm not good at holding chopsticks, I grumbled. I've tried, and it always ends in a big mess.
Here, let me show you.
He let go of my wrist, took his own chopsticks, and held them up. I tried to imitate his grip, and after a few tries, he reached out and shifted my fingers to put them in the right position.
Hold your chopsticks toward the top, not in the middle or the end.
I moved the sticks, and they didn't drop. My eyes met his as I grinned from ear to ear. I have it! Look! He nodded.
Good job.
I beamed like the sun at his praise. I grabbed the first roll and brought it to my lips. Yummy, I murmured. Which one is sashimi? He pointed to the dish in the middle.
Dip it in the soy sauce. You might like it better that way.
I nodded and reached for the piece, dipped it into the sauce, and then brought it to my lips. I chewed slowly. The raw fish tasted much stronger, savory, and bold. I like it, I said, chewing.
Good girl.
I rolled my eyes, but felt myself flush as I gestured toward the dishes. No way was I about to let him know how much his words affected me. You better eat some, I murmured, or I'll eat it all and you'll be left hungry. He chuckled as he grabbed himself a piece.
You wouldn't really leave me hungry, would you, Raina?
I scanned his face as I worked out what he was trying to say. Did he know I'd never stopped thinking about him? No, I wouldn't, I admitted, drowning in his beautiful eyes. They were unusual, a darker ring around the brown. They weren't cold, but something about them had always fascinated me. Eamon reached for another piece and held it out to me.
Try this,
he encouraged. I leaned forward and closed my lips around his sticks, then pulled back, savoring the taste of the tuna roll. My nose tingled and he chuckled, handing me my glass of water.
Drink.
I gulped the water. Gosh, that's spicy tuna, I said, draining the glass. Next time, give a girl a warning. He took the glass out of my hands, chuckling.
Water won't help. Milk will.
When I wrinkled my nose, he shook his head.
Fine, have it your way. But we have a long way to go.
He nodded his head toward the waiters, making a beeline to our table, carrying another dozen small plates. Damn straight, I muttered, grinning.
14. Eamon. 2 hours later, we were back in my car, her long hair now loose and cascading over her shoulders. My curiosity about her panic attacks was once again growing as I took in her sleepy eyes, her slumped shoulders. All through dinner, she chatted away about nothing and everything, telling me all about her friends and her studies, and all I could focus on were the things that upset her, things that made her anxious or stressed. I had learned a lot about her over the last few years, but nothing about her therapy and panic attacks had ever come up. Finding out now was inevitable. Raina didn't seem to hold anything back. It was refreshing, considering holding back was all I did. Part of me wanted to take her apart and understand what made her tick, to understand what drove her, inspired her, to know why she still smiled with rays of sunshine if there were things in her past that required therapy. She turned her head, staring at me unabashedly with curiosity clear in her blue eyes.
Do you often go back to Italy?
Yes. Then, even though I knew the answer, I asked, You? She fisted her hands in her lap, her knuckles turning white. I knew she and her sister hadn't been back since the summer I'd met them at my father's party. I knew a lot about her, as a matter of fact. Her education, her social circle, her spending habits, which weren't insignificant. She remained silent briefly before adding,
After finals, I'm going. But just for a few days. A week at most.
Staying at your papa's? She nodded, her expression blank. Something about it had my chest tightening in frustration. I liked her better with that mischievous gleam in her eyes than hiding behind a mask. I drove through the dark streets, glimmering lights casting shadows over her profile and her curly hair. The tension stretched, and I swept my gaze over her. Her head rolled to the side, her eyes closed, long eyelashes resting on her smooth porcelain skin. High cheekbones, full lips, and furrowed brows. I needed to back off. She had her grandmother and papa to protect her. She didn't need my protection as well. Yet here I was. Reina Romero had angelic features, but her eyes were what ate at my soul, maybe even her own soul. Tonight I'd caught flashes of something haunted, and it was so damn hard to ignore. I stroked a stray strand of soft, silky hair away from her face. She'd grown from that 14-year-old girl with braces. Her beauty was the kind that blinded men, and I feared she would put a spell on me. It would be ironic if I turned out to have hearts in my eyes now. I inhaled her cinnamon scent and wondered if she tasted like cinnamon too. Fuck, I'm a goner. Reina. She slowly stirred, her eyes opening to look at me. A dreamy smile curved her full lips, and her eyelids fluttered as sleep pulled her back under. That protective surge shot through me again. I reached out, tucking her golden curl behind her ear. Come on, Sleeping Beauty. She sat up, rubbing her eyes and running her fingers through those unruly curls. They were too wild, too rebellious, yet somehow perfectly fit the girl who slid across the marble floors of my father's castle in her socks. Along the way, though, she'd begun to hide, to mold herself into something different. She was still outgoing and full of life, but there was something different about her. I couldn't exactly pinpoint what it was, but something about her had changed, and I intended to unravel the truth.
Do you want to come up?
She offered. I studied her face, those eyes glimmering even in the darkness of the night. Do you know what a man thinks when a girl asks him up to her apartment at this hour? She let out a chuckle.
I live with 4 other girls, so think again, Eamon Leone.
The sound of my name coming from her soft lips gave me so many ideas. Wrong fucking ideas. She waited, watching me, a vein pulsing faintly along her elegant neck. She wants me to kiss her. As if she could read my thoughts, her eyes flitted to my lips, her own mouth parting slightly. She waited another moment, then said,
Anyhow, thanks for dinner.
She stepped out of the car, shutting the door behind her. And somehow, I had a distinct feeling that one day, the door would shut between us permanently. Hiroshi, I said, finding my advisor in the back room of the warehouse in Le Havre's seaport. He sat on a stool, his attention on the phone. How did they know the girl would be there? While Reina stretched and meditated and bent her body every which way, I sent a message to Hiroshi to get to the bottom of the attack. It was only thanks to a last-minute surveillance check that I'd spotted Yakuza men loitering in the parking garage of Reina's yoga studio. And it was only due to sheer luck that we were nearby and got there in time before they could lay a hand on her.
I don't know, he answered in Japanese, but I'd guess it's Itsuki's order.
For years, I played my cousin's second-in-command and acted as a delicate alliance between the Yakuza and the Omerta. Of course, Itsuki was a greedy bastard and looked for any way to take over our world. But stalking Romero's daughter was crossing the line. It was my only condition when I agreed to join him. Reina Romero was off limits. Yet here he was, sending men to do exactly that. He had always seemed the most interested in the Romeros. It made no sense, because they were the weakest family in the organization. Unless it boiled down to the shitstorm Romero started 3 years ago when he stole from my cousin. But that debt was considered repaid when I joined the Yakuza under Itsuki. Did you look into Romero? I asked. Maybe he made another bad deal.
That was my first thought too, he admitted. But he hasn't had any contact with them.
Fucker shouldn't have put his daughters on the Yakuza's radar in the first place. Idiot. Although he had been holding up his end of the bargain. He'd stopped flesh trading, unbeknownst to anyone else in the business, and passed on the contacts of fuckers who were still involved. Dante and I handled those and intercepted shipments full of women and children before it could even hit the shore. They then lost a ship and their cargo. It was a hefty hit, making it difficult for them to recover financially. I had gotten under Romero's skin for intel, and in our world, that was deadlier than any weapon. I learned that from my mother. I learned from my psycho father that using strategy for long-term gain was the way to go. Of course, he backstabbed and used any means necessary to get ahead of everyone else. My mother taught Dante and me to fight with honor, but never accept losses. So that was what I focused on, winning. Over Romero for fucking my mother over my father for treating her poorly, over my cousin for stealing my crown. Romero had taken my mother away from her world, her family, and then left her at the mercy of my father. The lines might have blurred over the years, but I hadn't lost sight of my mission. The door to the back room opened, and Dante strolled in. "Did you find anything out?" he asked. "I bet Reina Romero is already eating out of your hand." The picture of her lips parting around my sushi flashed in my mind, and I released a long sigh. It wasn't an image I needed in my head. Underage, I reminded myself. Hiroshi glared at him.
"You need to learn the time and place for jokes."
"What?" Dante retrieved a cigarette and lit it. "We Leones can't help it. We're irresistible to women."
"Then why are you single?"
Hiroshi muttered under his breath. Dante got worked up and started listing the reasons why being single was better, which was met by Hiroshi's cold indifference. I let their back and forth go in one ear and out the other. As well as I got along with Oji-san's right-hand man, who was now my right-hand man, he and Dante bickered like fucking children. Hiroshi and Dante grew silent, pulling my attention to them. They stared at the phone in Hiroshi's hand, the tattoo of a dragon and kanji symbol etched on the weathered skin of his wrist. "What?" I questioned them both. The look in Dante's eyes was off, but he replied in his suave voice. "The Yakuza. Itsuki's been looking into Reina again." The fucker had been keeping tabs on Reina Romero for years, ever since that shit with her father went down. I feared that maybe I'd piqued my cousin's interest even more by saving her on the side of the road. So, it was old news. It was how I tracked them down to Reina's yoga studio. I stared at my advisor, wondering what I was missing.
"Your cousin made a deal with the Brazilian cartel to sell her. as a virgin. Anger sent a rush of heat through me. Which family? I growled. The Cortez family. My chest twisted with burning heat before going cold. Something violent spread through my veins, leaving frostbite in its wake. And I knew, fucking knew, it was because Reyna would be my downfall. I had known it since I was a boy. It made no fucking sense. I barely knew her, and I couldn't let myself have her. But I'd be damned if I let anyone else have her, or hurt her. Reach out to Cayenne and see if there's anything he can do to stop it. It was a known fact his brother, Perez Cortez, had a cruel fascination for blondes. Dante shot me a dubious look. You're kidding, right? He wasn't able to stop his own family from selling his baby sister to the old Marchetti. I don't think he'll be able to stop this. My fists tightened. It was time to remind my cousin of my conditions. The only reason I joined his fucking organization in the first place was to ensure her protection. In the meantime, I would get Cayenne's agency to watch her. 15. Amen. 3 days had passed since I had dinner with Reyna, and in a strange kind of way, I itched to see her again. I could barely focus. My mind was always on her. We should just kidnap both girls and get the location of their father's safe out of them, Dante said when we were left alone. Manic energy vibrated off him. A fire burned brighter in his eyes every time the Romero girls were mentioned, and something about it set me on edge. I didn't want Reyna anywhere near my brother. Your insane plans only managed to get us into shit, I retorted dryly. Use your head, not your impulse. Every mastermind in history started with an insane plan. I leaned back against my table. Your brand of crazy is annoying me today, I deadpanned. Spare me that shit, will you? Dante grinned, and I shook my head. You like my brand of crazy. Keeps your boring life exciting. I could do without some of that excitement in my life, you crazy fucker. The Romero sisters are part of the Omerta world, whether they know it or not. They will pay for their father's sins eventually, whether to us or someone else. We all know too well there's no escaping your last name. Unfortunately, he was right. The fact that we were Angelo Leone's sons often worked against us. Dante's kidnapping 2 years ago was caused by father's stupidity. The children of the underworld always paid the price for their parents' sins. We already discussed and agreed. We'll get close to the Romero sisters and get the location of the safes. And if they don't know it? It was possible. The girls grew up in their grandmother's home, but they might know where their father stored documents. If they're another dead end? I glanced out the window, the busy streets of Paris swarming with people making their way to their final destination. We kidnapped them and used them to blackmail their father. Our mother would definitely not approve. That was a final resort, but there was nothing morally sound about it. Dante chuckled, eagerness lurking in his expression. We should start with that. My eyes scanned his face. Sometimes I worried he'd become cruel like our father, especially after the kidnapping and the accident that followed. These days, the eagerness in his expression at the mention of torture gave pause even to me. He wasn't exactly the same, but he was still my brother, and I would always stand by him. So eager to get your hands on Phoenix, I grumbled. Maybe I'd rather get my hands on Reyna, he retorted. I exploded, getting in his face and breathing harshly. You don't touch her, I snarled. My brother and I rarely disagreed. But when it came to the girl with yellow hair, we struggled to find common ground. Dante didn't seem troubled by my outburst. He stood there, his hands in his pockets, and a bored expression on his face. But the dark gleam in his eyes was enough to send a weaker man running. It was a good thing I wasn't one of them. "Seems my big brother is eager to get his hands on someone," he drawled with a knowing smirk. "Damn him. What's your obsession with her anyhow?" I clenched my teeth so hard my jaw ached. "There's no obsession." The look he gave me said he didn't believe me. "What's the deal with you and Phoenix?" A deep frown pulled his brows together. "I can't work out whether I've met her." I offered him a patient smile. It was another thing that had been broken since the accident. His memory. "We've seen her several times, Dante," I said slowly. "The first time was at the Castello, at Miramara. She was only a little girl." He shook his head. Memory's hard to grasp for him. "I remember that. There was somewhere else." I assessed him, wondering if there were secrets he kept from before the accident. If he had, those were gone now. Although I doubted it. The Romero sisters didn't exactly move in the same circles as us. Each time we saw the Romero girls, we were together, with the exception of the attempted kidnapping at her boarding school and the time in the garage. I'd dealt with Reina alone those times. Her sister hadn't been there. "It'll come to you," I said, reassuring him. Ever since the accident, I waited for his memories to return. Some had, but a lot of them still hadn't. I had to wonder if maybe that was his coping mechanism. "I have to make a call to Blackhawk SF Security." "What for?" "I'll hire them to keep an eye on Reina," I said. Dante rolled his eyes. "If Perez Cortez has set his sights on her, he'll be hard-pressed to give up. The guy has a sick obsession with blondes." "I guess it's a good thing Phoenix has dark hair," he drawled. Then he disappeared, leaving me to make my phone call, hoping it would be enough to keep her safe for now.
16. Reina. It had been a week since I saw Eamon Leone and his brother kill those men. A whole week since I had dinner with him. A whole damn week of watching the news, much to my friend's dismay, and being extra vigilant about my surroundings. Nothing. It was as if it had never happened. But that wasn't the worst part. Or maybe I should say the saddest. I was getting pissed off that Eamon hadn't tried to see me again. We had dinner. I ate off his chopsticks, for Christ's sake. The least he could do was call me, or visit me, anything. Instead, I was getting radio silence. Zip. Nada. My brows furrowed. I hadn't given him my phone number. But he knows where you live, my mind whispered. He never really said he'd see me again, though, did he? In fact, he didn't say much at all, but somehow it felt like he said so much. I read a phrase in one of Jodi Picoult's books a long time ago that said, "His mouth moves like a silent story." The words were confusing at the time, but now they made more sense. And they fit Eamon Leone, my bitter prince, perfectly. I hadn't thought of that nickname in a while. I'd heard it once while eavesdropping on my papa's conversation.
"She's mine, not yours."
A familiar man's voice boomed through the speaker. My mind didn't work fast enough to pin it to the name.
"Eamon is my son, and he's connected to that world. My family. Get the fuck out of our business."
It seemed like a typical day at Papa's work.
"Unless you want to find yourself buried 6 feet under. Back the fuck off."
It was all I needed to hear to know I never wanted to be part of Papa's world. It seemed full of tension and hate and murderous threats. I turned to leave when Papa's chuckle and words that followed stopped me.
"How are you connected?"
Papa challenged with a sneer in his tone. I could almost picture him, leaning back in his chair and smoking a cigar.
You have an illegitimate bastard. He won't get the omerta or the Yakuza crown. You'll end up with an angry, bitter prince once that one grows up.
He scoffed, then added,
You'll have a real winner there.
Fury shot through me when I realized who they were speaking about. Nobody was allowed to talk badly about Eamon Leone, the boy who took the blame for me, the boy who saved me from his own papa, the boy with the most beautiful dark eyes I had ever seen.
At least I have sons, Romero.
The man must have struck a nerve because a crash followed, sounding like a glass shattering. Grandma's going to kick his ass, I thought to myself.
And if you are not careful, I'll have your daughters too. Even the mute and dumb one.
A string of Italian words that I didn't understand came next. But I had no time to pull out my phone and have Google translate for me, because a shadow loomed behind me. I startled, ready to have my own ass kicked if Grandma caught me being nosy. What are you doing? Phoenix signed silently. My hand on my chest. I sighed in relief. You scared me shitless. I signed. She grinned and I rolled my eyes, then gave her an inconspicuous look. Listening to Papa's conversation with Mr. Leone? At least I think it's him. They're arguing. Phoenix didn't seem fazed at all. What are they saying? I shrugged. Hard to tell, but Papa is being mean, calling Eamon names. I didn't tell her that Mr. Leone called her names, too. It had upset her. If I ever got my hands on that man, I'd strangle him for calling my big sister mute and dumb. She'd lost her hearing, but she was just as smart, compassionate, and beautiful as before, and if you asked me, she played piano better than any other person on this planet. My cheeks reddened, and Phoenix's gaze fell to them. You've really got to let go of that crush, she signed, thankfully attributing my flush to Eamon and nothing else. I don't have a crush, I retorted back, my hand movements jerky. It tended to happen when I was pissed or frazzled. But he saved us when we broke that vase. The least Papa could do is be nice to the boy. Phoenix let out an exasperated breath. Papa would have killed Mr. Leone before he let him lay a finger on us. I waved my hand, dismissing that reasoning. Eamon saved me, and that was a better, more romantic story than Papa getting into a battle with Mr. Leone. My thoughts pulled back to the present, and the all-grown-up Eamon Leone. It was no wonder he was stuck in the darkness and his light had dimmed. People like our fathers tried so hard to extinguish it. Maybe I could show him the light in this world, I thought to myself. Raven would scold me if she could hear my thoughts. She always said, You can't change a man. But the fact was, I didn't want to change him. I just wanted to show Eamon that the world was just as good as it was evil. He just had to know where to look for it. And I'll be the one to show him, I determined with a wide grin on my face, drawing a curious glance from Phoenix. I was waving her off when my cell rang. I glanced at the screen and saw Favorite Grandma glaring at me. Never mind that she was our only grandma. Ugh, I wasn't in the mood for her right now. And yet, I pressed that green answer button. Hello, Grandma. I answered the FaceTime call, Grandma Diana's ear appearing on the screen. For a lady who spent decades on screen, she sure struggled with this one. Prop the phone somewhere in front of you so we can see your face, not just your ear. Damn technology, she muttered, attempting to maneuver it. Her husband appeared shortly after, probably trying to help her, and I listened to their heated discussion on whether the coffee table or TV would be better. Setting up my own phone, I waved my sister over. Grandma's on FaceTime. She rolled her eyes. We both knew it'd take at least 5 minutes for them to figure out how to get it working, and then another 5 to center their faces in the camera. We're going to see her in a few weeks, Phoenix signed. Couldn't she wait? I shrugged. You know she worries when she doesn't hear from us. She was in the group chat this morning. Phoenix was right, and it had been a lengthy one, involving a lecture on safe sex and STDs. I didn't know why, but Grandma felt obligated to give us sex education refreshers every few weeks, as if either of us had any use for it. Now, Eamon Leone? He would definitely be a candidate. I sighed dreamily. I really, really liked him. He was gorgeous, and something about him made my heart race every single time I thought about him. It could be the men he killed. My reason warned, but I promptly shut it down. It was a minor obstacle, and obviously the other guys were bad guys, right? I mentally slapped myself. Maybe I was more like our father than I cared to admit. She just wants to make sure we're alive, I signed. If we answer our texts, we're alive, Phoenix pointed out. It was a valid point, but I wasn't in the mood to argue.
Here we are, all set,
Grandma's husband announced. He was her fourth and richest husband. Grandma was rich too, but for whatever reason, she really believed in marriage, and just like every other aging movie star from the 60s, she kept getting married. Phoenix and I joked that she was trying to beat Elizabeth Taylor's number. After all, she was halfway there. Thank you, Grandpa Glasgow. His silver-white hair and smiling face came into view, and I waved. How are you, girls? Good, we both signed. What's up? I asked. Grandma answered in ASL and spoke for Grandpa Glasgow's benefit, since he still struggled to pick it up. Nothing. Can't I see my granddaughters without needing a reason? You saw us just last week, Phoenix remarked. You might not have been able to hear it in her tone, but annoyance was clear on her face. I knew she felt like Grandma was suffocating her, making her feel incapable. She was plenty capable. I put my palm on my sister's leg and patted it, hoping it'd calm her. I want to see you every day. Grandma's eyes flitted to her husband, who nodded his agreement to whatever those two had going on. We want you two to come to the UK and spend the summer with us. I felt my sister stiffen, and I did the same. I picked up an extra design class this summer, but it'd only keep me busy for 3 of the 8 weeks. Scrambling for an excuse, I blurted out the first thing that came to mind. We can't. We're going to Italy. Papa demanded it. Silence followed. Phoenix burned a hole in my cheek, and I realized I didn't sign for her benefit, which I remedied immediately. I just told Grandma that we can't come to the UK because Papa demanded we come to Italy. I gave her a pointed look. She nodded and turned to face the screen. That's right. He said we have to come or else. Grandma sat up straight. Or else what? I groaned inwardly. Sometimes it felt like she lived to battle Papa on everything. She thrived on conflict. Phoenix hated it, and I wasn't quite sure where I stood with it. Or he'll come visit us here, I quickly added, sharing a fleeting glance with my sister. We'd rather not have him visit us here since he still thinks we're living in school dorms. Grandma's shoulders relaxed and she smiled. We sure fooled him, didn't we? We did, Phoenix agreed. What's new with you both? For the next 20 minutes, Grandpa Glasgow talked about his grandchildren, triplets nonetheless, while Phoenix, Grandma, and I had to keep stifling our yawns. The triplets were cute, but we'd met them at the wedding, and they'd thrown a gigantic tantrum. It was the best birth control ever. Not that Phoenix or I were sexually active. When we finally hung up, we let out a collective sigh. I can't believe we'd rather go to Papa's place than visit Grandma, I sighed. Italy's the last place I want to go. Why couldn't we have thought of something better? Maybe we can just go for a few days, Phoenix suggested. Take everyone with us. Isla poked her head through the cracked door, her fiery curls framing her face. Did I eavesdrop right and hear you say you're going to Italy? A second later, Raven and Athena were busting into my room too. It took all of 5 minutes to make plans and another 10 to confirm it with Papa in the group chat that we rarely used. And the whole time, my gut churned at the thought of going back to where it all started. 17. Raina. Books, notes, drawings, and instruments were scattered all over our cozy apartment. There were even sticky notes in the bathroom, in French and English. I itched to clean and organize, but I knew the girls would kill me and then make new notes all over again. So I'd wait until exams were behind us. We have another few days of school and then it's summer break, Raven said, signing at the same time. All of us were piled on the floor of our Paris apartment's tiny living room, legs crisscrossed and books everywhere. Some opened, others closed. We've worked hard. We deserve a night out. I shut my music history book. I'd welcome any distraction. I was doing a double major for my sister's benefit, but I didn't enjoy music as much as she did. I preferred fashion and could spend hours, days, weeks lost in creating my designs. When it came to music, I found it to be draining. I think that's a great idea, Isla agreed, probably just as eager to get out of the apartment. She hated to study, preferring just to play music. Do we have to go clubbing? I murmured. I always worried about going to a club. It was hit or miss with me, but I always liked the idea of going out for a night of dancing. At least the clubs in France were for ages 18 and over, and I was so darn close to being 18. Phoenix shook her head, a scolding expression marring her face. We have exams tomorrow. Isla shrugged. I'm game if we're all going. Then she zeroed her green eyes on every one of the girls, ending with Phoenix. All of us. We should stay in and finish our studies. Phoenix was always the reasonable one, the cautious one. We can go out plenty this summer. It was a reasonable suggestion, but judging by the girls' faces, it was an unpopular one. Summer is practically here, Raven whined. We deserve a night out. You think we deserve a night out every night, Athena proclaimed. I've never met anyone who can party as hard as you, Raven. The latter started singing Something Bad, a duet by Miranda Lambert and Carrie Underwood, shaking her booty like a stripper. Something bad is sure to happen when she's in this mood, Isla muttered, and we all burst into fits of giggles. Well, all but Phoenix. Her face crumbled, and I closed the distance between us, cupping her cheeks. I pressed a kiss on the tip of her nose, then said, slowly and clearly so she could read my lips, We'll go, we'll dance, and then we'll be back by midnight, I reasoned. Like Cinderella, she mouthed, her voice non-existent. It had been such a long time since I heard her voice. I was 4, but I still remembered it. Soft and melodious, but then she got sick, and everything changed. Let's go pole dancing, Raven exclaimed, signing at the same time. Contrary to her carefree personality and sex-crazed attitude, she was quite reserved. It was all thanks to the man who had broken her heart before. Really? Athena scolded her. We're not strippers. I have a stripper dance on my bucket list, Raven said, drawing all our eyes to her. Well, more of a lap dance. That's an odd thing to have on your bucket list, I remarked. Do you want to give or receive a lap dance? Isla asked curiously. Raven tilted her head, those dark ebony strands falling to her shoulders. She couldn't have a more fitting name if she'd chosen it herself, her hair color resembling that of a raven's feathers. I'm going to have to think about it, she answered, crossing her arms and tapping a finger on her cheek. I guess I never considered getting a lap dance, but now I can see that I was perhaps too narrow-minded. God help us, Athena mumbled. If she expands her views, what else will make it onto her list? Don't judge. We all rolled our eyes, smirking. This was a no-judgment zone, but once in a while we managed to shock each other. But lap dance? I questioned. Shouldn't you put something else, something more worthy, on your bucket list? Well, what's on yours? I stared at her, realizing I'd never really made a bucket list. What? You don't have your own bucket list? Raven said defensively. I looked at my sister, who just shrugged. I never thought of making one, she signed. Same, but I'll be sure to remedy that as soon as possible. Ditto that, Isla chimed in teasingly, then glanced at Athena. I think we all have to make one. The latter rolled her eyes. I guess I will too. So kind of you, Raven said, snorting. We'll compare notes in a week. Now, let's put on some hot outfits and get ready. I heard there's a club that just opened. We have to check it out. What's it called? I asked curiously. It's a Japanese symbol, not sure what it means, Raven answered, and my eyes lowered to the necklace hanging between my breasts. Something in the pit of my stomach churned and warned. It couldn't be a coincidence. Yeah, like that. She must have caught me fidgeting with my chain. Like your necklace. 1 hour later, we were all dressed up, crowded in our little bathroom. Oh my gosh, we're sex on legs. Every man who looks at us is bound to get a boner. Leave it to Raven to come up with such a modest statement and say it out loud. I don't think she'd have any qualms announcing it to the world either. We didn't look too shabby. Raven wore a red leather mini dress, Athena black leather shorts and a silver strappy top. Phoenix and Isla opted for white leather pants. Phoenix had on a shimmery, strappy blue top that tied in the back, while Isla opted for the same type of shirt, but in an emerald green. I turned around to check myself out. The black leather pants hugged my body so tightly they looked like a second skin. The sheer pink sleeveless blouse revealed my sparkly push-up bra below. Do I look old enough? I asked them all, turning left and right. I didn't apply a lot of makeup. I preferred to wear less, more comfortable wearing a natural look. Unlike the rest of the crowd, who mostly just turned 20, I had yet to turn 18, and hated the fact that I was the youngest. Phoenix was 20 months older than me, so she was the next youngest member of the group. But it couldn't be helped. You look perfect, Isla said, her red curls making her look like an exotic goddess. I flicked a look in the mirror, catching all of our reflections. Phoenix and I had almost identical faces, the mirror image of our mother. But while Phoenix's dark hair was like our father's, my hair was as light as my mother's was. My curls were from our grandmother's side. Then there was Isla, with her wild red mane, and Raven with her slick ebony black hair. Athena's honey hair color had hues of copper and gold in it. We really do look good, don't we? I said, linking arms with my sister. Let's go hit this new hot Paris club. 30 minutes later, we were outside among other partygoers who were waiting to get in. I let out a soft groan. God, this line is super long, I muttered, glancing down at my feet. My pink Valentino shoes were sexy, but not the most comfortable footwear. I heard, before I spotted, the familiar Maserati pull up in front of the club. I held my breath as the door to the car opened, and I watched Eamon step onto the sidewalk like he owned it. He headed straight for the entrance of the club. Tonight, he wore an immaculately tailored three-piece suit, dark like his whole persona, yet at this moment he was looking like a savior. A way to get in. The guy trailing behind him made a show of checking out the women in the line. Not Eamon, though, who seemed to keep his eyes straight ahead. Wait here, I told Phoenix and the others, running after Eamon. The breeze from the river swished through, carrying his cologne. It was like a breath of fresh air. Eamon! Nothing. Eamon, wait up! He faltered, his steps easing as he turned around. I didn't stop quick enough, though, and slammed into his warm, muscular chest. Heat drifted through me like a kindled flame. There were dozens of people around us, but they all faded into the background, making me feel like we were alone in the world. I took a step back to get my bearings, only then noticing his hand gripping my elbow, steadying me. Sorry, I said, apologizing for our head-on collision, my hand on his chest. I had to tilt my head up to look him in the eyes, and when I did, they slammed right into my soul. It felt like fighting a strong current, like floating through the dark universe where only stars were your guide. A hand landed on my shoulder.
Get lost.
I turned around to snap at whoever dared to touch me, but Eamon beat me to it.
Remove your hand from her, Roberto.
Roberto stepped back as if burned.
Sorry, boss. Don't ever touch her again.
A cold anger replaced Eamon's usual calm as another man appeared on the other side of Eamon, bald, stocky, and scary as shit. My eyes widened, my survival instinct kicking in as I put some space between us.
It's okay, Cesar. I got this,
he told the man, flicking his gaze to the right. Roberto looked frustrated, a flash of anger flickering in his eyes, but it disappeared just as fast. Caesar looked stoic, and all the while a bouncer at the door stood with the VIP rope unhooked, clearly waiting for Eamon to pass through. Ignoring Roberto, Caesar, and the bouncer, I returned my attention to Eamon. Hello, I said, smiling. I can't believe we ran into each other again. A grin tugged at his lips.
We didn't run into each other. You ran into me.
My cheeks burned hotter than Hades. You stopped too abruptly. Then I flicked my chin, realizing how ridiculous it was to argue about it. I'm here with some friends. Any chance you'd ask the dude over there to let us in? I smiled sweetly for good measure and added, Please. He was larger than life, studying me as his eyes traveled over my outfit. He regarded me like I was his science project, much to my dismay, until our gazes met. Then something flickered behind his gaze, seducing me in an unfamiliar way.
You're underage.
It was almost as if he were speaking to himself. But they are not, I justified. If you don't want to let me inside, then let them. I turned to the place where my sister and friends huddled together while some men were already tossing comments at them. It was always the damn same.
Once they picked up on the fact that we were American and dressed provocatively, they felt like they had a free pass to throw comments, flattering and unflattering, our way.
What are you going to do?
He demanded. I shrugged. It wouldn't be the first time I was denied entry into a club. I'll just go home. He took a step toward me, eyes blazing with anger.
Alone?
He growled. I stepped up to him, so close that I had to tilt my head back even more than before. Eamon, you've really got to stop with this. Yes, alone. I'm only ever in trouble when you're around. Besides, I'm quite capable of taking care of myself. His jaw tightened as he looked above my head.
Cesar, let this woman and her girlfriends in.
Then he entered the club without a backward glance. I blinked. That wasn't very gentlemanly. I'd hoped he would escort us inside. Dance with me, or at least talk with me for a bit. I definitely didn't expect him to leave me without a second thought. Whatever, I muttered under my breath. I turned on my heel and yelled, "Girls, over here!" They pranced over to me, glad to be rid of the men who were harassing them. Caesar grimaced, but he showed us through. "You're the best," Raven beamed. "How did you make that happen?" My eyes darted to Phoenix, feeling her eyes on me. Just an old friend. We made our way inside, past the cloakroom, bathed in red lights, and toward the bar area. The floors were glass, and you could see a glimmer of water moving underneath. We made it past the wide doors where the dance floor was. Lights flashed, purple, red, blue, yellow, casting a soft glow against my bare arms. The panels beneath our feet changed colors too. The beat vibrated under us as if the floor were alive with its own heart. The club was crowded. We made our way to the bar, took our first shots of gin, and headed for the dance floor. Ruin My Life by Zara Larsson blared through the speakers as the bodies on the dance floor moved together, limbs touching and hips rolling. Phoenix could hear loud music and feel the vibration coming off the bass. I loved seeing her like this, her face lit up and her eyes glimmering with excitement. I knew how much she hated silence, not being able to hear something as simple as an everyday conversation. It made me forget her earlier reluctance to come out, now that we were here and dancing together. We danced to one song, then the next, and another after that. A drop of sweat ran down my back, gliding down my skin. I ran my hands over my neck, lifting my curls, and I looked up. My breath cut off, and my movements froze. Eamon stood next to a beautiful, tall woman with silky black hair, wearing a black mini dress that barely covered her hips, her arms wrapped around him and her lips brushing over his neck. My mood soured. Her body was curvy, her boobs bigger than mine, and her legs so much longer. She might be beautiful, but I bet her bra size ranked higher than her IQ with the way she kept giggling, despite Eamon never even moving his mouth.
It wasn't nice to judge people, but I just couldn't help myself.
The woman was on my shit list. I started dancing again, grabbing the closest man next to me. Unfortunately, it was Roberto, the guy that worked for Eamon, but jealousy drove my reason away. I continued dancing with him while forcing myself not to think of Eamon and the woman I'd seen him with. I focused on the music and the roll of my hips. It was slower, sexier, more sensual. But deep down, I was mad, furiously jealous, that he had someone else. I flicked a glance his way just in time to see the woman say something to him while trailing her filthy paws all over his chest. He responded, but his eyes were trained on me. My body yearned for him, hoping he'd leave her and come down to the dance floor to join me. Holding his stare, I kept dancing to the music and lip-syncing lines of the song, but disappointment flooded my veins when Eamon turned his back. I watched him walk away with his woman trailing alongside him, feeling a strange sensation in my heart. It was hate. I hated that it was her and not me.
18. Amen. The attraction was forbidden, wrong on so many levels. And then there was the revenge I was plotting against her father. Everything about Raina was unsettling, and it burned with such intensity. It triggered something deep inside me that I didn't want to examine. So I left, deciding to get back to work. The plan backfired because my mind played all kinds of scenarios of her dancing on the floor, her long legs tempting the men in this club. Her hair drove me wild, especially when it was down and framing her heart-shaped face. Then there were those damn lips that always seemed to hold a soft smile. I shook my head, pushing her out of my mind. My brother and I were in the back room, checking numbers on the shipments of cocaine that hit both the Leone docks and my own private ones. I might be a Leone, but I wouldn't put it past my father to leave me with nothing. It was crucial I make my own way in this world. "What's up your ass?" Dante muttered as he calculated the numbers coming into his own docks. "You've been in a sour mood ever since you got here." I ran into the Romero girl. The images of her dancing with Roberto kept replaying in my mind, making me see red. I was starting to suspect that Raina would turn my world upside down. "Again?" I nodded. "Is she stalking you?" "No." I would have made the same assumption, except she seemed genuinely surprised to see me. If she was faking it, she was doing an excellent job. Then again, her mother and grandmother were actresses, so it wasn't far-fetched that she inherited that gene. "What happened to the chick who was all over you?" Dante's voice penetrated through my thoughts, and it took me a moment to realize he wasn't talking about Raina. I couldn't stand seeing her blonde curls glowing under the lights, the way men stared at her as she swayed her hips to the rhythm, rotating and twisting. Raina Romero looked fucking hot. She was gorgeous in anything she wore, but those tight leather pants hugged her curves in a way that gave me a glimpse of what her body would look like beneath. Underage, 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 I kept reminding myself, but somehow it didn't matter. I was fucked. "Amen?" Dante's voice reminded me I never answered him. I shrugged. No idea. I wasn't in the mood to talk about women. "How are your numbers coming along?" I asked instead. That got our attention back to business. The moment we turned 18, Dante and I started acquiring businesses here and there. Dante was more wrapped up in our family business than me, so I was left with free time to expand my own. I owned nightclubs, hotels, and docks on 4 continents, and used them actively to launder the money from my more illegal ventures, and for my supplies and transport. I even invested in my hobby, car racing, and made a decent return. "They're coming," Dante grunted. He'd much rather talk women than business. After all, we were only 23. I was only a few weeks older than him, and we'd both seen some shit that we'd much rather forget. But this was important. It'd give us independence from father, if we needed it, and from the underworld, if we so wished. Going through the sales figures, sorted by cities, always took forever, but I wanted the full scope of what was going on. Dante felt the same. When it came to father's business, we shared the burden, but it wasn't ours, at least not while he breathed. An hour passed before a knock made us both look up from our laptops. The door opened, and it was Cesar. He was built like a giant, and had been father's right-hand man, however his allegiance shifted to us. He disliked our father as much as we did. I frowned. He rarely ever made his way down here. He was usually out front or behind the bar. He smiled nervously, and I narrowed my eyes. "What is it?" "We have a situation at the bar," he said, his tone cautious. "Someone roofied a girl, and her deaf sister is going ballistic." "The Romero girls," my brother and I hissed at the same time. I jerked upright, pushing the laptop out of my way. Fucking money could wait. "Who?" "He didn't touch her. Her sister and her friends were there, and on him." Cesar was breathing harshly. He knew how much I fucking hated guys who drugged girls to take advantage of them. I stormed past him, past the lounge in front of our office, rushing to get to Reyna. I could hear Dante and Cesar talking behind me as they followed, but I barely listened. The loud music slammed into me, feeding my fury until I saw her. Reyna clung to her sister's arm, her face ashen, her eyes unfocused, and her head wobbling like she couldn't hold it up. Even in the state she was in, she looked so beautiful it hurt. "Find the man who did it and bring him to me." My voice vibrated with my barely contained anger. I'd slice into him and make him regret ever looking her way. "It was..." Cesar swallowed audibly, clearly uncomfortable. "It was fucking Roberto." "Your buddy," Dante muttered. "Not exactly, although he was sort of a friend. We shared a few classes in college, and the guy stuck around afterward, so I gave him a job." I had to take a second to swallow down the burning rage and the need to go after him. I wanted to tear him limb from limb, but Reyna was more important right now. I'd handle him as soon as she was better. "Take him to the special room," I gritted. I plowed through the crowds, people parting like the Red Sea, while fury burned in my throat and through my veins. I took Reyna from her sister, who could barely hold her up. "Let me," I spat out, taking Reyna's free arm. Phoenix stared at me with those eyes that were so much like her sister's, yet nothing like them. Then I remembered. The girl was deaf. I made a mental note to order American Sign Language for dummies. Dante tapped Phoenix on her slim shoulder, and her eyes darted to him. "Let Eamon take her. He'll keep her safe." She must have read his lips, because she let go of Reyna. But then, to my surprise, she flipped him off. I didn't have time for their shit. I didn't know what he did to piss off the Romero girl, and at this moment, I didn't care. Reyna was my priority.
"There are galaxies,"
Reyna muttered incoherently, trying to raise her hand, but it fell back loosely. I scooped her up, and she buried her face into my chest.
"So many galaxies."
I shook my head. The girl was in rough shape. "Where are the rest of your friends?" Her eyes darted around, unfocused, pupils dilated. She opened her mouth, but then closed it without saying a word. "Cesar is with them," Dante answered. "The girls tried to beat up Roberto. Rightly so." I nodded, and was about to head back to my office when Phoenix pinched my bicep for my attention. She started signing, but I didn't understand any of it. I glanced at Dante, and he seemed just as clueless. He pulled out his phone and handed it to her. "Here, type." She glanced at his phone, then back up to him, glaring. She turned her eyes to me, but before I could say or do anything, Reyna gagged, her face turning a shade paler. "You two figure it out," I grumbled. "I'm taking her into the office." Leaving them behind, I pushed through the crowd of dancing bodies. Her dazed blue eyes found mine, peering up at me through thick lashes. They searched my face, her fingers wrinkling my shirt.
So many stars,
she murmured. Her breathing labored. A burst of anger shot through me as I watched her helpless in my arms. I wanted to go on a rampage, killing and hurting people. Instead, I channeled all my focus on her. I didn't understand this response or this rage when it came to her. All I knew was that I felt responsible for something happening to her in my club. I was back in my office, her small and vulnerable body leaning into me.
Shower.
She muttered.
Need shower.
I frowned. I'd never been roofied, but I didn't think a shower was something that would help. You need to rest, I told her softly, placing her on the couch. Her fingers clung to my suit with surprising strength.
Shower.
I didn't move, confused at her demand for a shower. Nobody had touched her, right? She squirmed in my hold, shivering.
I'm going to be sick.
I picked her up and made it to the bathroom just in time to hold her head over the toilet as she threw up, shaking.
Don't look,
she whimpered, sounding miserable. I've seen worse. I wrapped my arm around her waist and helped her up, closed the lid to the toilet, and flushed it. I turned to the sink, soaked a towel, and held it up. Her hands shook as she took it and wiped her mouth. Better? Another shudder rolled down her body.
I need a shower.
I glanced over to the large shower. I didn't think it was a good idea for her to shed her clothes. I'd never touch her in this state, but if her sister came back here, I knew how it would look. Plus, she was a Romero I couldn't forget.
Please.
I sighed, letting go of her to turn on the shower. Her shaky legs failed to support her, and she lost her balance. I caught her, seating her on the toilet. I guess we'll take a shower together, I muttered under my breath, scooping her up. She attempted to raise her hands, reaching for those flimsy strings. Leave your clothes on. At least I'd be able to say we'd remained fully clothed. We stepped under the water and slowly slid down onto the tiled floor. She let out a heavy sigh and cuddled into me.
Thank you.
Sure. Glancing down at her, I asked, why shower? She gave her head a small shake, burying her face into my chest.
Helps with the panic.
There it was again. Panic attacks.
Your eyes are galaxies.
She murmured sleepily.
So beautiful.
I let out a sardonic breath. It was the first time anyone had called me beautiful. The girl had a serious obsession with galaxies, and the color pink by the looks of it. The bathroom door opened, and Dante appeared with Phoenix. They studied the two of us on the tiled floor while water rained over us. Did you find him? I asked my brother. He shook his head. MIA. He wouldn't be for long. Ask Ghost to find him. That man could track anyone down as long as they weren't in Russia. For a second, he remained still, watching Reina's wet clothes clinging to her body, and jealousy bit into my chest. I didn't want any men looking at her that way. In fact, it pissed me off. She was mine. The possessive note of my thoughts was unmistakable. I had always been protective of Reina, but it wasn't until this very moment that I realized how true those words rang. Mine. The girl with a soft heart swept in like a thief in the night and stole my soul. My soul might be jaded, and my moral compass might be broken, but I knew that I'd fight my brother to the death to keep her. Dante could have anyone and anything else, but he couldn't have her.
19. Reina. I woke up, cuddled by my sister on our couch. Isla, Athena, and Raven were sprawled on the floor, using sheets to cover their torsos. All three had changed out of last night's outfits and wore shorts and tank tops. The buzz of the city came through the cracked window, the voices of pedestrians speaking in rushed French. The car horns blasted through the air. My eyes lowered to find an oversized white t-shirt covering me, but it wasn't mine. It was a man's shirt, and the scent of lemon and green apples told me exactly who it belonged to. I brought it halfway up my face and inhaled his scent deep into my lungs. Images from last night flooded my mind, the way warmth curled low in my stomach as he held me.
Okay, we have to give the shower a break,
Eamon said, holding my gaze. His eyes sparked softly, darkly, and I let myself drown in them, just as I had when I was that 6-year-old girl so long ago. Okay, I agreed. He reached above his head and turned off the faucet while I watched him. The way his muscles flexed under his clothes, the way his inky black hair dripped beads of water. My entire body burned, although I wasn't sure whether it was from the drugs or this man. Every inch of me trembled and my teeth chattered as my fingers gripped the hem of his shirt. He reached for a soft towel and wrapped it around my body. I sighed, leaning into him and burying my face into his chest. You smell good, I said, my teeth rattling. A rough sound rumbled in his chest.
You smell like cinnamon.
Bitter Prince, I murmured, wrinkling my nose. That's not sexy. He stilled for a moment, but with everything swimming around in my head, it didn't register. My bitter Prince.
Where did you hear that?
His voice grew rougher, darkness leaking into his voice. I sighed tiredly. Papa, I rasped. It's always him. I lifted my face to his, seeing bitterness and darkness on it. I brought my palm to his cheek and cupped it softly. He was so beautiful, I couldn't look away. Don't be upset. I was eavesdropping and heard him. His gaze hardened.
It's your father who gave it to me.
When I blinked, staring at him in confusion, he added,
The title.
I let out a breath. He's not so bad, you know, I murmured, but losing Mama broke him. I put my head back on his chest. He loved her a lot. Then he kissed my forehead and whispered something in Japanese that I couldn't understand, and I told myself I'd order Rosetta Stone for Japanese first thing tomorrow. How did we get home? I rasped as I shifted slightly. The girls on the floor stirred, blinking against the morning light streaming through the windows. Phoenix's eyes snapped open and met mine. How are you feeling? So, I murmured while I signed. I'm sorry I ruined your fun. Isla's hand came to my bare thighs and squeezed. Don't you be sorry. That fucker tried to take advantage of you. The events came rushing through me. Blurry. The way I'd started to feel nauseated after that guy got us drinks from the bar. How clumsy I was on the dance floor. The room spinning round and round. But when the girls spotted me, they came to my rescue. They must have known something was wrong. I never drank more than I could handle. They chased him out of the club after that, calling him names while I held on to my sister and the world tilted on its axis. Then Eamon prowled toward me like an ancient god and saved the day. That image was clear as anything for some reason. I don't think your friend will go easy on him, Raven remarked. He fucking shouldn't, Athena hissed. If we weren't there, Roberto would have raped Reina. My head started aching and my ears were ringing. Everyone calm down, Phoenix signed, giving the girls a pointed look. Let's just take it easy. I shook my head. I'm fine, I murmured. Thanks to you. I smiled dreamily, thinking of the tall, exotic man who swept in and saved the day. And Eamon, I added softly. The room quieted. The city noise never stopped, but even that seemed to ease. I found 4 pairs of eyes on me, and I blinked, wondering what I missed. Oh my gosh, Athena muttered. Surely it doesn't happen that fast, does it? What? My eyes darted from one girl to the next until they landed on my sister. What happened? Phoenix watched me with worry etched on her beautiful face. Have you fallen for him? I shook my head. Yes, you have. Raven corrected my denial. It's all over your face. I brought my hand to my face as if I could wipe away whatever they saw there. Don't bother hiding it, Isla said softly. Nothing to be ashamed of. My shoulders straightened. I'm not ashamed. I just think you're all jumping to conclusions. I felt my cheeks warm and my heart fluttered in my chest like a butterfly testing its wings for the very first time. How did we get home? I asked my sister. Raven answered. Your boyfriend brought us home. He insisted, and nothing could deter him. He took you and Isla in his car, while his brother took Phoenix, Raven, and me. You kept talking about galaxies, Isla said with a serious face. Heat rushed to my cheeks. Isla's eyes fell to them, her lips curving with a knowing smile, but thankfully she didn't say anything. I closed my eyes, and all I could feel were his lips against my forehead, whispering to me in the most beautiful language I had ever heard. Then I reached for my phone and ordered Rosetta Stone Japanese, Level 1.
20. Amen. I made my way down the dungeon steps, faint voices echoing through the dark hallways. My anger was strong enough that it threatened to erupt like a volcano, a red mist encroaching on my vision. I had to choke it down as it burned in my throat, using the breathing exercises I'd learned as a kid. I let the familiar calmness wash over me as I approached the cell. It wasn't lost on me that both Dante and I had become molds of our father. My papa had used the dungeons on occasion when he wanted to get a particular point across, and here I was, getting ready to make my point in the same exact way. Only there was one exception. This guy wouldn't be leaving, friend or not. I let the demons rise and take over. In Italy, they thought Il Diavolo was the worst. But in Japanese mythology, Amanjaku took the cake. Roberto, as well as every other man or woman, would learn tonight what it meant to fuck with me and mine. Dante and Ghost were leaning against the stone. A smile pulled wide on their faces, baring white teeth, and their eyes gleamed with a promise. Kingston was a product of Sophia Volkov's fucked-up ways. Dante was a product of our father and the torture he endured. I hated to even imagine what would have happened if we hadn't found him when we did. He had become slightly crazy and very unhinged. My brother watched me carefully, a cigarette dangling from his mouth. He'd developed the habit over the last 2 years and refused to kick it. I didn't like it. Addiction was a sign of weakness, but I knew nothing would make him stop. Not until he was ready to kick it himself. Looking at Ghost, I asked, "Any problems?" It was obvious he had no difficulty finding Roberto. He shrugged. "Nope." He say anything? Ghost didn't bother answering. He might have switched back to his birth name, but his habits remained the same. Whether he went by Kingston or Ghost, it didn't matter. He was a killer, the best tracker. Dante ended up answering when Kingston stayed mute. "He's been quiet. I don't think he's grasped the severity of the situation yet." "He will, very soon." I continued toward Roberto, where he was strapped to a chair. Grinning, I pulled over another chair and sat facing him. "You put Rohypnol into a girl's drink?" I unsheathed my knife and shoved it into his thigh, turning it sharply. He screamed like a baby. "You shouldn't have touched her." My voice vibrated with barely restrained anger. How many women have you roofied in my club?" Roberto's eyes widened, and he gaped like a fish out of water. Open, close. Nothing came out. "What was that? I didn't hear you." "She's the only one," he whimpered. I didn't know what enraged me more, the fact that he'd singled Raina out, or that he was probably lying to me. Just the idea that he could have touched her, hurt her, had red creeping from my vision and covering the room with it. Roberto kept muttering, but his voice was distorted by the rage rushing through me. I got in his face, the stench of smoke and his cheap aftershave making my lip curl. A ball of fire raged in my chest, while his eyes twitched with terror. My fingers wrapped around his throat, and I squeezed, choking him. I shoved him with all my strength, slamming his body onto the ground, chair and all. His skull hit hard, and I brought him back into an upright position. "You fucked with the wrong woman," I growled. "Bring me a cleaver, Dante." He made his way to the table that held multiple weapons and came to my side, handing it to me. I started with his right pinky, then moved on to the next finger, and the next, until he had no fingers left. He screamed, he cried, he begged for mercy. There was none. Not from me, not from Dante, and certainly not from Kingston. A moment later, Dante was beside me, holding him down as he kicked and thrashed. I jerked his pants down while he screamed like a bitch. I gripped the knife and stabbed him in the thigh. "Fuck!" he screamed. "Please stop. Fucking stop." I brought my face closer to him, smiling coldly. "Oops, I missed your tiny dick." Then I brought my knife down again, this time right on his cock. His screams pitched so high they just about pierced my eardrums. I moved on to his balls next, stabbing his left first. He choked a gurgle, and I shot up and stepped back just as he retched, puking his guts out. The sea of blood pooled around him as he twitched, slumping in the chair. He wouldn't survive the night.
Alba said you brought a girl to her restaurant.
My mother's greeting rushed us straight to the point of her visit. I wasn't surprised to find her at my door before dawn cracked over the horizon, or that she'd heard about Raina. I was just surprised that it took her this long. Wearing nothing but sweatpants, I pulled the door open to let her in. I had just gotten to bed half an hour ago, ready to crash for the night, or more like day, after the whole fiasco of my former friend drugging Raina. If there was such a thing as bad timing, this was it. But I could never tell that to my mother. "Is that the only reason you're in Paris?" I asked. She nodded, walking in, her steps short in her pink kimono, as my mind reluctantly flickered to Raina. It seemed she and my mother had something in common. They both had a fascination with the color. My mother sized up my new apartment in the heart of Paris. The first rays of dawn flickered over the city, outlining the landmarks. Only I knew Raina's apartment was a mere 2 blocks away. I had only bought it a few months ago, and it was my mother's first time visiting me in Paris. The location was part of my grand plan. I'd get close to my cinnamon girl, and then I'd use her against her bastard father by getting access to his safe. Dante and I had been trying to locate Romero's safe for years without any success, and our mother's desperation grew for the document she believed he had. Want some coffee, Mama?
I'd rather have some tea,
she answered, making her way toward the kitchen. Fuck. If she was making herself comfortable, it'd be a longer conversation than I was in the mood for right now.
Want me to make it?
I shook my head. No, give me a second and I will. I went into the bedroom, dug out a plain white t-shirt, and pulled it over my head, then returned to the kitchen, only to find my mother already pulling out my kyusu, a traditional Japanese teapot. Mama, let me. I took the pot from her. Sit down. I'm guessing you don't want Earl Grey. She never wanted store-brand tea.
I'd prefer sencha.
I smiled. Okay, sencha it is.
Start by adding the leaves to the teapot,
she instructed as I started preparing it. I couldn't help but let out an amused breath. I'd fixed this tea for her hundreds of times, but she still couldn't help issuing step-by-step instructions.
1 teaspoon per cup, then add boiling water. Only brew it for 1 to 2 minutes.
Mama was big on chakai, a tea ceremony that ritualized serving tea. She, much like most of my Japanese relatives and friends, believed serving tea to be an art form. In my household, it was just something to make my mother happy, probably due to my upbringing in Italy. As she recited instructions that were ingrained in me, my thoughts drifted back to Reina. The unfortunate truth was that when I was around that girl, I tended to forget my plan, my mother, and both our families. Maybe she put a spell on me, the way her mother had cast a spell on Tommaso Romero. It was something I used to tell myself when trying to understand why he'd promised to marry my mother, only to leave her and marry Grace Bergman. Well, that, and then there was the fact she was a world-famous movie star. God, Buddha, Kami, Shinto gods that were revered by my Japanese ancestors must be laughing at me, because it shaped Reina into the most perfect, beautiful package that any man on this earth could want. From the moment we'd crossed paths again, something about the way she watched me brought a deep, unnerving fire out of me. I'd be lying if I said that I didn't like her unapologetic, quiet strength, the way she unabashedly asked me out to dinner, the way she stared at me, unashamed. And fuck, if it hadn't made me feel itchy as shit. The softness in her eyes reminded me of cobalt blue skies and was an oasis that brought a strange kind of peace and contentment, the kind I had never known. And her blush, that flush of her cheeks alone got me hard, which was wrong, considering her age and who she was. Yet here I was, thinking about her like it was my job, all the while going through with my plans to use her in the destruction of her father. My mind whispered she was innocent. For some reason, she trusted me blindly. And that pissed me off even more, because it made my conscience whisper things I didn't want to hear. 10 minutes later, I sat at the table in the kitchen as the sun rose higher, waiting and watching my mother sip her tea. In recent months, almost a year actually, her skin had been free of bruises, but I contributed that to the fact that father had moved on to other women, or even possibly other families to backstab.
Oba said you were with Reina Romero.
That was what I loved about my mother. She rarely beat around the bush. Yes.
I don't want you to see her anymore.
We watched each other in thick silence, a tense silence. My mother hadn't told me what to do in almost 2 decades. She advised me, gave me recommendations, but she never gave me orders. I guess there was a first time for everything. I'm sorry, Mama, but no. Several heartbeats passed before she said,
Are you dating her?
I leaned back in the chair, studying her face as she sipped her tea. She didn't look frazzled, but something was bothering her, and it wasn't who I was or wasn't dating. No. Not yet. It'd be a lie if I said I didn't like Raina. There was a softness and innocence about her that appealed to me. I couldn't remember ever feeling innocent. The world was never roses and rainbows in my experience. But that girl behaved as though it was. A sharp pang of guilt pierced through me, knowing that I'd use her to locate her papa's safe locations so I could retrieve the document my mother so desperately wanted. It didn't deter me from it, though.
Do you want to date her?
No, that was the question of the century. The girl was... I searched for the right word, failing to find a single one that would adequately describe Raina Romero. The cinnamon girl that seemed to walk through life like a ray of sunshine. No. Liar. My mother tilted her head, studying me pensively.
I don't know whether to believe you, Musuko.
She only called me son in Japanese when she was worried.
But you've never lied to me before, so I will trust you.
I should have felt guilty, but I didn't. My hatred for Romero was stronger than my honor. My interest in the girl with golden curls was even stronger than my hate.
Have you gotten any closer to getting Oji-san's contract?
I shook my head, studying my mother. She wanted that piece of paper with a desperation I didn't understand. Even more so since my grandfather's death. There were only 2 copies of it in this world. One was with Romero. The other had been with my grandfather. We had reason to believe my cousin destroyed it when he had our grandfather murdered. What makes you think Romero wouldn't have burned the document, reducing it to ashes? I questioned my mother. She took a sip of her tea, holding the delicate china. The slightest impact against the table, and it would shatter into pieces, just like all the ghosts that seemed to dance around us.
Tommaso Romero always kept documents like they were treasures,
she answered.
He'd say you never knew when you could use them again. Who you could use them against.
Sometimes I wondered how she knew so much about Romero's habits. They'd only known each other for a short time before Romero's wandering eye landed on Grace Bergman. You never explained how you actually met him, I asked suddenly. The question must have caught her by surprise, because it took her a few heartbeats to answer.
He came to discuss moving a certain product for Oji-san.
It could either be drugs or human trafficking. Romero didn't move weapons, at least not successfully.
They couldn't agree on terms. Later that night, your grandfather hosted a party and I was allowed to attend.
Her gaze darted to the window, watching the city and probably getting lost in her memories. And? I urged her softly. Her eyes returned to me.
It was the first time I came across a Western man. I found it exciting, and Romero saw how much I meant to my father, being his only daughter. I guess he thought he could leverage Oji-san with me, and like a fool I went along.
My jaw clenched. It sounded like a typical dickhead move. You were too young and sheltered. She nodded.
That's why we need that document, Eamon. We don't want him to use it as leverage.
I let out a sardonic breath. But what could he possibly use that's in there?
There were provisions in there for me, my children and his, our children.
I frowned. Well, his children are not yours, so not sure that you have to worry about that. Your children are not his, and you two never got married. My mother shook her head.
Romero had Oji-san put a provision in there for each of his children specifically, in case something should happen to me and he remarried. That would now include his daughters.
That was news to me, although the explanation made no sense. Oji-san was notorious for his distaste for outsiders in his organization. He wouldn't have allowed Romero any connection to the Yakuza outside my mother. But you two never got married, I pointed out again. It makes the whole agreement null and void. The look on my mother's face told me she wasn't convinced.
But that document is important,
She muttered.
I just know it. We need to read those provisions.
I sighed. My mother might have been a sheltered Yakuza princess, but her stubbornness exceeded those of most men. What kind of provision? I questioned, although I truly believed it was pointless to worry about it.
I'm not sure, since I wasn't allowed to participate in their discussions.
My sixth sense warned there was more to it than she was admitting.
But I also believe that document indicates Oji-san's plan to have you take over the Yakuza and all his businesses.
I'm already in the Yakuza, I reminded her. Besides, you two broke it off, so that document cannot be that important.
No, as its leader, you're not.
I was working on that, but I didn't want to alarm her. Treason in the Yakuza meant death. There was no need to put extra worry on Mama's shoulders.
Also, let's not forget that Romero doesn't have any connection to the Yakuza,
She pointed out. My brows scrunched at her reasoning.
and we want to keep it that way.
After Romero stole my cousin's shipment, there was no chance in hell that he'd ever do business with him.
I don't believe Oji-san ever updated the document to reflect Romero's betrayal, which might be a problem for his daughters.
Since when do you care about his daughters? She placed her cup on the table soundlessly.
I don't, but I care about you, and that document names you as Oji-san's heir.
I shook my head. It doesn't matter, Mama. Itsuki won't accept that document, and you know that. I'll have to beat him with my brains, power, and my own wealth.
So, Hiroshi keeps telling me.
It was clear by the tone of her voice she didn't agree with that approach.
You know Tommaso Romero was ashamed of me?
The change of subject was jarring, and it took me a moment to adjust. Mama liked to do that a lot when hitting a wall. How so? I asked.
I was too blind and too young to see. He used me to form an alliance with Oji-san, but he never meant to go through with it. I can see that now. He never introduced me to any of his friends or family.
I waited, sensing there was more to the story.
He was embarrassed of me. My skin color, my eyes, my clothes.
She reached out, her small hands taking my large ones into hers.
She's Romero's daughter.
She pointed out the obvious.
The apple doesn't fall far from the tree, my son.
And I'm Leone's son. I didn't think you would hold Romero's sins against his children. It was a hypocritical thing to say, considering I was using Reina to give the final blow to her old man. The Romero daughters were raised by their grandmother. She ignored my comment.
Are you using Reina Romero to get to her father?
Maybe. I was using her to squash the man. Dante would do the same with Phoenix. Checkmate,
Romero will never approve,
she said in Japanese. Her voice was soft, but underneath it all was something else, something more, something she hid too well.
And neither will I.
After I'm done with him, it won't matter. Reina Romero is just a means to an end. If only I knew how badly those words would haunt me.
21. Reina. It was the first official weekend of our summer break, middle of June. We arrived in Venice late last night, and instead of each one of us sleeping in our own bedrooms, because there were more than enough of those in Papa's home, we all crammed into Phoenix's and my room. Raven and Athena climbed into Phoenix's bed in the adjoining bedrooms. The first rays of sunshine flickered through the curtains. I glanced at the clock that told me it was only 6 a.m., the blinking red numbers accusing me of insomnia. Everyone was sound asleep, tired from last night's drive from Paris in our little rented Fiat. I was seriously tempted to push that car into the sea and take the train back, anything but cramming into it again. I lay in my bed, staring at the ceiling, the wispy gray clouds my mother had started to paint all those years ago still unfinished. It was the summer that had started it all. My panic attacks, meeting those two boys, losing my mother. Turning my head, I found my sister's sleeping face. She was innocent and so good.
It was one secret I could never share with her. I had to protect her. I made a promise. I slipped out of the bed and made my way to the large bench by the window. I sat down, bringing my knees to my chest, and wrapped my arms around my legs while memories I worked hard to repress flashed through my mind. I squeezed my eyes shut, hoping they'd go away. They didn't. Instead, images grew more vivid. Blood-red bathtub, Mama's pale face, her blue lips. The crimson bathwater surrounded my beautiful Mama, her long golden hair floating on the surface. Her palm gripped a necklace, the most unusual pendant hanging off it. Mama? My voice was barely a whisper, but she must have heard me because her eyes opened. Sadness stared back at me. Are you okay, Mama? It took her so much effort to inhale a deep breath that I took a step forward, worried she was hurting. I heard her crying earlier, but I didn't want to alarm my sister, so I waited until Phoenix picked up a book before leaving her. I'm fine, my little queen. Mommy's just tired. Want me to tuck you in? I offered, confused at why she was sleeping in the tub. She shook her head, the pendant swinging back and forth. She saw my eyes studying it. Do you like it? I nodded. It means love and affection in Japanese, she murmured. And I love you and your sister so much. Love you too, Mama. Why did my chest ache? Maybe I was getting sick. Should I get Papa? I offered. No. Her voice came out strong, determined. I gave up everything for him, and he gave me nothing. You hear me, Reina? He gave us nothing! I frowned, not understanding her words, but I still nodded. I didn't want to upset her. Mama was an actress, and sometimes she liked to pretend life was a movie. At least that's what Papa kept saying, although I didn't understand that either. Some days I wished we'd never come to Italy. We were happier in California. Life was perfect until we came here. Promise me, Reina. Her voice was weak. She was fading, leaving us. I didn't know how I knew it, but I felt it deep in my heart. Mama didn't like Italy, and now she'd leave us for good. But would she take Phoenix and me with her? I hoped so. I loved Mama. She was gentle and always smiled, even when she was sad. Promise what, Mama? The words trembled on my lips. I was scared. Somehow Papa's home had become dark and scary. Protect your sister, Reina. Protect Phoenix at all costs. I nodded, my curls bouncing. I will, I promised, swallowing the lump of fear in my throat. Mama, why is the water red? Is it a bath bomb? Yes, my little queen. I took a step forward. Can I have one too? Mama's eyes fluttered shut. No. Something monumental was happening. I knew this somehow, but my childish brain couldn't grasp it. Mama never denied us anything. You have to be strong for Phoenix. Grandma will make sure you don't repeat my mistakes. My terror grew with each breath, and so did my confusion. Mama, I called out in a small voice. Her eyes opened, blue and bruised, and found mine. You and Phoenix are my legacy. It doesn't matter who your papa is. I nodded my head, even though I didn't understand her words. She loved Papa, but things had been different since we came to Italy. Papa yelled more, and Mama cried more. Sorry, Mama. Her eyes opened. Look at me, Reina, she whimpered, and I stared at her wide-eyed. We came into this world screaming and covered in blood. Promise me you and your sister won't leave the same way. It's too late for me. I'm leaving with someone's blood on my hands. She reached out her hand weakly. Take the necklace. I didn't move, something about her voice rendering me immobile. Now, Reina, take it. I took a step forward, my feet soaking in the crimson-tainted water as I took the pendant. Her arm fell down the side of the tub with a heavy thud.
Mama, I'm scared. Tears burned the back of my eyes. My little heart squeezed in my chest. I wanted to make Mama better. Then I'd feel better. Then we'd be happy again. Go and play with your sister, Raina. My bare feet silent against the fancy floor and paintings of angels hanging above me. I let Mama soak with her bath bomb. I left her. I let her die. I should have saved her. The words echoed and screamed in my brain over and over again, piercing my ears until I started shaking. I jerked upright, suddenly awake, my body covered in perspiration. It all started and ended that summer. Or maybe it didn't. The road had led me back to the beginning, and it had to be for a reason, because I didn't believe in coincidences, and my path kept leading me back to him. Eamon Leone. Sleep refused to find me. I sat awake in the alcove by the window until the sun's rays glimmered over a sleeping Venice and the deserted canal. I waited for the girls to wake up. It only took a few hours, leaving me alone with my thoughts. Sometimes it was better to be busy than remember. But here I was, picking that summer apart piece by piece, like I always found myself doing. Man, Italy was way too sunny, Isla grumbled, chasing the ghosts away. Can someone pull the curtains closed? I smiled at her dramatics. And California is less sunny, huh? She peered at me through one open eye. Are you trying to be a smartass? I shrugged. Someone's gotta be. She stretched, arching her back and yawning at the same time. Man, my brothers would kill me if they knew we were in Italy. I scoffed. No, they wouldn't. They adored her. I looked out the window, watching the city come alive. The Piazza San Marco in the heart of Venice would soon be crowded with tourists from all over the world. The area was thronged with cafes, restaurants, and so many iconic sights. It wasn't home, but it was familiar. I can't believe I'm in Venice, she murmured. All I have to do is cross the canal and I'll be in an enchanted Renaissance city. I tilted my head pensively. I'm surprised your brother never brought you to Italy. She shrugged. He prefers Russia. I guess he feels more at home there. Phoenix stirred, and I pushed her dark brown hair off her sleeping face. You and Phoenix. I found Isla's emerald gaze watching us. You are so close, it makes me jealous. I frowned. Why? You have your brothers. They're so much older, so protective, but you two are like twins. You'd die for each other. Kill for each other. I chuckled. Your brothers would do both those things in a heartbeat. She rolled her eyes. You know what I mean. You two share most of your memories together. Except for her hearing loss, I muttered. I hate that she had to suffer that one alone. I'd always protect her. I felt her pain. She felt mine. I sensed her sorrows. She sensed mine. I made a promise that I'd protect her, and I'd do everything in my power to keep that promise. You two are chatterboxes, Athena complained. So much talk about dying. How about sleeping before we die? Isla and I chuckled. It's time to wake up, I said. Don't you want to go lounge by the pool? Then when the sun sets, we'll go out for dinner on the piazza and grab some ice cream. Phoenix opened her blue eyes, smiling dreamily and stretching. What did I miss? Not much, I signed. Sleepyheads, plans for pool lounging, dinner at the piazza and gelato. A knock sounded on my door. Come in, I called out. The door opened and Maria, Papa's cook, poked her head through. I have to go, she said. Her large bag slid off her shoulder before she caught it. Your papa is out, but he will be home shortly. You girls be good, okay? I couldn't help but smile. We're always good, Maria. She watched Phoenix and me, smiling affectionately. How you two have grown, she murmured, her tone melancholic. It feels like only yesterday that you were visiting Italy for the first time. Both of you look like... Something in my chest twisted, but I ignored it. I knew we looked like our mother. We'd heard it our whole lives. Papa sometimes couldn't bear to look at us because we reminded him so much of what he lost.
Non importa. When my brows scrunched, she added, Never mind. Then she moved her hand in the sign of the cross. Mamma mia, you are Italian, but you don't speak a lick of it. I shrugged. I know gelato. Maria had been our family's cook for as long as I could remember. When Mama died, she became more than that. She was the one to comfort us and watch movies with us and eat ice cream with us. When we were sent to boarding school, she'd come once a week and bring us home-cooked meals, so we wouldn't forget what home tasted like, she said. She followed us to California, but she always said she was the happiest here, back in Italy. It was where her sisters lived. So when we left for college, she returned and continued to cook for Papa. I often wondered why she didn't just live in his villa, but she said nothing was better than a woman's independence. I have breakfast ready for you, she continued. Sit on the terrace and get some sun. Teresa will bring it out for you once you're downstairs. I climbed off my bed and padded over to her, hugging her. Thank you. Say hello to your family, Phoenix signed, and I translated. Maria never quite picked up the ASL. I will. Mi belle, baci. She blew us all a kiss, then pecked me on the cheek. See you tomorrow, okay? I nodded. Then she drifted out of the room, like a fairy godmother on a mission. 22. Raina. An hour later, we lounged in the pool, drinking Sex on the Beaches and listening to Carrie Underwood's Cowboy Casanova on the pool speaker. The sun was hot, sparkling off the blue water as my head emerged from beneath. I opted for no alcohol, but the girls sipped on their little umbrella drinks like they were their lifeline. The cool liquid ran down my shoulders as I swam to my sister, who was wearing sunglasses and lay on a large floaty next to Athena. Both of them loved to just lounge around. Raven, Isla, and I were a lot more fun. We did cannonballs, dived, played water volleyball, but even that got boring after a while. Isla and Raven swam from the opposite side of the pool and reached the floaty. We shared a look and grinned. 1, 2, 3, we mouthed, tipping them over. A squeal, a scream, then nothing but giggles as Phoenix and Athena came up, sputtering, pulling their sunglasses off and pushing their hair from their face. Y'all are so immature, Athena grumbled. Phoenix had a better sense of humor and laughed it off, swimming to the edge of the pool and pulling herself out. I followed her, smiling. You okay? I signed. She rolled her eyes. My sunglasses are ruined. I grinned. I'll design you better ones. Phoenix beamed. Until you do, I'll steal yours. Fair enough. Soon we were all out of the pool and sunbathing. The sun warmed my skin while the cool water trickled down my body. Country songs played, giving a taste of home. The States, California, Grandma. I untied the back of my white bikini so I wouldn't have tan lines and let my mind drift. Of course, it found its way to Eamon, as it always did lately. As I lay on my back, arms out with my eyes closed, I wondered what kind of women Eamon liked. He hadn't reached out after that night in the club. Finals kept me busy, but not busy enough to not wonder why. 7 days without seeing each other, and all I did was think about him. Well, duh, I whispered to myself. He doesn't have my phone number. And just like that little flicker of hope ignited into a raging fire in my chest. Are you talking to yourself? I heard Isla ask. No? I wondered if Eamon and his brother came back to Italy much, to that castello by the sea. It could have been such a magical place, yet somehow darkness swallowed it, just the way it swallowed Eamon. Dante, too. I blamed their father for it. The evil lion. I snickered at the nickname I assigned Angelo Leone when I was a little girl. For a while there, I watched The Lion King every night and relished in the defeat of the evil Scar, Mufasa's brother. A quiet ruffle had me opening my eyes, and the moment I saw it, I jumped up, my hands gripping my bikini top to my chest. Snake! I screeched out, trying to climb on top of the table. That got everyone screaming. I kept waiting for Phoenix to move. She didn't. Horror shot through me as the snake made its way to her. She can't hear us. I jumped off the table, still gripping my top to my chest, and ran to Phoenix, yanking her to the right. She fell, scraping her knee, the designer sunglasses sliding off her face again and shattering on the ground. She looked at me like I was nuts when I pointed to the snake that was approaching us. Her eyes widened and we both jumped back onto the table. The girls huddled closer. If the table had been anything but solid wood, it would have collapsed.
What in the fuck is going on here?
Silence draped over the backyard and our heads whipped in the direction of my papa's voice. My mouth gaped. Eamon and Dante stood next to Papa. Tall, dark, and grim. A cold sweat drifted through me. Why were they here? Would they tell Papa I got roofied in his club? My skin buzzed with a cool sensation as I stood there, my heart beating a mile a minute. I felt, rather than saw, Eamon's gaze on me, his eyes hidden behind aviator sunglasses.
Why are you screaming like that?
Papa asked again. My gaze breezed over Dante, only to land back on Eamon. It was hard not to look at him. Everything about him fascinated me, and he was so beautiful it stole my breath away every time. Besides, at 6'3", it was hard to miss him. Although his brother was just as tall, he wasn't as beautiful as I shook my head, scolding myself, not my Eamon. Snake, Baba, I breathed out, my eyes on Eamon's face, his eyes hidden. I wished he'd take his glasses off so I could see his dark eyes. I felt the brothers' gazes on me, and I realized I was half naked here. I brought both my arms around, crossing them over my chest while my cheeks burned. I wished it was a more graceful run-in, but here we were.
There shouldn't be any snakes in Venice,
Eamon said flatly. Well, there is one right there, Raven snapped. Tell me what it is, then. A fucking toy? My father narrowed his eyes on her in displeasure. He hated hearing crude language from a woman's mouth. If he knew phoenixes and my vocabulary, he'd have a cow.
Obviously not.
Dante and Eamon didn't seem frazzled at all.
Since the snake is now slithering to you,
Dante added. Terrified squeals escaped us and our eyes flitted to the snake. Sure as shit, it was making moves.
It must be that Pazzo neighbor,
Papa grumbled.
He has a snake for a pet.
A shudder rolled down my spine. Crawly things gave me the creeps, and it was unfathomable that anyone would keep a snake as a pet. It might eat him one day.
I'll get it,
Eamon said. A round of gasps surrounded me. Is he getting it with his hands? Athena asked under her breath. I wasn't sure how else he'd get it, aside from shooting it, so I didn't answer, as we all watched Eamon stride toward the snake. I held my breath, unable to look away. I didn't want him to be bitten. The snake could be poisonous, and it would be a waste of a gorgeous man. My eyes traveled over his lean, strong body. He was wearing black dress pants and a white short-sleeved shirt, while I stood here in a white bikini, the top barely covering my chest. Yet it felt like he was more exposed than me, with his smooth, tanned forearms and biceps on full display. Every time I looked at him, the entire universe faded away, leaving just the two of us. I wanted to touch him so badly that my fingers trembled, clutching my bathing suit until my knuckles turned white. To feel his muscular body covering mine like a blanket and get lost in him? Why? I didn't know, but there was something about him I couldn't resist. Eamon stopped a foot from the snake and my heart raced in my chest. Be careful, I whispered. It could be poisonous. He let out an amused breath.
It's not.
My brows furrowed. How could he be so sure? How do you know? Isla asked. It looks poisonous to me. Eamon just shrugged.
Just know.
Well, that didn't explain anything, but whatever. I didn't care as long as he got it away from here. For a moment, he stood still. Then, in one swift move, he reached down, grabbing the head of the snake, its slithering body wrapping around his forearm. Ugh, that's just gross, Isla muttered. I wasn't a fan by any means, but it was fascinating to watch him handle it with ease.
Lead me to your Pazzo neighbor, Romero,
Eamon announced.
Or would you rather keep the snake?
If my father kept the frightening creature, I was sure to never come back to this house. I refused to sleep under the same roof as something so creepy. They belonged in the jungle, the woods, definitely not here. I watched as Eamon and Papa made their way over to the neighbor. Eamon said something to the neighbor, who paled at the words, grabbed his precious snake, and immediately shut the door in their faces.
I didn't know you two were bringing company,
Papa said, as he made his way back, Eamon towering over him. I chewed on my lip, clutching the bathing suit to my chest. Sorry. Should have asked first.
It's your home.
It really wasn't. My sister and I felt no connection to this house.
What are your friends' names?
Dante and Eamon stood, patiently waiting, although something about their demeanor clearly indicated annoyance. Raven? I jutted my chin at my dark-haired friend. Athena and Isla. Papa muttered something in Italian, and the three of them headed back inside. So much for that famous Italian hospitality.
You should be wearing a one-piece, Reina,
he barked, never looking back. My shoulders slumped and I lowered my head to hide my embarrassment.
Modesty goes far these days.
I clenched my teeth, swallowing the words on the tip of my tongue. If Grandma were here, Papa'd never dare say something like that. She wouldn't allow it. I'd never understood their relationship. He didn't like her, I was certain of it, but he never went against her, almost as if she held something over his head. Someone must have translated Papa's words because Phoenix's arm wrapped around my shoulders. I loved him, but words like those made me feel like shit. I'd overheard him once telling Grandma that I should be groomed to become a proper wife, not a wild child. Once the men disappeared inside, it was Raven who spoke up first. Fuck modesty, she hissed in a low tone. Don't listen to him. I shrugged, taking a step back and fastened my top properly. Let's go out, I said instead. It was better than staying under the same roof with someone who disapproved of me so thoroughly.
23. Eamon. I got a distinct feeling of déjà vu. A clock ticked, ice clinked, cigar smoke hung in the air. Meanwhile, Romero sat behind his desk, looking like shit, a scowl stretching across his face. Although I wasn't sure whether it was toward his youngest daughter or at the topic we were about to discuss. Dante and I occupied the chairs in front of his desk. I leaned back with one elbow on the armrest, and my brother propped an ankle on his knee. I was pretty sure Romero hated our guts, but I didn't give two fucks about that. I'd continue to sit like I had better places to be. Romero pulled on his cigar like his life depended on it, while Dante and I remained silent. We were used to awkward and tense silence, what with growing up under our father's iron fist. You said you'd secure my shipments. His words, full of anger and desperation, cut through the air. My gaze found Romero's through a haze of smoke, and I found nothing but disgust in his eyes. How someone like him could father two decent daughters was incomprehensible. Their untainted morals must be the result of their upbringing with their grandmother. We said, we'll secure your shipment to the port, I pointed out. You lost your shipment en route to your warehouse. It's your job to secure your drug routes. I scanned his office as he continued to spit words at us. Oddly, there were no photos of his daughters, only his wife. A few Renaissance paintings, originals by the looks of it. It was more than likely he wouldn't keep a safe behind priceless artifacts, so that was out. With the number of secrets he was sure to be storing away, he'd need somewhere more accessible. It was a setup. He pushed his hand through his hair. He wasn't far off. It wasn't a coincidence that Reina was almost attacked in Paris, and now his shipment disappeared. Not that I'd tell him anything about my idiot cousin sending men after her. I'd protect her myself, and I didn't need Romero's men in my way. It had to be a setup. I let out a sardonic breath, shaking my head. My lips pulled into a hard smile. Not our problem. Pay us the cut you owe us, plus the list of human traffickers, and we'll be on our way. Careful, Romero snarled, as he shot me a look that said he'd like nothing more than to end us. But he was no match for me and Dante. We were stronger than him, and richer than him. and now he owed us a lot. My reputation already stretched far and wide, and its details drove fear into men. Dante's reputation for losing his shit cautioned everyone from getting on his bad side too. We were nothing like our father. We were fucking worse. Bottom line, Romero couldn't afford to get on my bad side. I need time, he gritted, his jaw pulsing with rage he was trying to contain. You had time. I need time to arrange a marriage for my daughter. His words sliced the air and unleashed my anger. Volatile and red, it wrapped around my throat. He said daughter, not daughters. Which daughter? I gritted. But deep down I knew. Reina. Over my dead body. The words burned on my tongue, but they remained locked between my clenched teeth. Static filled my ears, and rage boiled through my veins like wildfire. Instead, I smiled cruelly as I tampered down this rage. I stared at him with indifference, while I contemplated the best way to murder Reina's father and bury his bones in an unmarked grave. He didn't deserve anything better. Why not Phoenix? Dante asked, his tone cold, but something lingered in his eyes, unhinged and ready to unleash. She's deaf. It'd be hard to find a good match. Romero's eyes darted my way, and I didn't have to wonder what he was thinking. The illegitimate son would settle. Fuck him. I'd never settle for anything or anyone. Reina Romero would be mine. I wished she were already mine, for reasons I didn't want to explore. The girl had inched her way under my skin, and it felt right. She should have a grip on my heart, because it thundered for her. You call yourself a father? Dante spat out. You should be protecting them, not pimping them out. Romero let out an exaggerated exhale. That's rich coming from anyone in the Leone family. He had to be referring to father's dealings in human trafficking from his early days. Maybe I should end both men, because neither was worth a fuck in my book. My gaze found his eyes again. Unlike his daughter's, he had black, beady eyes, a receding hairline, and unattractive features. His daughters definitely favored their mother. While Reina didn't have a single attribute of Romero's, Phoenix's hair color was his exact shade. Whatever, Dante ended up answering. I don't give a shit what you do. You used the Leone port, now you have a week to come up with the money. Dante's eyes darted my way, and I gave him a barely noticeable nod. I'll wait for you outside, he said, standing up and buttoning his suit jacket. He would look around and see if he could locate a safe. He'd need to be wary of the girls, but he didn't need me telling him that. I waited until the door closed behind me before speaking. I can help you make the money you owe, and more, in less than a week, I baited. For the past few years, I'd been laying the foundation for my revenge plan. Now would come the trap. How? His tone was suspicious. He had every right to be. When you fucked someone over, you should always expect karma to come back to you. One of my favorite Japanese sayings was "akuinaka," translating literally to evil cause, evil effect. My mother had been preaching it my whole life, either to convince herself or me that eventually Romero would reap what he sowed. Well, I was done waiting, so I was speeding up the process, and I'd use Reina to finish her father off. We'd been gaining Romero's reluctant trust for years. No, we'd smother it to ash and make him pay for using my mother for her connections. My mother needed the document that Oji-san and Romero signed. She claimed it would restore her honor, and I owed her that much. I'd use Reina to learn where her father's safe was so I could get my hands on that document. One way or another, I'd get that fucking document for my mother.
24. Reina. We were walking through the narrow street on our way to the gondolas when I reached into my purse to grab my phone. Lowering my eyes, I started digging for it and realized my wallet was missing too. Fuck, I muttered. I forgot my wallet. I was so distracted while getting dressed that I forgot both. Distraught at seeing Eamon with Papa, I couldn't shake off the feeling that something was brewing. That's okay, Athena said. Her hand looped through mine. We just got into the gondola that would take us across the canal to Piazza San Marco. I'll cover you. I shook my head. I forgot my phone, too. I'll go back and grab it real fast. My eyes flitted to the gondolier. Can you wait, please? I won't be long. I have money, Phoenix signed. Just come on in. You don't want to run into Papa again. I shook my head. I left my phone. Don't worry, I assured her. I'll sneak in and out. With a terse nod, I turned around and ran back to the house, slowing my steps right before entering the villa. It was a Liberty-style villa, influenced by Greco-Roman architecture, or so the lifestyle magazines loved to boast about. It had been featured in many over the years, likely because of Mama's name. People sure loved a taste of Hollywood. The front of the house faced a small garden, and the heart of Venice was a stone's throw across the canal. As I approached the entryway, I ran my hand along the amethysts tucked into the walls. Papa had done some extensive restorations before bringing Mama back all those years ago, in hopes she'd love it here as much as he did. It didn't exactly work out that way, and he learned quickly that glistening marble accents and modern architecture would never be enough. My chest twisted like it did every time I thought of this place. Pushing the heavy mahogany door open, I stepped inside and listened, holding my breath. I didn't hear any movements. The Leone brothers had to still be in Papa's office. I bolted up the stairs and rushed into my room, grabbing my wallet and phone sitting on the nightstand. I stuffed them into my little shoulder purse before running back downstairs, just as I was turning a corner in the hall near the study. I collided with something warm and solid. Ouch, I muttered as the familiar scent washed over me, masculine and strong, and a breath escaped me. Eamon Leone. My cheeks blazed as I took a step back, my heart beating in my chest as our eyes met for a flicker of a heartbeat that seemed to stretch into many moments. His gaze traveled down the length of me with a flicker of disapproval. My stomach dipped like a tilt-a-whirl, and before I could think twice, the words were out of my mouth. What? Don't like my outfit? I raised my chin defiantly, challenging him to say something. I wore a thin-strapped pink dress that reached right above my knees. My hair was pulled up in a high ponytail, keeping my curls off my face and hair off my neck. When he didn't answer, I tapped my pink polka-dotted ballet flats against the century-old marble. Not appropriate or modest enough? He was larger than life in this hallway, swallowing all the space between us. It wasn't my tendency to be snappy at people, but something about the way he stared at me, combined with those words from earlier, got to me. He took a small step forward, one hand casually in his pocket. I stood my ground, refusing to be intimidated by him. The slightest bit of amusement flashed in his eyes.
It's more appropriate than the outfit you wore last time I saw you.
He drawled lazily, his voice warm and husky. By the pool? I breathed.
In my club.
I blinked. The leather pants and strappy top I wore to his club covered more than this dress, but I didn't bother correcting him. Instead, I said, I'm surprised you noticed considering you had your hands full with that woman hanging off you like a leech. I instantly wished I could reach out and take my words back. They made me sound jealous, like I spent way too much time thinking about him with other women. Don't you? A voice whispered.
Sounds like someone's been thinking about me.
He drawled, and the voice I'd just quieted hummed in satisfaction. Don't let it go to your head, I muttered. He brought his hand up a thumb running across his jaw almost as if he was attempting to hide a smile. But I must have misread it, because his eyes were as cool as ever. He took a step forward. I took one back. His gaze fell down my body again, making me feel breathless. Nobody had ever had this impact on me. I wanted him to find me pretty. I wanted him to like me, yet I couldn't tell whether or not he did from the neutral expression he wore as his stare traveled back up from my flats.
Where are you going?
Another step forward, and my chest brushed against his torso. He was so much taller than me. The size difference should have intimidated me. It did, but not in a bad way. I liked our differences. He was hard, I was soft. He was golden-skinned, and I was pale. His beautiful dark hair and eyes to my lighter ones. We were like the night sea and morning sky meeting at the world's end. Out? He dropped his hand to his side.
With boys?
Not that it's any of your business, but no. Then, because I was mad, I added, but we might pick up some fine gentlemen while in town. He watched me, in an observant kind of way, as if looking for signs of truth. His heavy gaze reached mine, burning me. He gave his head a slow shake.
You better not. Not unless you want to cause their untimely death.
I felt alive under his scrutiny and his threats. They should have appalled me, but my heart screamed that maybe he was jealous too. The smart Raina would have gotten the heck out of here, but all my reason dissipated the moment Eamon entered my life again. Are you asking me not to look at other men? This time, I took a step forward, bringing our bodies flush. His warmth seeped into me, and I had to fight the urge to sigh dreamily. I waited, holding my breath, while hope bloomed in my chest. It deflated as he stood, wordlessly, hope turning into disappointment. So I took a step to move around him. Before I could take another step, he grabbed my wrist.
Would you listen?
His grip felt like a band of fire, heavy, firm, immovable, claiming me as his. It was the most innocent touch, yet it leaked something boiling hot into my bloodstream. Yeah, I breathed out, drowning in his eyes, hoping to get a peek into his soul, but he kept the doors firmly shut, leaving me hungry for more. But only if you do the same, I added bravely. Surprise flushed in his gaze, and the grip on my wrist tightened. My skin was burning up. My heart drummed. My papa could come out of his office at any moment, but it didn't seem as important as getting this answer from him.
You're too young,
he said, almost as though speaking to himself. My pulse fluttered when his thumb brushed my knuckles, but it fueled me with courage. I'll be 18 soon.
Another few weeks. Either way, you are still underage.
Then wait for me. My heart felt close to stopping. He knew my birthday. And I'll wait for you. I'll wait as long as you need me to, I managed to say. I couldn't believe those words left my lips. It was all the more terrifying because I meant them. His gaze came back to my face and we looked at each other for a stretch, knowing what came next would make us or break us.
You'll wait for me,
he stated, his voice husky and dark.
And I'll wait for you.
My heart skipped a beat at his promise. My soul danced and my pulse raced. Then, without warning, he bent his head and pressed his lips against mine. Butterflies in my stomach took flight. His mouth was so warm and soft against mine, his scent mind-numbing. A moan climbed up my throat and my mouth parted. His tongue slid inside, brushing against mine. His lips closed around my bottom one, gently tugging on it as warmth rushed to the pit of my stomach, spreading through me like fire. He groaned. I whimpered, our mouths molding together. I was clumsy and I couldn't keep up with his kisses, but I loved every second of it. He took and gave, while I melted in his arms. It ended too soon. Why did you kiss me? I asked when he pulled away, dazed, thrilled that he did. My heart sang, my blood sizzled, and this man was the sole cause of it.
Because I wanted to.
His grip tightened on me.
I'm tired of resisting you.
My tongue swept over my bottom lip. I thought you didn't like me, I admitted. He reached for a curl from my ponytail and twisted it around his finger.
Who in their right mind Wouldn't like you, Cinnamon Girl.
He released my hair and let it bounce.
I'm tired of expectations. You make me feel light.
Another kiss, and I thought my heart would burst out of my chest. A heaviness settled between my legs, needing more of him. I kissed him back, attempting to grind against him, but before I could press my body any closer, he took a step back. My eyes fluttered open. I was panting, meeting eyes darker than a starless sky, but his gaze burned like the fires in the pit of my stomach. He wants me too, I thought, giddy.
You better not let another man touch you, Raina.
His husky voice washed through me like dark melted chocolate. His grip slipped down my wrist, the rough pads of his fingertips trailing down my palm, then my fingers, until we were no longer touching. And I missed him, already. The sea breeze whipped through my hair, and I kept pushing my curls out of my face after I had let my ponytail down. The girls and I sat in a bar, having a late lunch, while Venice buzzed with life around us. Isla stared at her phone. Raven took selfies. Athena and Phoenix were having a vivid conversation, both of them laughing. I was in the floating city, looking over a crowd of happy people, soft Italian music drifting through the air. Laughter filled the group, following a tour guide who held a stick with a colorful silky scarf blowing in the wind, a Group A sign on it. My flowy dress fluttered in the wind, while the sun burned hot and heavy. A drop of sweat ran down my back as I lowered my eyes to my plate and kept them there. I chewed my lip, tapping my fingers on the table. Nerves swam in my stomach as the kiss I shared with Eamon played in my mind. Our first kiss. I couldn't stop the whisper of anticipation that tightened my lungs. A very stupid, romantic part of me had hearts in my eyes and dreams sprouting in my mind. But then it occurred to me. What if Eamon didn't keep his word? He didn't seem like a player, but I'd seen plenty of heartbreak in my friends' lives. They never saw it coming. I shook my head, chasing the doubts away, knowing that Eamon was the only man who had the slightest ability to break my heart, yet still willing to risk it. 1 second I was daydreaming about Eamon, the next a tug on my shoulder had me almost falling over. Ouch, I whimpered, realizing too late my purse had been snatched. I shot up to my feet, but before I even made it 5 feet, I found my purse discarded on the ground. A crowd of tourists stared at something, or someone, while I bent to gather my things. I peered inside to find my wallet and phone intact, and I breathed a sigh of relief.
Hello, Cinnamon Girl.
My heart stilled at the sound of the voice. Slowly, I lifted my head and found Eamon standing in front of me. He was so good-looking, I had to stifle a sigh. Thick, dark hair, high cheekbones, dark eyes with secrets that could barely contain, broad shoulders, clean, sculpted lines, all 6'3" of him, clad in jeans and a white shirt showing off his muscles. He filled out the jeans and his clothes better than any man. We only stared at each other, and as my breath began to slow beneath his penetrating silence, I forced a word past my lips. Eamon. I noticed his brother next to him. His gaze flicked to me, disinterested and possibly agitated. Dante was beautiful, but in a completely different way. The Leone brothers were intense, but where Eamon was breathtakingly beautiful, Dante was dark and cold.
What? No hello for me? Is the Cinnamon Girl grouchy?
He called me Cinnamon Girl all those years ago. I wasn't even fond of cinnamon, so why did he keep calling me that? Hello, Eamon, I greeted him, flashing him a smile. Happy now? I shook my head and made my way back to our table. Eamon and Dante followed right behind me, their presence warm at my back, while girls stared at them. Don't worry, girls. I'll handle the mugger myself. I sat down in my spot. Holy shit, it's your hot boyfriend, Raven whisper yelled, nudging me. A flush crept up my neck. He's not my boyfriend, I hissed. Stop calling him that. My eyes found him again. It was difficult not to stare at him. Under the warm glow of the Venice sun, we stared at each other. His presence was like a shadow, a warm reprieve from the heat pummeling the concrete. It pulled me in so effortlessly that I had to fight the urge to lean into him. The reminder of Papa's behavior in front of him and Dante earlier permeated the air, and it felt like a cold shower. Our kiss should have been enough to ease my insecurities, but I leaned back to put some distance between us anyway. Eamon was having none of that, though, because he reached out and grabbed my hand.
Come with me.
I stood up, eager to obey him, and my feet were already moving. His rough palm held mine like it belonged to him, like I belonged to him. The touch burned, spreading a warm sensation all through me, and I couldn't help but wonder how it would feel to have his body pressed against mine. It took me a moment to find my sanity and voice to speak. "Where are we going?" I asked breathlessly. At the same time, Phoenix ran up to me. "What are you doing?" she demanded. "You can't just leave with this guy." I pulled my hand out of Eamon's rough palm and already missed his touch. "I'll be safe," I said, signing to my sister. "Right, Eamon?" We both turned to look at the boy-turned-man who had fascinated me from the moment I'd met him. He gave a curt nod before looking off into the distance. "Okay, that's reassuring," Phoenix signed, her movements jerky, signaling her agitation. Her expression was sarcastic at Eamon's non-response, and she had no qualms about glaring at him. "You know who I'm going with, so if he kills me, it's a no-brainer." I tried to joke. She didn't laugh, and Eamon didn't bother assuring her of anything. "I'll be right back. Just stay with the girls," I instructed my sister. Reluctantly, she walked back to where Raven, Isla, and Athena sat, glancing over her shoulder every few steps. Dante stayed behind too, saying something to Phoenix, who flipped him off in the universal language. I reached for Eamon's hand and slipped my fingers between his, following him down the busy, narrow streets of the carless city. He took an abrupt left turn into an empty alleyway, while a canal splashed softly against the stone. Eamon stopped at the stone alcove, and I stared in amazement around me. The buzz of the city was so faint here, it felt as if we were in a different city altogether. Glancing to my right, far down the canal, there was a bridge full of people taking pictures of the ancient city, oblivious to the two of us. "How did you know this was here?" I asked, as he released my hand and leaned against the stone wall of someone's home.
"I know this city inside and out,"
was all he said, his shoulders tense. I thought the Leone family stuck to their own territory. I didn't know why I said it. I could only blame the sudden rush of anxiety shooting through me.
"You know who owns which territories?"
There was an edge to Eamon's tone, his gaze heavy with all the secrets I wanted to learn. "I do."
"Your father tell you?"
I scoffed, my answer clear on my face.
"Then how?"
"I have my ways," I cooed. I saw a bitter expression cross his beautiful face and wondered what was going through his mind. I sighed, suddenly feeling tired. "I got into his phone once," I admitted. There was an email that appeared on the screen, and I didn't think. I just read it. He cocked his eyebrow.
"An email?"
I shrugged. "Yeah, it talked about territories in Italy, something about 5 Italian families and Papa expanding his territory." His expression turned dark, ominous. The tension was so palpable I could taste it. I wondered if my snooping around my father's things set it off, or if it was what I'd said. My eyes darted down the empty alley we'd come from. It looked like an abandoned piece of land in the middle of a crowded city. The silence stretched until I finally had enough. I took a step to leave, but he grabbed my wrist.
"Stay with me."
It wasn't a demand, but it wasn't a suggestion either. And like a flower needing the sun, I stayed. My wrist still in his grip, we watched one another in silence while something hot unraveled inside me. "By the way, thank you," I murmured. He turned his head toward me, and the look in his eyes was thoughtful but also tinged with something so profound, my heartbeat tripped over itself.
"For what?"
"The nightclub." I let out a shallow breath. Around him, I felt like a much younger schoolgirl, falling for a boy. Or maybe this was fate, something inevitable brewing since our first meeting 12 years ago. "I never thanked you." He watched me with a hooded expression, and my pulse fluttered wildly. He brushed his thumb over a vein on my wrist, and I wondered if he could feel how it raced. I couldn't stop drinking him in. How his clothes molded his thick arms and chest, his narrow waist. Every inch of him seemed hard and formidable. It was never something that appealed to me before, and I suspected it'd only be this way with him. A curious impulse yearned for me to run my hand down every inch of his body and find out if it was as sculpted as it looked, despite my inexperience. This pull in his direction threatened to bubble over like a pot of water over high heat.
You staying here for the summer?
He asked, as a warm breeze swept up the narrow canal. I pulled my wrist, albeit reluctantly, out of his grip. No, just a few days, then I'm going back to Paris. I'm taking a summer class.
High school summer class?
No, college class. When he raised his eyebrow, I explained. I skipped 2 grades so I could go to college with my sister. Then, because I couldn't resist, I added, I might not be 18 quite yet, but I assure you, I'm not a silly girl. I desperately wanted him to see me as older and responsible. I didn't know if my goal was achieved because only dark amusement ghosted through his gaze.
I can't decide whether you're a rebel or a good girl.
I looked up at the blue skies that seemed darker where we stood, surrounded by dampness along the water. Maybe I'm both, I said softly, meeting his gaze again. I flushed, every inch of my skin growing hot. I had never admitted out loud that darkness appealed to me as much as the light. Maybe we were all a little of both.
Come here.
Something soft and spellbinding wove through his deep voice, pulling me into his web. Or maybe I'd been there all along and hadn't recognized it. And like a moth to a flame, knowing full well my wings would ignite, I took a step. His hands came to rest on my waist, his grip tightening as he pulled me closer until my cheek brushed his chest. I bit my lower lip, nerves dancing and wreaking havoc in the pit of my stomach. His eyes dropped to my mouth and warmth poured through my body. Are you going to kiss me? He didn't move. He didn't answer. My body vibrated, overstimulated in his embrace. My heart pounded in my throat as goosebumps spread down my spine. Done waiting and hungry for more, I took matters into my own hands. I closed the distance and kissed him. I tasted him the way he tasted me earlier in my papa's hallway, except here, I didn't care who saw us. I nipped his bottom lip, urging him to take the lead. He was the first man, I'd ever kissed, and I wanted him to teach me everything. I pulled back to find his eyes burning with heat. His piercing gaze was locked on me, and soaked in so much intensity, a tremor rolled across my skin in response. I couldn't find enough air to breathe as I waited for him to kiss me again. His lips touched me, barely, softly. It reminded me of a whisper on a breeze. I brought my hands up and ran them through his hair, pulling him harder against me. This time, he nipped my bottom lip, the graze of his teeth stirring a moan in my throat. He drew my top lip in with a sweet pull. My senses vibrated beneath the surface, hummed and inflamed whenever our bodies touched. I arched closer to him, his heat soaking into every fiber and cell. My lips parted and he sucked on my tongue, hungry and greedy. Each kiss turned harder. Each lick woke something dark and carnal inside me. A blaze seared through me as I drew my blunt nails across his scalp. He growled low in his throat, and his mouth roughened on my lips. His kisses grew more demanding, his hard-on pressed against my lower stomach, igniting more flames through my bloodstream. Eamon's lips moved down my throat, hot and wet, and my head fell back with a moan. Sparks set off deep in my core as a heavy heartbeat pounded between my legs, turning my vision hazy. He dragged his lips past my collarbone and nipped the soft flesh there. My nipples tightened, sensitive against the material of my bra. I was desperate for his mouth on my breasts, to feel it warm and wet on every inch of my skin. I lowered my hands from his hair, sliding them down to his shirt and beneath it to feel his stomach. He was all hard, smooth muscle. I could feel his heat and smell his cologne, clean and citrusy. He was my favorite scent. My heart raced, nearing the point of explosion. The frantic beat of it drummed in my ears. Our mouths clashed, our breaths becoming one. His tongue tangled with mine. I moaned into his mouth, starved for more. I must have lost my mind because the next words that passed through my lips were breathless. Touch me. Please. I put my hand over his and brought it to my breast, arching my back into him. In a move so sudden, he ripped away from me. Breathing hard, I stumbled back and would have fallen if he didn't steady me. God, he felt good. So right. Like a piece of me that was missing and I had finally found it.
Jesus,
he muttered under his breath, his eyes on me as he ran his hand through his thick hair. Then, a string of curses followed.
Fuck, we can't do this.
I blinked. Why not? I jutted my chin up. We're both adults.
You're not,
he pointed out. Damn him. Insecurity flooded me, as the profound loss of him caused my teeth to chatter. Then his hand wrapped around my wrist and pulled me back, my body flush with his. Everywhere his muscles brushed against me, I burned.
Not yet.
His voice was dark, smoky. The way he watched me kindled a heat in my lower belly. Then when? I whimpered, this need for him consuming me down to the marrow of my bones.
You're underage.
The logic made no sense, but I had no time to question it because his mouth slammed against mine.
Fuck, you're getting under my skin.
Now he knew how I felt. I wanted more of his touch, more of his kisses. I pressed myself against him. His one hand came down my bare thigh, his calloused palm rough against my soft skin. The heat flowing through my veins erupted into a full-blown volcano, every nerve within my body blazing with sensation. Then, as if he knew what I needed, he pressed his thigh between mine, right against my clit. I moaned into his mouth as a wave of pleasure shot through me. I felt it in my spine and all the way down to my toes. I rocked against his thigh with need, flushed and wanting, already feeling the budding pressure of release. He pulled back, his eyes full of heat on my bare thigh, watching where I ground against him. I wasn't an expert, but I thought he liked what he saw.
Are you going to come, my cinnamon girl?
His voice was thick with an accent. Italian, Japanese, English, I wasn't sure, but it was the sexiest thing I had ever heard. I gripped a handful of his hair and brushed my lips against his. He grunted, rough and low, then pulled out of reach. So I leaned in and pressed my lips against his neck, sucking and licking. God, he tasted so good. Just the way he smelled. Tension lined his shoulders and the muscles in his arms strained. His fingers dug into my ass cheeks. Amen, I need... My moans were desperate. I rocked against his leg, chasing friction. I need more.
Fuck,
he rasped against my lips. For a fraction of a second, I thought he was going to relent.
No, not until you're of age. For now, this is what you get.
His mouth came down on mine, nipping my bottom lip. I sucked in a gasp, and he went to work, licking it, soothing the sting. He pressed his leg harder against me at a different angle, and my orgasm slammed into me, a raging inferno that stole my breath from my lungs. I buried my face into his neck as I shuddered against him, like he was my rock against the storm. His fingers came up to my hair, fisting it and pulling my head back to look at me. His gaze brushed over my half-lidded eyes and parted mouth, while the hot burn of his lips still smoldered on my skin. Lust and something violent, almost possessive, lingered on his face. I felt weightless, my entire being tingling with sweet relief. I think I finally get why Venice has a reputation for romance, I said, struggling to catch my breath. Stepping back, his shoulders tense, he let out a sardonic breath.
Cinnamon girl, this is far from romantic.
I blinked, watching his expression shift from something soft to hard, closing him off to me. Was he trying to restrain his emotions or hide them from me? The intensity of his gaze almost made me hold my tongue, but my impulsivity won and pushed me to say the words anyway. Then why don't you rectify that and take me on a date, Eamon Leone?
25. Eamon. My mother always taught me that it was wrong to nurture hatred and regret. It made your decisions questionable and made you no different from your enemy. It changed your entire essence and destroyed your soul. I finally understood it as I watched Raina's flushed cheeks and eyes shimmering like stars, her golden hair reminding me of summer fields, her cinnamon scent wrapped around me like sweet poison. I knew that destroying her father might steal her innocence. My chest tightened, and each breath burned my lungs with the thought that I'd destroy those hearts in her gaze. Hatred fucking burned, like inhaling smoke, then getting punched in the throat. The poison of that hatred ate at Dante and me from the inside out, cementing our plan. But for the first time in my adult life, I wondered whether my plan was flawed, and it made me hate Romero even more. I hated the bastard for turning my mother's life upside down, for pulling her from the only home she'd ever known, and then shoving her into my father's arms. I hated him for breaking her so badly that she'd settle for a man like my father who treated her like trash. My mood blackened, and Raina's blue eyes flashed with surprise.
Jeez, I didn't think asking you to take me on a date would piss you off so badly,
she muttered, taking a step back. Before I even knew what I was doing, my hand grabbed her tiny waist and pulled her against me. A soft whimper escaped her, and I swallowed it with a kiss. She instantly relaxed, her lips molding to mine. She was so fucking responsive to me that I didn't know how I'd survive until her 18th birthday without burying myself deep inside her. My brother would laugh his head off if he knew I was waiting to fuck her. Well, fuck him. I intended to savor every moment with her until we were finished, but not before she was of age. "I'll take you on a date," I murmured against her lips.
Really?
Her full pink lips curved into a beaming smile, the kind that could easily steal a man's heart, and I wondered if she'd try to steal mine.
You want to date me?
You asked me to wait for you, I reminded her.
I was worried that maybe you changed your mind.
I almost did, because I knew deep down she was innocent, and it was wrong to make her pay for someone else's wrongdoings. Even Raina's moans sounded innocent. But seeing her eyes haze over as she fell apart for me, and the way her expression glowed with post-orgasmic bliss, made me greedy. I wouldn't allow anyone else to see it. Not until I was done with it. And her. I'll wait for you, Raina Romero. Although she might wish that I hadn't at the end of it all. But you have to promise me one thing. I ran a thumb across her parted, swollen lips, and her tongue darted out, licking the pad of my finger. It sent a rush of heat to my groin as the images of her doing that same thing while on her knees played in my mind. Don't fall in love with me. She gave me one of those blinding sunshine smiles.
You can't order my heart around, Eamon Leone.
She rose up onto her tiptoes and brushed her lips against mine.
But don't worry, my bitter prince. I won't ask for anything in return.
I should have known, right then and there, that I was hers. I had been hers since that first hug. I leaned into my seat in the back of the car, Dante studying me while our driver made his way down the highway to our father's home in Trieste. I could still smell her on me, every inch of me, and every time I took a breath, a memory of her rushed in. It did nothing to ease my fucking hard-on. Dante had been burning a hole in the side of my head since leaving the girls in Piazza San Marco, laughing and rating men that passed by. And they said men were insensitive dicks. When Raina gave a random blonde prick a 5, I had to leave before I followed the guy and made him a 0 by smashing his skull into the 100-year-old stone. That was how much Raina unsettled me. The most PG thing I had done with a girl since middle school, yet it left me more worked up than I'd ever been. The next few weeks until her 18th birthday would be hell for me, but I intended to make them memorable for her. So when all this shit went to hell, she'd remember me, crave me. I had a bad feeling that when all this was over, I'd need her more than she needed me.
It went well with Raina?
Touch me. Fuck, she begged so prettily. I was tempted to just say to hell with my principles and revenge and fuck her raw and in broad daylight in the middle of Venice. Jesus Christ.
Eamon?
I didn't want to tell Dante anything. Raina was mine. I didn't want him getting even an inkling of how she moaned. I didn't want him to know how she clawed at me, desperately for release, like I was the only one who could give it to her. I clenched my teeth, willing that picture out of my mind.
Fine. What does that mean?
Dante questioned me, agitated.
Did she tell you anything about her father? Or was she so desperate for your dick that she sidetracked you both?
I loved my brother, but today might be the day I knocked him out. At least that'd keep him quiet for a while. We didn't get sidetracked. Lies. I never even told her the reason I pulled her aside. I'd planned on asking whether she knew where her father's safe was. Something told me she'd tell me. My cinnamon girl was so trusting. It raised the hair on the back of my neck in warning.
Are you sure?
He said with suspicion on his face.
Yes,
I gritted.
Did you fuck her?
Red mist marred my vision. Something about my brother insinuating anything intimate about Raina had fury flaring in me. No, I grunted. But if you ask that question again, I'm going to smash your pretty face.
Guess she didn't want you,
Dante taunted, rolling his eyes. Guess not. It was better to let him believe that. It'd save me a long conversation.
Well, you can dictate pretty much everything, but you can't dictate a woman wanting a dick, even if it's yours.
No such luck with him dropping it. Sometimes I wondered if Dante lived to make me snap. I cracked the window, needing that cinnamon scent to drift away. It was hard to think with it all around me. Sirens, the honking of vehicles, and even Italian curses came through the cracked window.
We could swap, and I'll take Raina.
No. The word cut through the air with a sharp undertone, almost a growl, and a corner of Dante's lips lifted knowingly. He knew me well enough to realize that slowly but surely, Raina was getting under my skin. So I decided to change it around.
How did it go with Phoenix?
His expression darkened.
I should have gotten Raina. Less headache. I can't even talk to her. Typing in the notes app back and forth is getting old.
Then learn ASL, I snapped. That's what I'm doing.
More reason for you to take Phoenix.
He didn't fool me. I knew my brother. The tension simmering between them didn't escape me. I'd noticed it back at the club, and each time those two had shared a look since. Work on your plan with Phoenix, and stay the fuck away from Raina. My eyes narrowed on him as my temper threatened to flare. Now answer the question. Did you learn anything from Phoenix?
No, he gritted. She refuses to talk to me.
Well. It seems she hasn't been dignitized, brother. You've got to up your game. Maybe that was the ultimate destiny of the Leone brothers, to be brought to their knees by the Romero sisters.
26. Reina. A day had gone by since my first kiss. 2 days since we arrived in Venice. 12 years since I'd stepped foot in my mama's room. Everyone was still asleep when I cracked open the door to the past and drifted into the room draped in white sheets and secrets, maybe even nightmares. My eyes scoured the space, trying to evoke anything that could replace the memory of her death. Was she happy here at all? Did she smile? I couldn't remember. The only thing I knew for certain was she ended it all here. I made my way into the ensuite and caught my reflection, ghosts lurking in my eyes. The same bathroom where she'd taken her life. The same bathroom that altered our life forever. My stomach grew queasy and cold prickles erupted all over my skin. My heart drummed, causing sharp pain to thrum with each beat. The memory crashed into me like a tidal wave. I frowned, hearing shouting, papas and mamas. I never heard them yell before. Glancing over, I found my sister sound asleep. Not wanting to wake her, I slid out of the bed, careful not to shift it too much. Phoenix's other senses were sharper than mine. Mama said it compensated for her loss of hearing. My heart racing in my chest, I tiptoed down the stairs in my nightgown and followed the loud voices to Papa's library. The home was dark, cold, even in the summer. Everywhere I looked was drafty and ancient. Our family didn't belong in this home. Each step I took brought me closer to the shouting. Papa sounded angry. Mama cried loudly. Smash. My heart jumped and I leaped back instinctively. I pressed my back against the wall and my hand to my chest in hopes it would stop its painful beating.
How could you not tell me, Grace?
Papa shouted.
How could you keep it a secret?
I swallowed a lump in my throat. I could feel a sob working its way up, but I didn't want to start crying. Papa didn't like tears, although Mama was crying right now. And say what? She sobbed. She's not yours. The words made no sense to me. It's not her fault, Tommaso. You can't hold that against her, or me. Not after your history. At least you could control your history. I had no control over this.
I want the name,
he bellowed. The sound so loud it shook the house. A loud bang. The floor vibrated.
You had a choice in telling me. We could have.
What? She screamed. Could have what, Tommaso? I couldn't follow their words, but something wasn't right.
Gotten rid of it.
He raged.
She's someone else's child, not mine.
She's my child, she screamed. Ours until now. How can you just discard her? You held her the day she was born.
She's a child of...
He didn't finish. My little heart thundered in my chest.
Why would you keep the baby?
You know how hard it was for me to get pregnant, she cried. Her voice shook hard. You would have robbed me of my chance to have a baby? Another smash, and it sounded like glass breaking. The library door swung open, and Mama's eyes landed on me, hiding in the corner. A breeze swept through the open door of the library and against my wet cheeks. I hadn't even realized I was crying. I sniffled, tears rushing down my face. Mama's cheeks were wet and her eyes rimmed with red. She closed the door behind her, then came up to me. What's the matter, my little queen? Is Papa mad at you? I whispered. She shook her head, but deep down I knew it was a lie. No, he's just stressed with work. My tears slowed as I whispered, He doesn't love us anymore? She wrapped her arms around me, pulling me into a warm hug. Mama's hugs always made everything better. Of course he still loves us. Then she took me back up the stairs and tucked me into bed. Her fingers combed my hair gently as my head lay on the pillow. "It's hard being a woman," she murmured softly. "We have to help our mothers. We have to forgive our fathers. We have to heal others while overcoming our own trauma over and over again." She pressed her lips, wet and hot, against my forehead. "And the whole time, we are trying to heal ourselves." My breathing slowed. I was tired. The words were confusing. "I love you and Papa," I murmured as my eyes grew heavy. The last image before sleep took me under was of Mama's face and her tears that never stopped flowing. That same summer, my mother took her own life. I slid down the wall until I sat on the floor, numbness filling my every cell. I pulled my knees up to my chest and rested my forehead against them. How did I not remember this before? Maybe subconsciously I repressed it until I could deal with it. Yet I didn't think I could handle that realization even now, because it meant that one of us wasn't Papa's daughter. The knowledge was in front of my face. I knew I couldn't live in ignorance, but I didn't know what to do with this revelation. Call him out on it? Or ask him which one of us didn't belong to him? My mind sifted through the memories of our childhood. Christmases, birthdays, Easters, vacations, allowances. Papa never seemed to give either one of us preferential treatment. He was either mad at us both or loved us both. When we got into trouble, he'd punish us accordingly equally. It took me a long time to pick myself up off the floor. I exited the bathroom full of ghosts and regrets with my eyes on the ground until I bumped into Papa. He cast me a surprised look.
"Reina, what are you doing here?"
The hem of my dress scrunched in my palm. I watched the man who we'd all worshipped and loved once upon a time. Maybe we still loved him. I wasn't sure. He almost felt like a stranger. Someone we saw once in a while. He couldn't possibly know us. He was never around. "I miss her," I whispered, lowering my eyes to stare at my pink toes. Phoenix and I usually saw him only during holidays. Before this visit to Venice, I hadn't seen him since Christmas. Before that, it was Easter. Over the years, we'd begun to see less and less of him. It was a disappointment and a relief at the same time, a very complicated feeling. He sat on the covered couch, his black suit a stark contrast to the room covered in white. He looked tired, almost defeated.
"See, I miss her too,"
he admitted. With softened features like this, he reminded me of his old self, the loving and kind father who never lost his temper.
"She was a good woman. Loved you very much, you and your sister."
I hesitated. I had a hard time reconciling this man with the one we now knew him to be. 12 years of failing Phoenix and me resulted in distrust. "Papa, am I?" My throat felt tight. His dark gaze found mine, his own ghosts clouding his eyes. The heavy feeling in my chest expanded and made it hard to breathe. I swallowed the lump. "Do you hate us?" My throat tightened at the thought of finally hearing the words that I'd been dreading most of my life. That he didn't love us. That he didn't love me. A tear ran down my cheek, immediately followed by another. "Do you hate me?" His shoulders tensed. Awkward silence suffocated the room. Too much animosity cloaked the air. It wasn't only Phoenix and me who experienced loss the day Mama took her life. Papa lost something too. So did Grandma. "Do you hate us?" I heard him grind his teeth and I mentally prepared for the worst. It never came.
"No, Reina.
He exhaled, pushing his hand through his thinning hair.
You look so much like your mother. Phoenix, too. Sometimes it hurts to look at you."
I noticed he didn't say he loved me. He didn't assure me that he loved us. I rubbed the goosebumps on my forearm, suddenly feeling cold despite the summer heat. "Is that why you left us with Grandma?" She told us she held a secret over Papa's head, but my sister and I had never been able to figure out what it was. After years of digging, we gave up. Now I couldn't help thinking she spun that lie to keep from telling us the uglier truth, that he didn't want us. He was silent, so silent, for a long stretch of time. My heart dropped.
Your mama wanted you and Phoenix to grow up with your grandmother,
he finally said.
It was better, safer for you both.
A pause.
Because you're in the mafia?
I rasped, my chest hollow. His eyes flickered in surprise.
How do you know this?
I shrugged. There was no chance in hell I'd tell him Grandma slipped and revealed it to us.
I guessed, and you just confirmed it.
He let out a heavy sigh. I noted his features and realized he'd aged 2 decades in the past year alone. It made me wonder what was causing him such stress.
I wish I were a better man for you and Phoenix. I wish things were different.
A pause followed, and a thought struck me. He was alone. He didn't have Phoenix, me, or our grandmother. I hadn't seen him with another woman, and never saw him with or heard him talk about any friends. He was utterly alone.
But they aren't.
He inhaled a deep breath, then slowly exhaled.
I've made many mistakes in my life. A day will soon come when I'll have to pay for them.
My brows knitted.
Are you in trouble, Papa?
He shook his head and extended his hand. I reluctantly took it. I hadn't seen this side of him since Mama's death.
Promise me one thing, Rena.
The lines of his shoulders were as hard as granite, his expression dark. The image I'd once had of him was marred a long time ago, but I didn't have the heart to deny him.
Anything.
Protect your sister.
A sharp ache pierced through my chest. Years ago, I received a similar request from a dying woman.
You're stronger than Phoenix. You have the heart of a lioness. But Phoenix, she's a kitten, and so vulnerable.
He was wrong. She was stronger than anyone gave her credit for, but if he needed peace of mind, I'd give it to him.
I will,
I murmured as pain spread through my chest.
I promise.
He stood up and left the bedroom, softly closing the door behind him and leaving me once again with the ghost and the secrets. Maybe I was a coward, but it dawned on me that strength came in different shapes and sizes. It didn't matter which one of us wasn't Papa's daughter. It was on me to protect her, and for that alone, I'd never push the words I'd overheard all those years ago past my lips. I would let the knowledge die with me. Later that day, with the sun slowly lowering to the horizon, the girls were back in the pool. After the incident with the neighbor's snake, I had no desire to step in the vicinity. Apparently, it wasn't the first time it had escaped. It liked our terrace more than its own, and I didn't even want to think about why. For that reason, I chose to roam the house instead. Papa's office, the living room, the dining room. The house was like a museum, commemorating the late Grace Romero. Countless photos of her hung on the walls. I searched, but there were no pictures of Phoenix and me. Not a single one. This made me come up with another theory. Maybe neither of us belonged to him. Normal families had pictures of their loved ones around. Grandma had pictures of us in her home in California and in the UK. Heck, she'd even shoved us into a Glasgow family portrait, which was awkward as fuck. Or maybe Papa kept our photos out of his home to keep us out of the underworld. I mused. It wasn't a far-fetched theory, right? Or maybe I was pathetic in hoping, against all odds, that he loved us even after Mama died. I heard voices and headed to the kitchen, stopping in my tracks. What was Grandma doing here? My eyes darted back and forth between 3 heads bent together in a circle. Grandma and husband number 5 stood with Papa, where they spoke in hushed, rushed tones. Maria prepared dinner, efficiently as always, with her head bowed down. She was the embodiment of a fly on the wall, and... Wait. There was an idea. Maybe she should be the one I question. She was always with Papa, and clearly he trusted her.
It's the only way to protect them,
He grunted.
It's the only plan I have.
They were so lost in their discussion they never saw me enter, so I pressed my back against the swinging door.
Tommaso, it's a mistake to open that door, and you know it,
Grandma hissed.
It was her dying wish.
I stiffened. They could only be talking about Mama.
Some things are best left unsaid.
Grandpa Glasgow chimed in.
I didn't know her, but she must have had a reason to ask that of you. It doesn't fucking matter. We're risking her life by keeping it.
Papa's gaze landed on me suddenly, and he snapped his mouth shut. Maria was the only one who kept moving, almost as if she was unaware of all the tension going on around her. It was a skill I'd yet to master.
Raina?
Grandma's smile was strained as she rushed to me and cupped my cheeks.
You're getting more beautiful by the day.
I rolled my eyes, but said nothing.
How are you?
Papa spoke quietly to Grandpa Glasgow, while I eyed them, wondering if they'd dare do something behind Grandma's back. What are you doing here? I asked.
Is that any way to greet your grandmother?
The actress that she was, she even managed to look undignified despite the plastic surgery she'd had over the years. Sorry. I kissed her offered cheek. I'm just surprised. When I talked to you a few days ago, you didn't say anything about visiting Italy. She waved her hand dramatically.
I missed my granddaughters. I haven't seen you in months.
We just FaceTimed, I pointed out, but didn't roll my eyes. Grandma Diana loved us, but she had no qualms setting us straight when we acted like brats. Not the same. We could go on and on about it, but we'd end up in the same place, so I let it go. I learned there were certain battles not worth fighting. What were you all talking about? I asked instead.
Nothing.
The future,
Papa answered.
Dinner plans,
was Grandpa Glasgow's answer. I eyed all three of them, my attention straying back to Papa. All that, huh? None of them moved. So what's for dinner? A pause. Spaghetti, Maria answered, confirming her ears were on alert after all. I knew getting any information out of the others would be pointless, but I could work on Maria. 20 minutes later, we sat on the brick patio, right outside the dining room.
Why do Italians always want to eat spaghetti?
Grandma complained.
Don't they know it ruins their figure?
Not to mention, it's unhealthy. Nobody commented. Grandma was always harping on about some diet, so we were used to her mentioning carbs, gluten, sugar, dairy. The list went on. She even went through a strictly vegan stage. I was never happier to be living away at boarding school than during that time. I'd ensure I left stuffed with beef and carbs before we visited her. I shoved a forkful of spaghetti into my mouth and chewed. Papa slurped his noodles. His eyes narrowed on Grandma. I was fairly certain he did that on purpose. Immature? Yes. Did it stop him? No. But at the moment, it was entertaining to watch.
It's hot as Hades out here.
She continued her complaints.
Should we go inside before we all melt and become spaghetti ourselves?
I wore a short white dress with pink polka dots, my feet bare on the deck. I didn't think it was so bad, but then I wasn't wearing black pants and a light green sweater like she was. I wonder if we'd be edible, Phoenix chimed in.
Or would that be considered cannibalism?
There was an awkward pause. My sister's eyes flitted my way, and I bit the inside of my cheek, trying not to burst out laughing. Her lip twitched, and she rolled her eyes. Grandma, harumphed, getting to her feet, shooting us all a look.
Well, I'm going inside. You can melt away.
Her husband didn't follow her, and I wondered whether that was the reason he was still around. He seemed to know when to leave her to her own devices. Papa took a drink and set his glass down, looking satisfied with Grandma's departure. Grandpa Glasgow reached for the wine and poured himself a generous glass.
I'm gonna need it if I'm to survive the night.
And that's the reason I'm never getting married,
Athena muttered.
Misery has a new name. Marriage.
I let out a small breath. Or it could be life in general.
You girls are too young to be so jaded,
Papa remarked, drawing shocked glances from everyone. So far, he'd mainly ignored our friends, though in his defense, he didn't know them well. Papa, this might be a good time to reintroduce you to our friends. I started, worried he might have forgotten their names. They hadn't run into him since that first day with the snake. It probably helped that we stuck to the side of the house that he avoided. Isla, Raven, and Athena attend the same college. Isla went to boarding school with Phoenix and me. He nodded.
I remember.
You do? Phoenix's expression clearly stated that she found that hard to believe.
You three shared the dorm room,
he remarked dryly.
How could I forget?
That's some good memory, Mr. Romero, Isla commended, while Phoenix and I rolled our eyes. Okay, a test then? I challenged, sharing a smug look with my sister.
You're in trouble now, Tommaso,
Grandpa Glasgow teased.
Better run before they work you up.
Papa leaned back into his seat, getting comfortable, and for a moment, he reminded me of the man he used to be, before Mama died, before we left him to live with Grandma.
Bring it on, girls,
he said, and signed at the same time. Isla's last name, I questioned.
Evans.
Our favorite subject? Phoenix signed, continuing the interrogation. There were a few snickers passing around, but we kept our focus on him.
That's easy. None.
Damn, he's good, Raven muttered. Our favorite color? I asked. This time, Papa rolled his eyes.
Rainer's is pink. Phoenix's is blue.
I grumbled under my breath, causing a round of laughter. You're always in pink, woman, Athena scoffed. Try changing it up a bit. I shrugged. Phoenix isn't always in blue. But she always has blue accessories. True, I admitted begrudgingly. Favorite book?
Anything with fashion for you, Raina.
Papa answered.
Anything to do with music for Phoenix.
The table went quiet, while Phoenix and I stared at our father, deep in thought. He might have been absent these past 12 years, but maybe, just maybe, he kept us in his heart all along. 27. Raina. I looked up from the floor where I was stretching my legs to find my sister's gaze on me. I was warming up before starting my yoga practice. The familiar tightness in my chest and the dread creeping up my spine was usually the first sign of an impending panic attack. So, naturally, I tried to get ahead of it. I had no time to waste on panic attacks, hence why I was working to get that shit under control. The girls are by the pool. I thought I could keep you company. You okay? She asked. Her cheeks were flushed as she sat down and stretched her own legs. I let my eyes travel over her attire, yoga pants and a loose-fitting t-shirt. Her dark brown hair was pulled up in a high ponytail. Just like me, she had curls. Growing up, people always confused us for twins with different hair colors. Being 20 months apart and having the same light skin, facial structure, and blue eyes would do that, I imagined. Although she had darker blue eyes. We were similar in a lot of ways. From our build and height to our similar personalities. People thought I was more outgoing than her, but it was actually the other way around. She was the only reason I had a social life and friends. People just assumed the alternative because of her deafness. I raised my eyebrow. Why? You're doing yoga and stretching. You only do that when you're fighting anxiety. She knew me too well. Just thinking, that's all. What about? I shrugged. Papa. Mama. She watched me inquisitively. Are you sure it's not about Eamon Leone? I shook my head. Yes, I'm sure. Although I had been wondering what Dante and Eamon Leone had to talk about with Papa. I knew they weren't planning to share the event that happened a week ago. Or was it 2 now? In their club. They would have already if that were the case. Don't let memories consume you. Phoenix warned. Leave them in the past. It wasn't hard for our family to connect my anxiety and panic to Mama's death. They simply attributed it to the loss of our mother at such a young age. But the truth was that those last words Mama spoke as she lay in the tub, full of blood, haunted me. They left an invisible scar that refused to heal. Does it ever bother you that Papa is involved with organized crime? I asked her. She shrugged. Maybe a little bit. But Grandma's done well to keep us away from it. It could have been worse. I could have predicted my sister's answer. It was another thing that Phoenix had in abundance: positive attitude. In general, I looked at the world through rose-colored glasses, but Phoenix went beyond that. She could see the good in even the most terrible situations. "Are you worried about Papa?" My sister's inquisitive gaze drilled into me. It was ironic, really. She worried about me, and I worried about her. I'd kill for her, and I knew she'd kill for me. It was almost as if Mama had the same talk with Phoenix as she did with me. My heart clenched at the thought, hoping she hadn't put that burden on Phoenix. She shouldn't have to bear that. Neither of us should. "Maybe a little bit," I admitted. He was the last parent we had. Granted, he'd been mostly absent for over a decade. "Do you feel like he's been acting differently?" "Maybe." She tilted her chin pensively. "He loves us. I just don't think he's good at showing it." I nodded my agreement. "Then there's this promise that Grandma holds over his head." "Do you know what it is?" I'd been curious about it for years, but getting Grandma to spill the beans was like trying to drag it out of a corpse. My sister scoffed. "You're joking, right? Grandma would sooner put a bullet in her own skull than tell me." My eyebrows shot up. "Did you actually ask her?" She rolled her eyes. "Yes. She told me to mind my own business. I even threatened to let Papa's underworld activities slip to a newspaper. It didn't work." My eyes widened. I knew Phoenix could be a badass, but this I did not expect. For a good part of our childhood, I watched the news, holding my breath and expecting to see our family featured in it. It never happened, but it was still a worry somewhere in the back of my mind. Even though we didn't see him a lot, and he wasn't an active part of our daily life, I didn't want to see him behind bars. In today's day and age, people looked at the mafia in a romantic light, but that was certainly not the way the news reported it, nor was it the way it was in real life. After Papa's first and only outburst, where he'd raised a hand at us, I snuck a peek at Grandma's surveillance footage from earlier that day. My heart still shuddered remembering the video. The way Eamon was cut by a stranger who broke into Grandma's house. He could have been shot. Papa was. I wish there were a way to hear what Papa, Dante, and Eamon discussed afterward, but the surveillance didn't have audio. Yeah, there was nothing romantic about the underworld. People got hurt. Businesses burned to the ground. Lives were affected in a very real way. Maybe I wouldn't care if it hadn't cost our mama so much, or our relationship with our Papa was solid, but it was rocky at best. Besides, I was fairly sure it was Papa's connection to the underworld that drove Mama to commit suicide. She experienced a trauma, and I still didn't dare to think about the extent of it. Grandma and Mama were part of a different world, the one filled with lights, camera, and action, not darkness, blood, and threats. It cost Phoenix and me our mother. It almost cost the boy with galaxies in his eyes his life, and it was then that I knew it'd devastate me to lose Eamon, even if he wasn't mine. A soft palm cupped my cheek, stilling my movement. Phoenix signed. "Raina, you have to stop worrying." "I'm not worrying," I reasoned. "I'm stretching and letting go." While Phoenix stuck to a Baddha Konasana pose, I shifted to Bakasana. It was better than keeping this conversation going, but unless I kept mine closed, I couldn't avoid my sister's eyes. "You are not letting go." Her deep frown told me she didn't believe shit I told her, and don't think I'm happy about those hearts you have in your eyes for Eamon Leone. I rolled my eyes. "Whatever," I muttered. This was not relaxing at all. If anything, it was more stressful than not doing yoga at all, and that was saying something. "Don't you whatever me, Raina Romero," she scolded. "I'm your sister, not Papa, not Grandma. You don't have to hide from me." I sighed heavily, giving up on relaxation and yoga as a whole. Getting back into a sitting position, I pinched the bridge of my nose before responding. "I caught Papa and Grandma whispering in the kitchen earlier," I admitted. "It seemed important." She rolled her eyes. "Oh, the underworld is important, I imagine." Papa would never talk to her about his criminal activities, I pointed out. "Good point," she agreed. "Then what? Maybe they were discussing plans for your birthday party?" I cringed. That's not good. I stood up and shook my hands and legs to loosen my muscles. If they ask you anything about it, tell them we're busy. My classes and all. Does it bother you? I asked her for the millionth time. That Papa is a criminal? He's not a bad man, she replied, then winced. Well, he's not a terrible man. I sighed, my stomach rolling with the thought, I kind of want to know everything, but then I don't want to know anything about it, I admitted. Googling criminal organization didn't help. I feel like an inexperienced wannabe or something. Phoenix snorted, linking her arm through mine as we headed down to the pool, much to my dismay. I did not want another encounter with the damn snake. So what's your theory on their discussion? I don't know, but I'm going to ask Maria, I told her. She was there the entire time. She laughed, opening the door to the terrace. Good luck with that. She pulled me onto the terrace and changed the subject. Whatever happened to the fashion line that reached out for your designs? I haven't had time to go over the contract yet, I sighed. It was the truth. I'd hardly had any time to myself lately. Not that I normally had much, but with taking extra classes on top of my double major, I'd barely had a chance to breathe. Besides, until I'm 18, I can't legally sign it, so I'm dragging my feet. Should we ask Papa to increase our allowance? Or Grandma? No. My voice was definitive. We have enough. The apartment is paid through to the end of the year. What are you two talking about with such grim faces? Isla asked, while Raven and Athena looked on curiously. Nothing, I answered. Our allowance, Phoenix signed. I shot her a look, making her cringe. Isla frowned. Do you girls need money? My sister and I shook our heads. We got a generous allowance from Papa, although admittedly I spent too much on clothes, shoes, and therapy. Phoenix spent a lot on her music lessons, piano rentals and practice space, music books and beauty products. I just had to pump the brakes on fabric and clothes shopping. My sister had to pump the brakes on a lot more. I can help, Isla claimed. Thank you, but no, I told her. It was safe to say that Phoenix and I would never go hungry with the trust fund Mama set up for us. Papa and Grandma were loaded, but they wanted to teach us how to responsibly manage money. One of us could always take one for the team and sleep with Isla's brother, Raven teased. Don't fucking look at me, Isla grumbled. He's my brother. Gross. We all chuckled. Athena and Raven gave me a pointed look, and I shot my hands up. Don't look at me. He's too old for me and not my type. Phoenix chuckled. Eamon Leone is her type. I shoved my shoulders into hers. Stop it. She grinned. Never. Eamon and Raina sitting in a tree. My sister managed to look like she was breakdancing and rapping at the same time. Kissing. All four of them chimed in. I ignored them and neared the pool. Glancing over my shoulder, I waved frantically, and just like I knew they would, they came running. I pointed to the water, and they all leaned in to get a closer look. And then I cannonballed into the pool, splashing them all, and hearing their squeals, even underwater. 2 days later, we were back in Paris. Just as Phoenix predicted, talking to Maria was like talking to a wall. She feigned ignorance, claiming she had no idea what I was asking or talking about. She even went as far as blaming her English-speaking abilities. So, failed mission was the result. And then there was Eamon. I hadn't seen or heard from him, but I spent every waking moment thinking about him. The girls and I entered the apartment with a sigh. Home sweet home, Athena muttered, and I couldn't agree more. Phoenix and I always felt more at home here than we ever did with our papa. The conversation I'd overheard between Mama and him was another thing that weighed heavily on my mind. It made me reevaluate the last 18 years, dissecting every memory with my papa to figure out which one of us wasn't his daughter. Who did he mistreat? Phoenix or me? I wasn't sure. He'd always treated us with the same levels of indifference, not necessarily treating us poorly, but definitely cold, especially in the years since our mama's death. So how was I supposed to solve that puzzle? Each time I thought about it, it seemed it was best to let that secret rest with Mama. I couldn't let curiosity get the better of me. I headed to my room, barely making it to my door, when Raven stopped me with her most stern voice. I don't think so, young lady. My shoulders slumped instantly. I'd been anticipating this since we left Venice. The closer we got to Paris, the more I hoped they'd give me a break. I slowly turned around to find my sister and all our friends piled in our living room, their eyes narrowed on me. It felt like having 4 mothers, suffocating and annoying. "Come over here and chat with us," Isla chimed in, lowering herself onto the couch and patting a spot next to her. "Listen, I'm tired and come and talk to us or I'm calling Grandma," Phoenix signed. "Get your ass over here." Knowing my sister, that was a serious threat, and bullshitting my grandmother was virtually impossible, so I settled for navigating through my friends. I dropped my bag and headed down the hallway and into the living room, taking a spot next to Isla. I tilted my chin and met all my friends' eyes when nobody spoke. "Okay, now what?" Phoenix set her back against the window and lowered herself into a crisscross position on the floor, tucking her messy hair behind her ears. Her concerned eyes were zeroed in on me. Phoenix and I used to share everything, but sometime within the last few years we stopped. We still loved each other. We still protected each other, but I knew she kept things from me. I could see it on her face when she was lost in her thoughts. Profound sadness. I couldn't blame her for keeping a secret, though, because I'd been keeping a few secrets of my own since I was 6. My promise to my mother to protect Phoenix. "First question," Isla said while signing. "Are you on birth control?" I almost choked on my own saliva. What? "We can't have you getting pregnant." Phoenix's expression told me she wasn't joking. "I'm your big sister. I know where this leads." My eyes widened. "Where?" "To Eamon's bed," Athena answered. "Getting knocked up," Phoenix signed, "and Papa going on a murderous rampage." "So this is what we're going to do," Isla stated matter-of-factly. "We will teach you how to put a condom on a banana." My cheeks burned. "That's not necessary." "And we'll take you to an OBGYN to get you on birth control," Phoenix added, taking her big sister role to the next level. Raven ran to the kitchen and came back with a banana. "Athena, go get a wrapper." The latter skipped all the way to her bedroom, singing, "Don't be a loner, let's cover his boner. She won't get sick as she wraps his dick." I slapped my palm against my forehead. "God help me," I murmured. "Fuck, you think this is bad?" Raven remarked dryly. "Men give you butterflies at first, but at the end of it all, emotional damage is what you're left with." Well, that was ominous, but I knew it'd be pointless to ask Raven who'd hurt her. She kept her secrets close to her heart. I guess in a way we all did. Maybe it was the reason we got along so well. Athena came back with a banana and handed it to me. "Good luck." I had a banana and a sticky condom in my hand like I was back in sex ed class. "You know, we covered this back in high school, or maybe middle school," I muttered as I rolled the condom down the length of the banana. "That was ages ago," Phoenix claimed. "Again," Isla demanded. "You have to ensure you do it right so there are no babies in 9 months. "There won't be any babies," I groaned. "I'll be on birth control." "And we don't want any STDs coming for you either. It's our job to take care of you," Raven chimed in. Being the youngest one in the group sucked big time. "Put that condom on again," Phoenix instructed with a worried expression on her face. "We can't have any accidents." I opened my mouth to protest, but Athena interrupted me. "And the most important rule, never let the man put the condom on. You have to do it yourself." My brows knitted together. "Why?" "Because men are hopeless and might not put it on right," Raven answered. "And then whose problem is it? Always the woman's." I rolled my eyes, but I could see her point. "Okay, fine. I'll always be the one to roll it onto a man's dick. Happy?" "Raina!" the girls exclaimed as if they'd caught their child saying a vulgar word for the first time. "What? Y'all say dick all the time," I justified. "She's not wrong," Raven pointed out. "And did you hear that y'all drawl out of our little cowgirl's mouth?" "Hardly a cowgirl." I threw the condom-covered banana at her. "Here, dick all covered up. Did I pass?" Phoenix sighed. "Yes, you passed, but I don't like it." What, you want me to demonstrate on a real dick? Please stop saying dick, Isla commented exasperatedly. I feel like my baby sister is being corrupted. I don't like the way he looks at you, Phoenix signed, her brows furrowed as she studied me. My heart fluttered. How does he look at me? Like he's unable to look away, Athena commented. Like he wants to devour every inch of you, Raven added. Like he's going to break your heart. Phoenix's eyes told me the story of her own heartbreak. The question was, by whom? I had a feeling that was the secret she kept from me. My throat constricted, hating that I didn't protect her from it. The promise I made to Mama hung in the air like a ghost, along with my failure in keeping it. It wouldn't be the last thing I'd fail to protect my sister from.
28. Amen. I can't deal with him today, Hiroshi said, his Japanese coming out rushed as his usually calm demeanor incinerated with fury. I had never seen him lose his cool, not even get frazzled, and that was saying something. And me, my father had driven displays of emotion out of me a long time ago. I'd controlled my reactions and my emotions since I was a child. Dante was no different. Yet for the past 3 days, he'd been wound up as fuck. He snapped at everyone for everything and anything, so much so that even I didn't want to deal with it. I suspected Phoenix was the reason for his behavior. Usually ladies fell at his feet, but that girl refused to even talk to him. Hence Dante becoming an unbearable asshole. What did he do? I asked, keeping my eyes on the screen of my laptop. I wasn't in the mood for Dante's shit today. The tension in the club was louder than a gunshot in church. He's poking the bear. The only bear that Dante could possibly poke was the Yakuza. I raked a hand through my hair and forced myself to take deep, calming breaths. I didn't need any more shit with my cousin. What did Dante do? I questioned. He punched one of your cousin's men. I groaned inwardly. Why? Said he was breathing too loudly. Jesus Christ. And took up too much space. The guy is thin as a rail. But Itsuki wasn't. At least my brother directed his pissy mood at his men versus my cousin. It would have been harder to settle shit with Itsuki if Dante had punched him. I sat at my desk when my phone vibrated. I grabbed it and leaned back in my office chair to read the message. Fucker's en route to you. Dante had a way with words, short and sweet. I typed a reply. Keep our men close. Stay out of trouble. Itsuki liked to play dirty, and I didn't trust him not to try something. My brother's reply came in an instant. Middle finger emoji. He was so fucking mature. I was just about to place my phone in my pocket when a door swung open, and the fucker appeared on the threshold in all his glory, surrounded by his entourage, sporting a black eye. His face was sweaty, and he breathed heavily. Even a short walk from the car to the office was too much. Sumo wrestling's out of the question, I thought to myself in disgust. Like the devil himself, Itsuki walked in like he owned the place. He was almost 2 years younger than me, but he moved like he was 2 decades older. With his round figure and his hair in a greasy bun, he looked more like a sumo wrestler. Except those had balls. Thank fuck Itsuki decided to wear pants. He forewent those when he was in his compound, and it wasn't a sight that was easily forgotten. My cousin might have lacked balls, but he sure surrounded himself with people who had them. Luckily for me, they had no brains. The heinous crimes my cousin committed and the lengths he went to in order to achieve power terrified most people. But his house of cards would eventually fall. I'd ensure it. He'd pay for murdering my grandfather and stealing my empire, but most of all, for sending men after Reina and trying to sell her to the Brazilian cartel. He breathed heavily before he blurted out, "First you kill my men, and now you fuck with me." Hiroshi came to stand behind me, silent but deadly. We both knew Itsuki wouldn't hesitate to stab his closest friend in the back, never mind those he considered enemies. "I told you, if you fuck with Reina, you fuck with me," I said coldly. "So now, I'm fucking you back." A dark shadow fell over his eyes, but he quickly swept it away. "That's a whole lot of fucking." He approached my desk and dropped into the chair across from me, the hinges protesting at his weight. "But I haven't done anything with your yellow-haired girl. I thought you were done with her." I gritted my teeth. Whether I'm done with her or not has no relevance here. Don't fucking forget our agreement. I fucking hated that the Yakuza had her on their radar, and I hated Romero even more for it. "You are trying to fucking sell her to the Brazilians," I hissed. "Why?" "Not true." First tell when he lied. His English suffered when he was nervous or lying. He switched to Japanese. "I swear to you, Eamon, on our grandfather's grave." That son of a bitch. "Are you, or are you not, having Reina Romero followed?" I asked in English, refusing to appease him. Let him struggle and talk like a 5-year-old. He opened his mouth to answer when I spoke my warning. "Think twice before you lie to me again." He swallowed, but you could barely tell by the thickness of his neck. "She important to you," he answered in poor English. Pathetic. He was a scumbag, and the sooner I got rid of him, the better. I slowly placed my hands on the table, tapping impatiently. "It's